blackwealthmasterplan.com. There's no THE. Feel free to go there. And if you want to know the Black Wealth Master Plan, what is that? The Black Wealth Master Plan is that every Black child, every child in our community that we're responsible for, every B1 child, every child of an intelligent Black person should know how to start a business by the age of 12. It takes less than 100 hours to make them an outstanding entrepreneur. They have to know how to start a business by the age of 12 so they can have the freedom to increase their income if they want to. They won't have to worry about whether or not white people will hire them. If they lose their job, they're always going to have an option. They're always going to be the first ones to be able to extract their own value instead of depending on somebody else to extract their value. See, that's the thing. If you don't know how to extract the value out of your own skill, then guess what? Your boss certainly will. Your boss is going to pay you $40 an hour and make $150 an hour because nobody taught you how to drill for your own oil, so to speak. Shout out to Guyana, which now has one of the largest oil reserves on the planet, right? But they don't know how to drill out and extract their own oil. So guess what? ExxonMobil and Shell and all these other companies are all closing in on Guyana right now because they're going to go and extract that oil and take a cut, right? But if you know how to drill your own oil, you don't have to give a cut to anybody. So every Black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. It takes less than 100 hours to make them better at entrepreneurship than 95% of the population. That is interesting because we spend thousands of hours learning how to play basketball and football. All it takes is 100 hours for them to be a great entrepreneur. They can still play basketball after that. Number two, every Black child should own stock by the age of 5 and have someone consistently buying stock for them from the time that they're born, really, if possible. But if you can't do that, then start by the age of 5, buy them stock consistently. If you do that, then that money is going to continue to grow. And by the time they're 20 or 25 years old, they'll have 6 figures, which means that they're no longer in any sort of economic struggle. They're now in a position of prosperity. They've gone from playing strugglenomics to playing powernomics. They've now gone from being oppressed to being able to go out and do whatever the hell they want. So it's up to you to put them in the position to do that. Economics is a relay race. You got the baton. You need to run that baton fast. If you don't run your leg fast in the Olympics, you'll see this. If you don't run your leg fast, it doesn't matter how fast your children are. They're still going to lose the race. So you are on the second leg of this relay race, and your grandchild is waiting on the anchor leg, looking across the track to see how fast you're going. They're looking across the track to see if you even drop the baton or not. Because some of us are dropping the baton. Some of us are throwing the baton over the fence and into the infield, and we somehow think that our grandkids are going to be able to run. Well, when you throw the baton, when you drop the baton, it doesn't matter. You can have Usain Bolt on the anchor leg, but it doesn't matter how fast he is now because you dropped the damn baton. You didn't do your job. So what is your job? Your job is to run as fast as you can and hold on to the stick. Your job is to keep the dream alive so that you can pass the dream on to somebody else. If you don't do that, then nothing else matters. You will have the brightest, most extraordinary children in your community with all the genius in the world, all the work ethic on the planet, and they're going to end up slaves because you dropped the damn baton. I don't think we want that for our kids. What's the third piece? The third piece is that every Black child should know how to, they should be in a position to make a down payment on real estate when they're 21 years old. They don't have to buy real estate at 21. They might buy it at 25 or 26, but they should be in a position to put a down payment on real estate, which means 2 things. Number 1, having the capital, and number 2, knowing what to do. Just knowing the basics, like that owning is better than renting, knowing how to buy a property. You could teach them this in a day. It does not take long. And Lord Jesus, we have, it takes, I think I did the math one time with y'all. Let me do the precise math here. So we can really just see this. Did you know that there's 8,760 hours in a year? I don't know if y'all know that. And did you know that between the ages of 0 and 18, you have 157,680 hours of time that could be invested in teaching your child? You know that you have 157,680 hours worth of time. Now, if you value that time, because time does have value, there's something in finance called the time value of money. Time has value in options. If you go into stock options class, you'll see where we sell time. This morning when I was selling my options, I sold some long-term call options on Coinbase and made $30,000 because I was basically selling time. I literally printed money out of thin air because I have this asset that I can manipulate, and I sold time and I got $30,000, which allows me to go and pay off the credit card or whatever I want to do. So this 157,680 hours, if you value that time at $50 an hour, that is $7.8 million. That's $7,884,000 that literally you have that you can invest in that child. You have all this time that you can invest in the wonderful Patillo family. All on my superhero list, by the way. You got to know the Portillo family. You know what? Talk to Amani if y'all ever want to do something at the convention. I don't know if y'all should. I think that literally we should be trained on how to build great families, and the Portillo family is one of those examples that's out there. I think that that kind of training is the kind of stuff we should do as standard in our community. I really just think you got to stop letting white people tell you what your protocol should be, what your standard educational process should look like. I'm not saying this to be anti-white. I'm just saying this to be pro-black, that, all those other people that design these educational programs that don't work, that don't give us adequate skill, that don't teach us anything that's going to have value in our lives, those people are not qualified to educate you. They're just not. So, in my opinion, I think we should look at what we need and educate ourselves on the things that we need. And one thing that we need is we need to build strong families. We have to make this a mandatory requirement. I just really think about how much less pain, devastation, economic trauma would be out here if we had stable families. If we had families where people could just try to get on the same page, learn a little bit about things like marriage and how that works, develop a protocol for family unity. I think every family should have a therapist or somebody that can kind of come in and help you work out your issues. Because when you have a bunch of traumatized people kind of trying to do stuff together as a group, it just becomes a complete mess. And it's very anti-wealth, by the way. It's a massive, massive wealth destroyer, because every time you start something and you can't finish it, that's wasted resources. That's wasted time, wasted money, lost money, all kinds of stuff. Even if I always use a simple example to help everybody understand what I see when I see a broken family, or when a group of people that used to work together that can't work together anymore. Think about like a musical group. One of my good friends, Willie D, is from the Ghetto Boys, and Willie, he was like, we're really good friends. He was in my wedding, and so I remember, just kind of talking to Willie, and I said, "Man, do you know that you and Scarface and Bushwick, if you guys could get along, and go on tour together, there's so much money out there. A lot of people would love to see the Ghetto Boys." And Willie, he's a good guy. He's funny. He's got that Texas accent. He'd be like, man, Bushwick, man, and then they get into like these issues, which is gonna happen when you've been working with somebody for 30 years. And but I'm sitting there thinking, if this was back when Bushwick was alive, right? RIP to Bushwick Bill, but basically it's like and I don't think Willie would mind me sharing that as an example, but in my head, I was seeing all the millions of dollars that are lost when you can't get on the same page. Do you understand? So for a lot of your families, you lose a lot of money because you can't get on the same page. So pay attention now. In the midst of all these things that white people tell you that you're supposed to learn in order to make money, like you got to go get a degree in accounting, and you have to go spend $200,000 on a bachelor's degree, or maybe I should go back to school again and get my master's. How many of y'all have heard people say that, right? Amidst all those other things that they're telling you that will go get you more money, those things that do not work, I think that maybe you should add conflict resolution skill to your list of essential skills that a person can have that will keep the money flowing. Do you understand? Like that will maintain those relationships. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Sometimes I need like yeses, so you get, so you're just to know that you're following, because I don't want this to sound like I don't think I'm talking over anybody's head. Because all of us just know that pain and that loss that comes from not being able to work together, and it's hurtful, it's traumatic, and all these other. It costs you a lot more than just money. But I want you to also see the money. I want you to see, in economics we call this the shadow cost. Or another term for it would be the opportunity cost. See, people that are not financially conscious, they don't see the shadow cost. They don't see what they would have had. If you can't even see what's in front of you, how are you going to see what you could have had and would have had if things had gone different? That requires your consciousness to be able to go to a higher dimension, where you can look in the fourth and fifth dimension and see all the possibilities that God put in front of you that you completely missed. And what does the word poor stand for? Right? Put it in the chat. What does poor, Poor, stand for? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So here's what that means. This means to me that every day there's this shadow universe of all these possibilities that you could be. You could be a millionaire, you could be running a business with your cousin, you could be quitting your job and living your best life. All these are shadow realities that many of us can't see because all we can see is what's in front of us. So we're walking past all these opportunities, passing over opportunities repeatedly and saying, gosh, this is all I have. All I have is $20. But that's because you're poor. You're poor because you're poor. You're not just poor in money, you're poor in insight and vision because you're poor because the only reality you're able to lock into is the reality that's in front of you, the one that has $20 in your pocket. You can't lock into you don't have the consciousness yet to lock into the other 10 million realities that could have existed, these other parallel universes, like Avengers, Marvel style, these other 10,000 universes that existed where you could have had all the money in the world. Do you understand? So get that consciousness up. I encourage you to join us in the morning. We do financial consciousness training every morning. We did a really good one this morning about reparations and repair and how we can give ourselves reparations. And I guarantee you, you're going to love it. And it's going to help you think about money in a way that's completely different from anything you've ever seen. I've seen people do even money mindset classes and all that. No, my wife is a PhD level therapist. I have a PhD in finance. You combine that, it really is like super friends. That's why I love my wife, is because we're like, I love the idea of smart Black people getting together and really thinking hard about the Black community. That's what's, I mean, I think that's what's going to solve our problem. All right. So anyway, thank you for letting me share that quick stream of consciousness. Let's get back to the market. Okay, so put your question in the Q&A section, and if you have a question for me, I'm going to start in a couple areas that I think you should be aware of in terms of what's going on in the stock market. Also, I want to remind everybody that at drboycebooks.com, our Black Wealth Mastery Store, everything today for 24 hours only is 60% off. Every single thing, anything you want to buy, you can buy $1 billion worth of stuff. We will take 60% off the price. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, here's the code. Write down this code. Write down the URL. Somebody write it in the chat so everybody can see it. drboycebooks.com, and the discount code is today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. It's all one word. Put that in when you check out, and it will take 60% off. Even if there's already a discount, even if there's already 50% off, it'll take another 60% off. So it's almost like a big discount or something. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. The code is today only 2024. And if somebody's used it, okay, somebody says great sale, just made my purchase, says Renee. Okay, great. So the code's working, everything's good. Yeah, and we have financial flashcards for kids. Financial flashcards that cover everything from let's see. We have entrepreneurship, real estate, credit, all kinds of stuff, investing, of course. We have financial workbooks for kids that cover every grade band, investing, money, all kinds of stuff, how to start a business, all that. We also have my books, of course, the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, Black American Money, a lot of financial lovemaking, all that. My wife's stuff is there also, and she's done a lot of workbooks on financial trauma, financial anxiety, stuff like that. So feel free to just go take a look and buy whatever you want. And there we go. All right. So here we go. Let's jump into some of the Q&A for today. All right. So someone says, Doc, I know you love Portillos. Are you buying more stock? I have not bought more stock in Portillos, but I do like the company. I do like Portillo. I just feel like Portillos is one of those best kept secrets, such that once Portillos gets sort of more mainstream, I think it's going to do great. I really do. Portillos is so good. My wife and I, every time we see a Portillos, we always stop there and eat. And that's just almost like a rule in our relationship. You have those little places that you have to stop at and things you have to do. And we share like our favorite hotel and stuff like that. Portillos is one of our favorite restaurants. And actually, in fact, I like Portillos so much that I'm actually pulling the stock up on my E-Trade. Just generally speaking, when you talk about investing, this is how I want you to view investing. I want you to view it as something that you just do, almost like watching a TV show or going to the grocery store. Don't make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Don't let it scare you. But just know that, like, when you're missing out on all this investing opportunity, you're losing wealth, man. The stock market is the greatest wealth creator in America, and I just don't want that to pass you by. Okay, so what I'm going to do literally right now, just because I just like to act, I don't like to just talk about things, is I'm actually going to look at Portillo stock, and I'm probably going to buy some shares. Now, as I'm looking at it now, let me look at the The bull case and the bear case. Every stock has both. Every stock has the reasons that it could go to the moon. Every stock has its reasons that it could just flop to the ground. Portillos is now trading at 10.22. This is a big drop. The stock's dropped 35, actually 50% this year since its IPO. That's a big deal. Analysts still like the stock. When I look at Portillos, let me see what they're saying in the analysis of Portillos. Let's see here. Okay, they're saying nothing. I'm looking here in Robinhood Gold, hoping that they'll give me some analysis, and they don't have any analysis. Okay, I don't have anything in front of me on this. So maybe there's some stuff here on E-Trade. Let's see. Analyst research. Let me click here and see what's here. In case you want to know how the story ends, I am going to buy some more Portillo stock because, and here's the deal. I don't know for sure what's going to happen. I just have my belief. Remember, investing is a little bit like a religion. It's you have a belief that a company or an industry is going to eventually turn around and do better, or that you just want to get on the boat. You want to be involved. You want to own this. And so let's say Portillo stock is only worth half of what the IPO was, and it's trading for the next 5 years around that range. Well, number one, investing isn't just something to grow wealth. It's also what they call a store of value. A store of value means that it's just like a bucket. You're putting your money in a bucket. So here's the reason why I believe in investing, even if I don't know if the investment's going to do great, is that let's say I invest in something and it loses 30% of its value in the next 5 years. Well, that means that I put in, say, $1,000. In 5 years, I'm going to have $700. Now, I want you to think about other things people might do with $1,000, like go on a trip. If I go on a trip and I spend that $1,000, how much of that money am I going to have 5 years from now? None. None. Nothing. I'll have memories though. That's a good thing, but I won't have any money. If I go to the mall, spend that $1,000. 5 years later, nothing. Most of those clothes will be in the garbage. If I spend $1,000 on my new iPhone, the iPhone will be gone in 5 years because the Apple's gonna convince me to buy another one. So I don't think investing in a stock is something where it should be like make or break. Like I'm only going to invest if I know for sure what's going to happen. Let me just tell you, I've been through all the research. I've read thousands of papers on these topics. I have written original research papers on these topics. In case you don't know what the standard is to write an original research paper, you have to discover something that no human being in the history of the world has ever discovered. That's a lot of pressure. But I've written about 14 research papers like that, and that's what I had to do because that's what you do as a professor. That's what we do with our time. And what I can tell you is that most theories agree that you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. However, you can look at what's in front of you. And what the fundamentals kind of say is number one, a lot of analysts still believe Portillo's has some upside. In fact, the majority of them do. Let's see here. I'm looking to see what some of them are saying about this stock. Most of the estimates for Portillo's are higher than the $10 amount. The average price target for this stock on E-Trade anyway is $17. So that means that if it does go up to 17 or beyond, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to say, great, it's good that the market finally figured out what we've known all along, but it may not do that, right? There's no guarantees. You have to know that about investing. So let me read a little bit here. There's a guy named Nick. Nick, what's his name? It's like an Italian name. Nick, sorry, Stifel. I said Nick. Stifel Nicholas. He kept his buy rating on Portillo's, and what did he say? He says, drum roll, please. Let's see. The company has a 1-year high of $23.99 and a 1-year low of $9.93. Okay, I'm still waiting for them to get to the description. Okay, let's talk about the company. The company serves Chicago street food through high energy and multi-channel restaurants. We know these things. Tell me why you like the stock. I'm looking for, you know what? There is no other crap. Okay, let me see what UBS has to say. All they did was they just in this article they just described the stock. They didn't tell me why they had this analysis. So let me see if okay, UBS believes improving traffic trends, reduced macro pressure, and better visibility into the margin trajectory represent necessary catalysts from here. What does that mean? Well, what that means is that they believe that there are trends in traffic in terms, I guess, store traffic, stuff like that, that are in the favor of the company. Reduce macro pressure. Perhaps they're talking about things like interest rates being high, making it maybe difficult to expand and build more stores, or maybe pressure on the consumer. I don't think that's what they're talking about, but that could be an issue. Also, better visibility in the margin trajectory. So I'm thinking when they say better visibility, my first thought is just visibility of the franchise. I think Portillo's is a great company and a great franchise to make a great product. But then they say into the margin trajectory. So I'm guessing that means that their profit margins, meaning how much money do they make on every sale. So either way, though, most people are predicting that Portillo stock is going to be a good investment. So here's what I do, right? So I buy it and I don't overthink it. It's just like, saying, hey, I'll go on a date with this lady just to see if I like her. But because I also have a positive belief about this stock, I'm going to go ahead and maybe dollar cost average my way in. And because remember, when the stock price drops, you can either see it as confirmation that the company is starting to nosedive, or you can see it as, oh, wow, what a buying opportunity. It's really a choice. It's really a choice. In fact, that's what makes trade happen in the market. That's what makes stocks sell. That's what makes the options market so active, is that you have what they call information dispersion. You have different people who are seeing the same information and walking away with different interpretations of that information. So someone says, Portillo's stock is now down to $10.22. So I come to the market. I run to the market because I say, woo, this is a buying opportunity. Portillo's is on sale. But then maybe you are willing to sell to me because you're seeing that same information and you're saying, oh man, this shows Portillo's is a dud. I'm getting rid of that. Right. So to some extent, in order for us to trade, we have to have different religious beliefs. Seriously, I believe I'm a bull, you're a bear. That's why we trade. If we were both bears or both bulls, then what would happen is that the price would keep moving until we establish what they call a new equilibrium. So what would happen if we were both bulls? Almost like it's almost like trying to date somebody, and I'm a dude looking for a pretty lady, and you're a dude looking for a pretty lady. That ain't really gonna work because I don't roll like that. I don't go to Diddy parties, right? So it would be kind of awkward, right? So you'd have to be looking for something very different from what I'm offering. But in trade, you actually have the ability for two bulls to eventually make a deal. Let me tell you why. I might be a bull and you might be a bull. But then we go to the second dimension, the second derivative. How much of a bull are you? It reminds me of that movie Civil War. I saw the movie Civil War this week, and the guy says, "Don't shoot me. I'm an American." And he said, "You're an American, huh? Well, what kind of American are you?" Right. So what he was saying is like, we need to go to another level. Yeah, you're an American. Well, so am I. But are you a Colorado American? Are you a San Francisco American? Are you a Texas American? Right. Different kinds of American. So I'm a bull. You're a bull. But what kind of bull are you? Maybe I'm a bull who believes that Portillo's is going to go to the moon. It's going to go back to 24, the high of 24 and beyond. Maybe you're a bull that believes that Portillo's is going to go up, but not to the moon. So here's what would happen if two bulls get together and try to make a trade, and the price is at $10 and something. So I'm a buyer and you're a buyer. Well, that's not going to work. So what would happen is that when you have a lot of bulls, a lot of people that want to buy, you have too many buyers. What happens to the price? Answer me in the chat. What happens to the price of a stock when you have an imbalance between the numbers of buyers and sellers, where everybody wants to be a buyer, everybody wants to get a piece of the action? What's going to happen to the price of that asset? I'll let you answer while I buy my Portillo stock. There we go. It's been purchased that quick. It goes up, right? It goes up. It goes to 11, then 12, then 13, then 14, then 15. And we're all bulls. So we're all for it. We're still buying. I'm buying at 12. I'm buying at 13. I'm buying at 14. I'm buying at 15. But then there's a point where we're playing a game of chicken. There's a point where you get off the bus. There's a point where you say, okay, you know what? I'm ready to take profits now. I want to go ahead and cut my stake in Portillo's. I don't think this stock is going to go to the moon. I'm willing to go so far, but not too far. So then what happens is we establish a new equilibrium where you switch. It's almost like they talk about people being able to switch genders and all that. Not to be political, but that's what it makes me think about. You can literally switch genders financially. You can switch financial genders. You can go from being a bull to a bear. You can go from being a buyer to a seller, right? Well, why? What changes the DNA of your situation as a market participant? What changes that economic DNA? It's the price. The price of the asset changes everything. So now, because the price is no longer 10, it's now 17. Maybe you switched from being a bull to a bear. You got to the point where you say, I think the stock is priced too high. I'm going to go ahead and start selling some shares. So then I can buy from you at what they call a new equilibrium price of, 16, $17. That's kind of what's happening with AMC and GameStop. And I really wanted to talk about that because I just think it's so exciting to see the meme stocks and all that. There's opportunities to make money, but it's also a perilous, risky space. And effectively with AMC, let me tell you what just happened with AMC. First off, AMC, in case you don't know what's been going on, AMC and GameStop have been acting just ridiculous. They've been just extra ghetto this week. AMC literally went up 100% last night. I don't know if y'all know that AMC went up 100%. AMC stock just a few days ago, you could have bought AMC stock for $3. Now it's priced at 727. Now here's what's interesting though. The price so far today has gone up 40% since this morning, but it's dipped quite a bit since this afternoon. Earlier, it was as high as 11 or $12.66. So if you bought at 12.66, you've lost a big chunk of almost half of your investment. You lost 40% of your investment if you bought when the price was at 12.66. Hence is the risk in participating in such a volatile, chaotic situation. The problem with AMC and GameStop is that there's no economic fundamentals backing any of this move. This is all being driven by the Redditors and the AMC apes and Roaring Kitty and this whole culture around meme stocks. That's what's been driving the price. And this really is pretty tantamount to old school market manipulation. There's nothing new about a meme stock. There's nothing new about meme stocks. This has been happening for over 200, 300, 400 years. In fact, it's been happening for thousands of years. People have always manipulated prices since the beginning of time. I'm just really curious to see when they're going to make this illegal, because what's happening is they're doing things on these message boards to push the price way up. And what's going to ultimately occur is that you're going to have a scandal where you'll find out that there are people in the center who are manipulating this situation to make sure that they know exactly when to sell and exactly when to buy. It's no different. It's as predictable in my mind. It's as predictable as the fact that when they started to legalize sports gambling and promote gambling at every sporting event, I said at some point they're going to have a big scandal. There's going to be some NBA player, NFL players going to get caught fixing the spread or fixing points. And so far, they've only had two scandals. These are the first two in what will be dozens of scandals. One was the biggest, highest paid baseball player in the major leagues, a Japanese guy. His manager was taking bets on baseball games or something, or doing something illegal with baseball games. And then number two, there was an NBA player that played for the Toronto Raptors who has been suspended for life because he was doing something, basically the equivalent of point shaving in an NBA game. They're not the only ones though. There are going to be other people that are doing the same thing. Just there's too much money involved. So really, in a way, they're making the mistake of thinking that I can get close to the fire and I won't get burned. No, they're gonna burn the whole damn house down. And at some point, just imagine in 5 years, the cover of some major sports magazine, maybe Sports Illustrated. I don't know if they're still here or not. They're going to have some big gambling scandal on the cover that's going to involve some LeBron James level player who's making hundreds of millions of dollars fixing games. But that's here nor there. All right. So now what would I do with AMC or GameStop? First of all, I would really have to understand that it's a casino. Like that's the first thing you got to understand is that if you get involved with these stocks, you are playing a game of musical chairs. You don't know when Cinderella is going to turn into a pumpkin. When these stocks start to trade at their true value, then bad things are going to happen. What has already occurred is that the smart money has already reacted to this. When they see this is what they call irrational exuberance. When smart money people start to see retail investors or gamblers, pretty much, or the Redditors start to push the stock price up, they immediately jump in, and their mindset is that of a seller. Their mindset tends to be not, I'm going to ride this wave until the wheels fall off. Their mindset is, okay, how do we take advantage of this by selling this $2 asset for 10, 12 bucks? Well, I can tell you already that part of the reason the stock price declined is because the first thing that AMC did when they saw the price take off is they sold $250 million worth of stock. They sold when they started seeing this happen. They didn't say we're going to ride with you, with the apes to the end. I saw Planet of the Apes yesterday. It was a little bit boring. I'm not going to lie. I fell asleep twice, but I watched Civil War the day before. Civil War kept me awake. Planet of the Apes didn't, but they were both decent movies though. But anyway, since we were talking about apes, I just thought I'd bring that up. All right, so what's happened is that the price has dropped because the people at the top, the insiders, are selling. And that's consistent with financial theory. In financial theory, the people that know more about an asset, when the market watches those people to decide what to do. So if the insiders are selling, the outsiders should be saying, wait a minute, you're selling. So if you're selling, I should be selling too, because I don't know what's going on with this company. I don't know what's going to happen next. So I'm just going to follow your lead. Or another way to look at it is that when you increase the supply of a commodity, typically the price goes down. It does not go up. So the AMC insiders are selling for logical reasons. They know that their stock is not going to be trading at this 8, 9, 10, $12 range, most likely in the future. It's going to go back to normal. And so they're taking advantage of the getting while the getting's good, because AMC is a company that really needs the cash flow. Now, there's that other side, where people may jump in. Again, if you're a speculator, you can jump in and say, I'm going to buy this stock at this price now and hope that it continues to go up forever. Well, I don't know how that, I mean, here's the thing. If you do this, I'm not here to tell you what to do or not to do. I do not give investing advice on this channel. Let me know. Give me a yes or no if you understand that I do not give investing advice on this channel. I've been having to repeat that 1,000 times ever since there were people who somehow believe that I own the Tulsa Real Estate Fund or own some percentage of it or whatever. No, I did not own it. I supported it, but I don't own the damn thing. So I have to make sure I repeat this so that people will get this. So the slow kids in the back will understand. All right. So this is not investing advice, but here's what you could do if you wanted to participate and have a little bit of fun. Well, the first thing is, number one, if you jumped into this game, you'd have to be fully aware that you can lose every single penny that you put up. Make sure you understand that. You just have to know this, right? Because this stock could go right back to $3 a share. Game over. It doesn't do anything it doesn't wake up for another 5 years or something. Now, if you did jump in, one thing you could do is, in order to sort of give yourself a little bit of cushion, is you could take advantage of the fact that when a stock gets this much activity, the options market starts jumping. It just goes insane. Options prices get ridiculously high when a stock attracts a lot of speculators. So right now, if I look at AMC stock, I'm willing to bet you, yeah, the options are insanely highly priced. So the price is $7.35. If I buy it, if I sell a call option with a strike all the way up at $10, I could get $1 per share. What does that mean? Well, that means, number one, that it's almost like buying something at the store and instantly getting a rebate. So if I stepped in and I said, I'm going to buy $7,000 worth of AMC stock, I can instantly sell that call option and get a rebate of $1,000 or $1,100. That would provide a little bit of cushion in case this stock does collapse on me. It also still gives me some upside in case the stock goes crazy. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to have FOMO if this stock shoots up to $50 a share. I'm going to be mad. I'm going to say, dang it, why didn't I buy more shares? Well, you can still do that. Like, you could buy, you don't have to sell options on everything that you own. You could sell the rights on half of what you own and then let the other half kind of float, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's speculatory. It's not real investing. It's more like day trading / gambling. But hey, I'm not here to judge you on that. Now here's the other problem though. See, here's the thing though. What a lot of people do, and this is what Mark Cuban did when he did one of the 10 greatest trades in Wall Street history, is he got this big payoff in Yahoo stock. He sold the calls, so he sold the rights on the upside, but he kept a little bit for himself, but he sold most of the rights to the upside, and then he bought puts to protect from the downside. Well, the problem with that strategy in this case, they call that a collar, by the way. The problem with this strategy in this case is that when the price of the calls go up, the price of the puts also go up. Because what you're having with AMC and GameStop is the equivalent of a financial civil war. It's a financial civil war because half the people get there and they're like these AMC apes who think the stock is gonna start at 7.35 and then it's gonna go to 15, 20, 30, $45. And then you have people that are like, this is stupid. This stock's eventually going to collapse. I want put options on this stock because this is like taking candy from a baby, because when this stock deflates and it starts to drop, I want to be there to make money. So if you were to buy a put though, here's that problem though. If you bought a put that expires, say May 17th, if you look at the puts are really expensive. They're really expensive. So like, even if I bought a put, the price is $7.35. So even if I bought a put with a strike of $5.50, I'm paying 75 cents a share for that. So if I sold my call for $1.10, but I'm paying 75 cents for my put, I'm cutting into my profit margin quite a bit, right? So ultimately, I don't know if that strategy works as well. And it certainly doesn't work if you were to do it kind of the same way we talk about in the prime class, where you buy the long-term put and you're going to make money on this stock over a long period of time. That doesn't really work as well in this case because you don't know how long this flare up is going to last. That's the thing. You don't know how long this civil war is going to last. So it could last for a week, it could last for a month, it could be a year, but you just don't know. So just know that if you participate, there is money that can be made. As long as you're fully prepared for the fact that you may lose money. So, if you want to know what I did for fun, I did buy just a very small number of shares, just a couple hundred, and I instantly sold call options on those shares. I did not buy put options on those shares. So the downside is that I have to hold these shares until the expiration date because that's the collateral for the contract that I sold. And so generally speaking, it did the strategy work? Yeah, it worked pretty well. The strike prices I picked were pretty high, and the stock is way off that strike price. And so I think these calls are going to expire worthless. And so I made a little bit of money. But remember, the downside though is that I have this asset that could easily deflate in value. So that's why I only bought a couple of hundred shares instead of buying a couple of thousand. I'm not going to put the bulk of my wealth or even more than 0.1% of my wealth into AMC GameStop because this is not a healthy place to really be trading on a regular basis, in my opinion. So I would encourage you to observe, learn, understand, maybe dabble if you feel up to it, but don't think of this as like this get money opportunity because it's going to be a bloodbath when these stocks finally come down to earth. And the people, the roaring kitties of the world, the people in the epicenter of this, they're going to walk away with millions, and then millions of little 24-year-olds, sitting in their parents' basement on their laptops are going to get slaughtered. That's what I believe. That's my 2 cents. Okay. All right. So speaking of Get Money, by the way, you guys know the Get Money Fest is hosted by JRTs in Philadelphia, May 18th. It's totally free if you want to join. Well, the standard tickets are free, and then they have VIP tickets that can give you a little more access to people like me, and you could come talk to me and stuff. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you would like to join us in Philly. I'll be there. And Asia Kirkendall, who wrote the book Quantum Wealth Theory, who is an extraordinary financial psychologist who is actually going to join the faculty in the Black Business School. She'll be there. There's another Asia. I don't have her last name, but she's a branding expert. There's a lot of great people there. Michael Edwards, who's a Forex expert, who's a former banker and lender, is going to be there. So there are lots of great people there that know how to make money. And so this is kind of like an art, fashion, and music festival with a heavy, heavy, heavy financial literacy component. So if that's your thing, if you want to network with people and have some fun and learn economics, the Get Money Fest is the place to be. So it's going to be in Philadelphia, May 18th. I'm going to be there for a couple of hours, but it is 6 hours long. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you're interested. All right, so let's see. Naomi says, "Hey, Dr. Boyce, I made some money selling covered calls on FFIE and EOSE in the past, and now they dropped extensively. What do you think about them?" Okay, Naomi. All right, so let's see here. If I were to look at, what was it? You said FFIE? Makes me think about fee fi fo fum, like the giant. Okay, Faraday, Future Intelligent Electric. That stock is really low price. I mean, that's a 28 cent stock. I don't think the options market is, I mean, it's a really hard options market to really participate in. I mean, you can sell calls, I mean, and make money, but ooh, yeah, there's something about this company. I'm willing to bet you that the stock has probably plummeted. Yeah, it's dropped 58% this year, 99% in the last year. Yeah, I would just say that companies like this, they're teetering on the brink of death. And sometimes you buy something that's on the brink of death and then it comes back to life. So maybe this $25 stock doubles and becomes a 50 cent, sorry, this 25-cent stock doubles and becomes a 50-cent stock, but sometimes it doesn't. One of the interesting things about Faraday, though, ironically, is that the stock price today has gone up 378%, which is crazy, right? So if you wanted to have fun, like I would see the stock more like a speculative purchase. I would not see it as like, yeah, this is the thing that's going to get me out of the hood. But I mean, Lord, I mean, if the meme stockers are just giving away money like this, literally 200 shares would cost you like $50. So again, if you want to have some fun, you can mess with it. But I mean, just know there's a good chance you're gonna end up losing money. As long as you know that, that's okay. Um, Actually, so just out of respect for everyone else, I'm gonna move to the other questions. So if you have a question about a stock, if you could ask about one at a time, that would really help me kind of make sure I get a chance to talk to everybody. Also, if selling all call options stuff like that is of interest to you and you want to get good at it, feel free to join us at drboyceprime.com. drboyceprime.com is where we generate income selling call options and designing strategies to protect the investment. It's a great family business if that's something that you're interested in doing. And by the way, for those of you that are in the Prime program, I did just make a new update of the Moneymaker grid. So there are, I want to say, about 25 stocks that I vetted and I did my calculations and put together the whole spreadsheet. Look at that last column, and ROI is the number that tells you which ones generate the most income. And so feel free to go to drboyceprime.com and take a look at the Moneymaker grid. I just updated that last night. Now, someone asked, what are meme stocks? Meme stocks are basically the stocks that trade on emotion and almost like irrational behavior. They're stocks that have valuations that exceed their fundamental value based on standard financial models. So, if you were to look at a financial model and try to understand AMC, you would come to a valuation of like $1. Like that stock is probably worth about $1 based on these models. But if you go to the market, it's clearly trading for more than $1. And that is why it's called a meme stock, because it's built on what they call irrational exuberance. There are other companies out there that are benefiting the meme stock trend. For example, Trump Media. Trump Media, DJT, that's the ticker symbol, has gone up 100% in the last month, or it's actually doubled in the last month. This is a stock that, based on most research reports, is worth almost nothing. It's worth less than $1. And but right now it's trading at 54.83. And so a person who invests in the stock, you're not really investing so much in a company as much as you're investing in the belief that Trump supporters will always pump up his stock because they like him so much. So in a way, this has become a type of campaign finance for Trump, because he raised $2 or $3 billion by issuing these worthless shares to the market, and people are paying $54.85 for them. So if your goal is to bet on the loyalty of Trump supporters, then that might be an investment to make. But if you're investing in a company based on fundamentals, it's not a good investment in my opinion. All right. And by the way, if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. I'm going to answer all the questions in the Zoom, in the Q&A. For those of you that want to be invited to the Zoom or invited to the Q&A, get on our text list and I'll send you a link to join us. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Once you text morning to 87948, I will send you invitations to join us for the portfolio power play and the Black Stock Market program and all that stuff, so you can take a look at all the material. All right, so let's see. Zoe says, if someone came into the same capital of around 10K into some capital, okay, around 10K, would this be enough for a monthly income of 3 to 5K? That would be hard to do, Zoe. That would be very hard to do. I think a capital base of 10K, I would say a few $100 a month or something like that. I wouldn't, or maybe if you were careful and use margin, you could get to over 1,000 a month or something. But I can't make promises like that. I don't want to make those sorts of promises. But I could say that I've seen that happen. I've seen people take $10,000 in capital and really do a lot with it, where it bumped up their income quite a bit. And so, again, I think it's a great family business. You get that cousin, that relative that's got a little extra money sitting in their 401k. You tap into a little bit of that. Maybe somebody taps into a little bit of a HELOC. Not all of your wealth. I'm not saying all of your money, but a little bit of it. And then you get into the covered call writing and managing the portfolio properly, the stuff that we do in the Prime program, picking the right stocks. It's a game changer. It's literally a game changer. There was one family that came in and we did a one-on-one, and they had about 95,000 in a HELOC. And I sat down and I said, well, how much are your bills every month? And it was about 7,000 a month. And we figured out how to get almost 7,000 a month just in income. And I literally showed them my portfolio. I said, this is what I'm invested in. This is how I generate my income for my family. And they pretty much just, I said, but this is not investing advice. But if you want to copy, you can, because this is what I do every week. and it really changed everything. So this to me is the best way to make money that there is. I haven't seen anything. I've known for a long time about real estate and entrepreneurship and other forms of investing, and I just really think this is a great pathway for those that want to generate income and don't want to have to go to work anymore. Maybe you're a good saver. It works best for those that have a capital base, though. If you don't have a capital base, you have to figure out a way to get one. That might be where the family business and all that stuff kicks in. And those of you that are in the Prime program, say something in the chat about your experience. If you want to share with others what the experience has been like for you so that they can go take a look if they want to. drboyceprime.com is where you can log in, drboyceprime.com. Okay, so let's see. Okay, next question is Kamisha, Dr. B, are you going to put out a new moneymaker grid soon? Yes, Kamisha, I just did. So if you're curious about the stocks that I like the most for options, just log in drboyceprime.com and there is the moneymaker grid. Chanel, I believe Chanel put it in there today. I sent it to her last night, so that is available to you. And I know Amani's here. Amani, I don't know if you're able to see it and you want to put the link where people can go log in and get the moneymaker grid, but feel free to share it in the chat. Let's see. King May says, okay, so King, you have a lot of questions. I'm going to answer two. I'm going to do the first two, and then if you have other questions, you can ask other questions later. I just want, just out of respect for everyone, it's hard to do 5 questions at once. But let's see. The first question is, what's late close opinions? Can you buy stocks in the weekend? Yes, you can buy stocks in the weekend. You have a 24-hour market for some stocks. Not all stocks are available to be purchased on the weekends, but there are stocks that have a 24-hour market. There is talk about making the entire stock market into a 24-hour experience. Let's see. Do you like the industrial sector? Yes, I like industrials. What sectors of stocks are my favorite? I don't really have a favorite sector. I kind of invest in all of them. But I think energy is good. I started buying stock in a uranium ETF. URA is the ticker symbol. URA. Again, not investing advice, but that's what I'm doing. URA I like because there is a high demand for uranium that's going to occur, according to most experts, because AI is going to take a lot of energy. And all this energy is going to require them to develop new grids and everything else, which is why uranium in the URA ETF is in my view, a good long-term investment. Now, remember, most investments that I make are more like 3 to 5, at least 3 to 5 years, some of them as long as 10 years. And so ultimately, you're not going to see things just sort of flip really quickly. Now, I like selling options because that is quick. You can make your money right away. Like so, in this, I think is a great plan. Like for your kids. Like so, for example, if your kid owned, I always like to use Meta stock as an example because it's a safe one. It's not one that I trade options on because there are better options out there. But let's say your kid owned 500 shares of Meta stock. They literally this month, like remember, think about like real estate and stuff, right? You go invest all this money, you do all this work, and then you make a little bit of cash flow after you pay expenses. Well, if a person owned 500 shares of Meta stock, which would cost about a couple $100,000, right? Which you can't even buy a house now for that much. The average house is now $300,000. But they had 500 shares of Meta stock. They could sell an option that expires at the end of the month for, let's say they pick a conservative strategy of let's say a big strike price is 20 points above the current price. They would make $5,000 a month, right? So they would make almost $60,000 a year doing absolutely nothing, like literally just managing an asset, just managing what you give them. So I would encourage you to build a capital base for your child. This goes back to our Black Wealth Master Plan at blackwealthmasterplan.com. The Black Wealth Master Plan for kids is 3 stages. One, every child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12 in case they can't get a job. Number two, every child should own stock and have stock consistently bought for them by the age of 5. Number three, every child should be in a position by the time they're 21 to make a down payment on a property, which they will be if you follow rule number 2. If you follow rule number 2, then rule number 3 naturally takes place. It naturally occurs because your child has that capital base. This is better and more important than any college degree they'll ever get, any medical degree, any BS, BA, or MAMS. There are parents that have enough of a capital base that their kids literally can make the same amount of money as a surgeon at the age of 22, even if they didn't go to college. And I'm not making this up. This is not me being dramatic. I'm a financial scientist. So I'm not a YouTube influencer. I'm not all these other things that people do. No, I'm a finance professor. So the math works out, but you have to invest and build that capital base. If you don't have a capital base, it's really hard to get capital. I mean, it's really easy. You've always known this though. You've always heard people say it takes money to make money. Yeah, then what they're saying is that you need that if you have a capital base, it's easier to make money. So build a capital base. How do you build one? Well, you do things like the $5 a day plan. Small amounts of money consistently purchased in the stock market builds up a capital base so that you're wealthy. In financial consciousness training, I explained to you guys, I said in 1924, we watched a video. Those of you that were there know what I'm talking about. We watched a video from 1920s and saw how people lived and what people were dealing with and what people were thinking and everything else, what their cars looked like and what their planes looked like and all that. And I said, in 1924, the average income was about $1,250 a year. I said, if a person invested 10% of their income in the stock market in 1924 and did that for their descendants, then 100 years later, that family would be worth about $37 million. And so really what I am encouraging you to do is understand that capital bases are built through consistent investments by somebody in the family. Somebody's got to do it. If nobody plants a seed, then there is no harvest. But if everybody's planting tiny seeds, then you have a whole farm. And people who have big farms don't have a problem eating. You can eat forever. Let's keep going. All right, so let's see here. Let's see, Amani, can you please post an example of how to use our B1 affiliate link? Gail, talk to Amani. Amani, can you connect with Gail? Make sure she knows how to do the affiliate stuff. And if there's anything out there standardized that we can share that will help everyone learn how to be an affiliate of the Black Business School. Like for example, if you're a member of Prime and you love it and you have people that in your family that want to join, we'd love to give you a commission and allow you to make that into a business. Like we really want to support you in that because it's an ecosystem. You win, we win, they win, everybody wins, right? So if that's of interest to you, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can show you the link. They can get you started. Amani's right there. Amani's good. And Chanel is great as well. And so they can all help you. All right, let's see. Next, Karen Lomax says, I saw an alert that AMC stock is on hold. You can't buy it right now. Why is that? Really? No way. Is that true? Is that on Robinhood? Ooh, oh, no, 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 no. Don't say that's so funny. Oh, 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 wow. Let me see. I'm gonna try to buy like 10 shares. Let me see. Order received. Okay. Is the order gonna go through? Okay, it's still twirling. It's twirling extra long. Okay, I played. Wow. Huh. Wow. That's interesting. That's very interesting. And the reason that it's interesting is because I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know what the situation is now. I do know that in the past, Robinhood was accused of basically what was a type of corruption. They have a somehow they have a relationship with Ken Griffin, I think that's his name, who's a very wealthy man who runs a company. I think it's Citadel Capital, and I mean, he's so wealthy. People like LeBron James and stuff can't compare to him. This guy makes $2-3 billion a year. And anyway, so what happened was that when they were pushing AMC stock up and pushing up GameStop and all that, there were companies connected. There you go. You saw the Netflix special, Dumb Money. I think they might have brought that up then. So as they were pushing the stock price up, it was creating the squeeze on the short sellers and really causing them to lose billions of dollars. So there are some who accuse Robinhood of artificially restricting the ability to buy the stock so that the short sellers could get out of their contracts and stop losing money to stop the bleeding. And some of these companies were connected to Griffin, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember all the details, but that was kind of the so it was basically the fix was in. People still wanted to keep the stock running, and there were people who artificially stopped the stock from running, and they did that mostly on Robinhood. Now, just so you know, this order did go through. I bought the 10 shares. So now I owe now I own an extra 10 shares of AMC. Let's pray for me now. And so it looks like the order went through. So I don't think it's all stopped for good, but I do see a warning here on Robinhood that says some stock exchanges, not Robinhood, have temporarily halted trading in AMC. Now that's interesting. I think the reason they say not Robinhood is because they know that people were very suspicious of their behavior when that happened the first time. And I don't doubt for a second that there might have been some corruption going on. Now, if you look at GameStop, there's another warning here that says This stock has recently experienced elevated volatility, so that just means you're kind of trading in a dangerous neighborhood when you mess with that stock. Right now with GameStop, it looks like GameStop is up 43% today, but that's also kind of cooled off. So again, I'm not touching GameStop. I did a little bit with AMC because it's cheap and it's easy. But even then, it's kind of you still have to be careful with these stocks. Okay, so there you go. That's my 2 cents. All right. Um, Okay, next question. Let me answer a few more questions. Then I actually have to run. I got to go to the DMV, and then I got to pick up my wife from the hairdresser. And you know how y'all women get when your man don't pick you up. Let's see. I sold half of my AMC shares, so I already broke even. Good for you. Good for you. Not sure if you answered this already, but how do you feel about selling cash secured puts on GME? I wouldn't do it just because the thing about it is if you sell a put, you're, I mean, maybe I don't know. Let me look at it and I'll tell you what I think. But the thing about selling a put though is remember that you're guaranteeing the price you'll pay. You're not guaranteeing where the price will be when you do pay. So the price is 41.76. So if I sell a put with a strike of say 35, that's fine if the stock price is only 35 or 34. But what if it drops to 14? Then I got to pay $35 for a $14 stock. So I kind of took a bath on that. So a good way to maybe balance that might be to buy a deeper out of the money put to protect you from the fact that that put price could actually drop. Now, if you look at it just from a logistical standpoint, if I was to sell a put on GME stock, the price is 41.76. First thing I would do is I would take advantage of the fact that put prices are incredibly high. So that means that I can go down pretty far in my strike price and get a little bit of a decent return on my money. So the price is 41. I can sell a put with a put that expires on May 17th with a strike of $29 and get $2.09 per share. So let's see what happens here. So this is cash money in my pocket. Let's say I did that for I don't know, let's say 500 shares. Okay, so 500 shares means that I have to be prepared to come up with 500 times $29, which would be about 15,000 bucks, in order to make this trade. Now they would give me $1,000 for providing this insurance. So if I did that, I could then go and get $1,000 in my pocket. So what I've done is I've actually sold insurance. I basically have told the speculators if the stock drops below 29, I'm prepared to step in and be a buyer at 29. So you have to ask yourself if you feel comfortable being that person. I personally don't. Now, if I did, though, the collateral would be the amount of money it will cost me to fulfill my obligation as basically the insurance company for the stock. So it's up to you. I mean, I wouldn't say it was crazy and stupid to do, but if somebody was okay with taking ownership of the stock at a lower price and felt like maybe the stock wasn't going to even hit the price anyway, then why not collect that, $1,000 payoff or whatever? But just remember, when they give you that $1,000 in your bank account, it's because you are giving some sort of downside protection to the investors in the stock who are worried about the price dropping below 29. All right, a couple more questions, then we're going to bounce on out of here. Let's see. One more reminder, by the way, speaking of like managing risk and stuff like that, I have a training on storm-proof investing, basically showing ways to protect your portfolio for what a lot of people believe is going to be a market decline in the second half of the year. There are lots of people that are predicting that certain catalysts may kick in, like the commercial real estate market, stuff like that, may push prices down. It was a one-day training. It's lifetime access. I don't know how much it costs, but it's not very much. So if you'd like to go take a look at it, go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com, and you can take a look at that. All right. So let's see. Brandon says, "Are you still selling options on Marathon Digital?" Yes, I do. I like Marathon. If the price moves, I just manage my investment and roll down, roll up, do what I got to do, and that's a steady stream of income. I've probably made hundreds of thousands of dollars just from that stock alone in terms of income. I pay my credit card bills with my business that I do with Marathon. So yeah, I like Marathon. Let's see here. Do you think Tempest Therapeutics is still a good stock? And do you still own yours? Jake, if I bought it, I don't recall selling options on it, but if I bought it as a long-term investment, I probably do own it. I don't sell stock that often. I usually just buy and I just throw it in the bucket and I just leave it there and allow it to grow, allow it to do what it's supposed to do. The best way to grow your wealth is not pick at it. Like my wife and I owned Nvidia because we bought it because our son told us about it in 2017, 2018, and we didn't touch it. We didn't even think about it. So when I saw Nvidia shoot up, I said, "Oh, I wonder if I own any Nvidia." And I looked and we'd bought like maybe, I don't know, 100 shares or something. And it was worth like I want to say like almost $100,000 when we finally looked at it again, and we had bought it for maybe 4,000 or something. So yeah, so a lot of times just buy your stock, own it, and just I'm a believer in leaving it there. Doc, do I need 50K to invest to get a couple thousand per month? Um, yeah, I think you can get I think you can get more than a couple thousand. Depends on how much what kind of risk profile you take on. But yeah, I think I've seen people take 50K and make enough money to pay most of their bills with that. So yeah, that's doable. All right, so let's see here. Aisha says, I have 4 children. I would like to do the $5 a day plan for them. What's the best platform, and do I need to have a separate account for each of them? No, Aisha, I wouldn't overthink it. I would literally remember you're the boss, you're the matriarch. You're sacrificing for the kids, but I think you should also sacrifice for yourself. So that means that this money builds an asset base, a capital base for the family, not just for the kids. It's for everybody. And, the mama, my wife, I talked to my wife about this a lot. I'm like, you black mamas, I love y'all so much, and I love what black women do, but some of y'all sacrifice so much for everyone, and you almost leave yourself off the table in terms of who should benefit from all your sacrifice. And so what I told my wife is I said, keep being the same person you are. Keep going above and beyond for everyone because that's what makes you so valuable. But go above and beyond for yourself too. Like we'll go shopping and she'll buy stuff for everybody except herself. And I'm like, no, you deserve to have something nice too. Why can't you love you as much as you love yourself? So what I would say to you in that principle, in that spirit, with my own particular bias, is this is your money. This is your capital base until you decide to transfer that to the children or whatever. They don't even need to know it exists. They don't. They just know, like with our kids, we just tell them, look, don't worry about it. You're gonna be all right. If one of us dies, just know you're gonna be cashing checks and you're gonna have to get a financial advisor. But for the most part, I'm talking when I say one of us, I'm talking about me, their mother, and their dad. I'm the bonus dad, and then they have a biological dad. All of us are good with money. And so with the kids, we don't give them specifics. We don't say, oh, well, in this account, we've got this much for you and we bought this for you. We don't do none of that because I want them to live life. I just want them to hustle and work and grow and learn and build. And then what we do is going to be kind of a bonus because I don't want to money can corrupt you. Money can ruin a young person. If you give them $100,000 and they're 17 and they don't even have a purpose in life, a person with resources but no purpose is going to destroy every resource they have. They just are. Just like a person who has a car and they don't know how to drive and they have nowhere to go, they're going to drive fast and crash into a tree. So to me, let them build their purpose. So just make those investments for them. $5 a day per child is $20 per day. For a lot of you, that's affordable. That's $600 a month. A lot of you have car notes that are more than 600 per month. Over the course of a 20-year period, that's roughly $350 to $400,000 for the family as a capital base that will allow your children to be able to do things that other black kids, other white kids cannot do. And by the time they're 30, you're talking about that's when you're talking about close to $1 million. That's a beautiful family legacy. That means, what does that mean? That means we ain't got no problems with student loans that affect so many millions of people. We don't have big problems making a down payment on a house. We can own property whenever we want to. We don't have to go to work anymore. We can quit our job whenever we want because we have assets and we know what to do with them. It also means less financial stress and financial anxiety. Nobody's having to go sleep with somebody in order to get money or go to a Diddy party and try to earn or monetize their body parts. Everybody's in a position where they can make safe, free, healthy, happy choices because they can have a purpose that goes beyond money. See, the thing about it with money is that money is important, but money is not the finish line. Money only appears to be the finish line when you don't have any money. When you don't have any money, money becomes the sole reason for living. That's the sole purpose of doing anything. But then when you get money, what that does is that unlocks another level of consciousness where you're able to focus on all the things that are more important than money. People that have money don't sit around and just think about money all day. They protect their money because they're protecting their freedom. So really they're not thinking about getting the money. They're really thinking about getting the freedom and getting the happiness and getting all the things that money can buy. Money can give you the ability to buy, right? Money does not buy happiness, but money gives you access to happiness. Money unlocks your life. It gives you the day off work. It gives you the ability to make decisions that will enhance your happiness without money being the constraint. So if you say, I would be really happy if I could just take a little break and a vacation, you're not saying, well, I can't do it because I can't afford it. You say, okay, let me go ahead and book that trip. You understand? So that's where you want to be. So anyway, let me keep going. How do you feel about LVMUY? I don't know that stock. Is that LV? Let me see. LVMUY. LVMUY. I don't see a stock with that ticker symbol. So I have to apologize. That stock does not appear in Robinhood, which means it could be a pink sheet or a stock that's off of the major exchanges. I don't mess with stocks like that, to be honest with you. When investing $5 a day, are we just adding it to the broker's account? Are we buying stocks daily? If not, if so, which stocks do you suggest invest? Okay, great question, Audrey. I would start with an ETF or a mutual fund. The ticker symbols that I like would be perfect are SPY and VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar, Sierra Papa Yankee. If you and the money needs to be activated so that the money is going to grow. So you can go in buy SPY, you can do automatic deposit and buy $5, which $35 a week of SPY, and do that every week. Have that come out of your check, or you can do it monthly, $150 a month of SPY, and then set it and forget it. And then you're becoming what David Bach refers to as the automatic millionaire. He wrote a whole book about people that make little investments like that every week or every month, every time they get a check, and they become very, very wealthy because of it. I also By the way, there's also a list of AI stocks that are like there's a great AI ETF and some other stocks. So if you'd like to get that list, make sure you just text the word stock to 87948. Text stock to 87948, and I'll send you that as well as some other resources. So text stock to 87948, and I'll send that to you. All right. So put it all in one account. That's what I would do, Aisha. It should be in your account under your name. The kids don't have to know nothing until you surprise them when they're 25 years old and they say, "Hey, mom, I need to borrow $500." And you say, "Well, guess what? I've got 400,000 sitting over here for a rainy day." But now it's the Bank of Aisha, which means that if I don't approve of what you're doing with your life, like if you're gonna take that money and go buy some crack with it, I'm not doing that. But if you are taking that money to go to graduate school, or taking that money to invest in real estate, or starting your first business, then guess what? You and mama can make a deal, right? But remember though, earning wealth is hard. Protecting wealth is just as hard. Most wealthy families lose all their wealth within one generation. They lose all their wealth in one generation because they don't have a clear plan on how to protect the wealth. So when you get money, you can't be flashy and splashy with it. You can't just throw it at every little thing that comes along. You have to have a process and a procedure that's really built on conservatism. Conservative behavior protects wealth. That's why wealthy people tend to be very conservative. If you look at Warren Buffett, he's super conservative. People say, "Why are you sitting on $180 billion in cash and you don't believe you have anything to invest in?" It's because he's conservative. He's careful. He doesn't flop his money around. He's not going to be at the strip club putting money in a stripper thong. He's not trying to show off. He lives a simple life. Now, he's probably got a little bit of a mental illness, to be honest with you. I think he's a hoarder, and I think he has a hard time enjoying his wealth. I think those are two things from a mental health standpoint that I don't agree with Warren Buffett. But man, those hoarders know how to stack them chips though, don't they? They know how to make that money. So he's very good at that. And he protects his money. All right, so two more things. Kim or King May, how do you buy a piece of stock on Robinhood? If you go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com, all that's in there. Theblackstockmarketprogram.com, theblackstockmarketprogram.com. I think you can start for $1. So everything that you want to know about investing in the stock market is there. Feel free to go take a look. Amani's here, so maybe Amani, if you could put a link in there, I would appreciate that. And again, that first month is either free or $1. So feel free to go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com. The best day of the week, the stocks are the cheapest. I don't think Mondays, I don't think any particular day of the week is better than any other day. There's no theory behind that. I would say the best time to make a move is now, typically. Now, or if the market does dive a little bit, that's an even better opportunity to invest, but you got to be careful about trying to do what they call market timing. Most research says that market timing does not work. It feels like it works. That's why people do it. It just doesn't. Take it from a guy who sat through way too many seminars about this type of stuff in grad school. Jennifer says, my Prime membership come with a private session with Dr. Boyce? No, those come with a fee. However, Prime members do get a discount. So if you'd like to get the discounted price, just reach out to email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, or Monty's right there in the chat, and she can link you up with a private session. So what's the discount code one more time? I don't know which one you're mentioning, Heather. However, If you want to go to our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com. For today only, everything is 60% off. Every 60%. I think I hope I didn't say 70. Sorry, 60% off for everything in the store. That's for one day. So the code that you can use at checkout is literally today only 2024, all one word. Somebody type that in the chat for me. Today only, all one word. Today only 2024. It's all one word. There's no spaces. Today only 2024, and that's drboycebooks.com. You can get my books. You can get Dr. Claude Anderson's books. You can get our financial flashcards for kids. You can get our workbooks for children. You can get digital trainings. You can get all kinds of stuff. You can get my wife Alicia's workbooks. She's running our Black Financial Therapy Department. This is the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department created anywhere on any campus, anywhere. So we are the best on earth at Black Wealth. There's no place you can find that's doing it better than us. Last question. Do you suggest we get a financial advisor to set up the trust to our accounts? Yeah, I think it is good to have somebody to help you with a trust. I don't think you automatically need a lawyer, but I don't necessarily know if I feel like I would not say that I believe that doing it all by yourself is the best approach right off the bat, unless you're really good. So I would talk to a specialist or a financial advisor. Maybe reach out to your local bank. There are people that can do that. I did mine with an attorney. My parents did theirs with an attorney, but attorneys do cost money. And so if that's hard for you, there are people out there that can do trusts that are not lawyers. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. God bless you. And it was great to hang out with you. And again, the platform for our Black Wealth Mastery store, where all that stuff is in there, you're going to love it. It's like a grocery store for learning how to become a rich Black person. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com, the code to get 60% off for today only is literally today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. Put that in when you check out, and the discount will pop up. Last but not least, if you want to get invited to our financial consciousness training every morning, it's like a money mindset kind of thing. It's really, really good. You're going to like that too. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you a link to join us. And then last but not least, for those of you that are Prime members, the Moneymaker Grid has been updated, so you can go look at that. There's some juicy stuff in there. There's some real nice stocks that just, I mean, I just make the list. I start getting excited. I start salivating like Pavlov's dog. And also, we're going to have a Prime class again soon. Those of you that are interested in taking a look at Prime and seeing what we do, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Okay, guys. At the same time, there's also a point where you have to be serious, because if you're never serious, then you'll never be taken seriously. Right. So at some point we want to be taken seriously. And Malcolm X used to talk about this. He actually used to make reference to the fact that that a lot of Black entertainers were chosen as Black leaders. And what Malcolm used to say is, he said, we should not be following behind clowns. These are clowns. These are people that make money by entertaining people, mostly white people. They're not serious. They're not people that are going to actually lead you to any serious place. They're just going to lead you to the next joke. And Dr. Claude Anderson also has tremendous insight in his book, which, by the way, his books are all at powernomics.com. You may want to take a visit there and buy books for kids in the neighborhood. My wife and I gave copies of Powernomics away at our wedding. Basically, he says that there's a history since slavery of the Black man kind of being loud, outlandish, and buffoonish in order to make money. And so what happens is that we look up to people that have the most money. People aren't financially conscious to understand that the idea of a person simply having money makes him more attractive to women, and it makes men look up to him. It makes little boys look up to him. So effectively, when you have buffoonish, loud, clownish entertainers who engage in outlandish behavior, and they get economic rewards for this behavior, children look up to that. Children want to emulate that. Children say, why would I want to go be a carpenter or an accountant or a school teacher when I can go and I can be a professional clown and make lots of money by being a clown? Well, the problem is that there's consequences to being a clown, in that the clown is not rewarded to be mature. The clown is only rewarded to be simple-minded and loud and ridiculous, right? So I want you to assess. And again, I'm not saying Bobby's a clown. I'm not trying to be mean here. Let's be. I want to be clear about that. And if I sound mean, just chalk it up to the fact that I don't always have. Sometimes I misspeak. Sometimes I say things in a way that isn't intended for it to come out. Some people, because people meet me, they think I'm much meaner than I am. I'm a very nice person, but I'm very serious about this topic. And I want you to pay attention to a few things in this video. First thing I noticed was he mentioned that his mother and father didn't have to go to work anymore, which to me is admirable, right? That's very admirable because that shows love for family. And also, he said something also that I found very admirable when he mentioned when the guy mentioned that he bought the store for the lady that was being mistreated. So he kind of felt like he wanted to use his money. This is that word money. This is financial consciousness. He either consciously or unconsciously said, now that I'm making all this money, I want to come through for certain people, right? And I think that that's okay. I think that that's actually a good thing. You'd be amazed how many athletes and entertainers go broke because they're trying to be so generous, right? They're not all running to the club throwing their money in stripper thongs. They're not all doing that. Some of them actually go broke because they're taking care of cousin Willie and paying rent for Aunt Sally and sending money to the deadbeat best friend that they had, who's on dope, right? Give me a yes if you've seen this. A lot of us have seen this, and this survivor's guilt is very real. Some of you are living through this. How many of you, anybody living through this right now? Let me know if you're living through this, where you have a little bit of money and you want to take care of the people that are around you, people that are in your family. You don't want to forget about that. And I think that is a good thing. I think that is a wonderful thing. I think that's what makes you a good person. And I can relate because that's who I am too. I can't tell you how many people I. It's funny. I always have to make sure I hit the right button because sometimes I've done this before where I've actually gone into the wrong Zoom room and started talking, and there was nobody inside the room, and I was like, "Wait, where'd everybody go? No, nobody wants to listen to me today." And so anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope that your life is what you want it to be. And I hope you're feeling good today. I got up this morning a little bit later than usual. Usually I get up at that ungodly hour of 5 a.m. to go to the gym with my wife. And today we didn't do that because the power went out. I woke up to run to the bathroom and literally literally I'm literally I'm literally in the act of standing up and doing what men do in the bathroom. And right as I'm standing there, the lights just go out. And so I was like, okay, I don't know if we can even leave the house because we need the electricity to pull the garage up to drive the car out to go to the gym. So that was my excuse to say, okay, let's just go back to sleep. So that's what we did. But anyway, I hope everybody's doing well today. Good morning, Leonard and Darlene Bramble, Jonathan McLennan. I see you, George B. Let's see, everybody's in here. Rosa, Shirley, good to see you. Let me know if you can hear me. Give me a yes if you can hear me. Okay. Let me know if my audio is coming through good. Give me a quick yes so I can make sure I'm heard today. Okay, great, 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 great. All right, so yeah, so what's happening in the world? One interesting thing is I wanted to make sure everybody's aware. I don't know if you guys know that the Black Business School is sponsoring a black NASCAR driver by the name of LeVar Scott. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but we are one of LeVar's sponsors. He's literally going to have like this Black Business School Panther. He's going to have that on his racing suit and on his car. I'm super proud of that, and I'm super proud of the partnership. I'm proud of him. This young brother is just amazing. He's a smart young guy. He's a hustler. He's a hardworking guy. I introduced him to our son. He's going to he races on Fox Sports One a lot, and the last race that he was in, he was I think he finished fourth place or something. And I know that but I know that there was a crash at the end. Like race car driving is kind of crazy, and he's got this big old car, and he's like flying around the track, and he's super ambitious, and I love that. Like I love a young guy that just wants to win, that's hungry. He's hungry. He's also B1, 100% pro-black. And let me just tell you this: this brother's going to be a superstar one day. And his last name is Scott. I mean, that's a great last name to have. Wendell Scott, as you know, was I think the first black NASCAR driver or something like that. And so we have a history of excellence in so many areas that people don't even know about. Like a lot of people don't even know. You watched the Kentucky Derby this week, but how many of y'all knew? Give me a yes or no if you knew that black jockeys used to dominate the Kentucky Derby. Anybody know that black jockeys
Black jockeys dominated so much that they changed the rules so that the white boys would have a chance. They changed the rules to get us out of the game so they can have a chance to dominate the game and get all the money. But black jockeys used to just win every single time. And so the same thing is true with race car driving. So I spent time in Philadelphia. Philadelphia is actually where the Get Money Fest is taking place on May 18th. So if you live near the area, you want to fly in. Jay Ortiz is a hip hop artist out of there, and they're hosting the event. And they're going to have a big financial literacy component. It's an arts and music festival, but they're doing a lot of financial literacy, which I respect so much. Madam President will be there. A lot of great people. But anyway, I took a visit to this place, and if you live in Philly, you should check them out. Called the Urban Youth Racing School, and it's run by Michelle Martin, her husband Anthony. And they literally have been responsible for producing just so many young people that from our community that they're introducing to racing, right? But also because they're very pro-black, at the Urban Youth Racing School. In fact, they introduced me to LeVar Scott, by the way. I met him at the Daytona 500. They actually told me about something that every black person needs to know this story. Does anybody know about the Golden Glory sweepstakes? Give me a guess if you know about the Golden Glory sweepstakes. If you don't know about the Golden Glory sweepstakes, let me just tell you, this was a time where black people basically had our own version of NASCAR. Like this wasn't a time where we were trying to get one or two drivers out there. Like we owned all the cars, all the drivers, all the stadiums, all the crowds, all the businesses. We had black ownership of the entire freaking league. We weren't trying to get a seat at the table. We owned the damn table. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, and this when I heard this story, and I remember Anthony telling me the story, and I was super impressed. I was like shocked. I was amazed. I didn't learn this. I don't know. Did anybody else? Did anybody learn this in school? Did they ever teach you any of this in school? What about your school? Did they teach you any of that? So this is the stuff that they don't tell us about. They don't tell us that there's a floor above the floor that we're trying to get to. Right? We're trying to get to the top, but they don't. But it's almost like you go in a hotel and you say, I want to be on the top floor, and they say we're going to put you on the 12th floor, but they don't tell you there's a 13th, 14th, and 15th floor. Do you understand? They don't tell you about that. They don't tell you about the penthouse at the top. They only want you to be as high as they expect black people to be. Right? Well, the highest floor is the Jackie Robinson floor. The Jackie Robinson floor means that we will allow, because of diversity, equity, and inclusion, we will allow one Negro to come into the league, and that Negro will represent all black people everywhere, and he'll have that one opportunity, and the other 99.9% of them are going to be flushed out. That's what they tell you. But what people don't understand is that beyond the high ranking Negro floor, beyond the black faces in high places floor, beyond the high paid token floor, there's another floor. There's a floor called ownership. There's the power floor. There's the all the stuff above that. There's something above that ceiling that they tell you about. And I personally think we should focus on that. I don't want to start in the basement of a building and work my way up. I don't want to start from the bottom. Now we here. I'm tired of that. I ain't trying to have that conversation. I want our kids to be landing on the roof of the penthouse in a helicopter. I want them starting at the top and then making a decision if they want to have what it takes to stay at the top. I want them starting at the top, and ownership is the top. Ownership is the penthouse floor. Ownership is the floor that they're never going to tell you about it. They're never going to teach you about it. They're never going to try to they're not never going to push a campaign for black ownership. No one is ever going to. No one that is benefiting from your labor, benefiting from your culture, benefiting from the economic exploitation of your community. No one in that group is ever going to introduce you to these higher levels of power. That's just not going to occur. So you have to introduce yourself, and you have to introduce your children, and we have to thank our stars for people like the Marcus Garveys, the Dr. Claude Andersons, the Urban Youth Racing School, and the people that just introduced us to things that we never knew about. So that's what I'm on today. That's what I'm really thinking about, is just sort of just just this whole annoying conversation about jobs, and literally whenever they talk about black economics, whenever politicians talk about black wealth and black economics, first thing they always talk about are jobs. Jobs, jobs, jobs. We need black people to get more jobs. We're going to get more jobs for black people. And that's just that's so unimpressive. That should bore you. If you are super talented, there's more out there for you. And so ownership, and the thing about ownership is that you can teach ownership the same way you teach how to get a job. Think about it. When you went to school, anybody go through this in school where they would show you how to apply for a job, or how to fill out a job application, how to do a job interview, how to make sure that you impress your boss. They'll teach kids that. That's what they do in Chicago public schools. I saw that they were like, well, we want to make sure our children are prepared for the future, so we're going to show them how to do a job interview, so that when they go into McDonald's, they'll be able to impress their boss enough that they can get that $14 an hour job, because we want them to have a bright future, and that's what they do. And and then maybe there's like tiers to it, right? And then maybe the next level is like you're a college graduate who's like getting a job, but it's still the same thing. They will take you through a whole process. They'll teach you how to do that, right? And so the same way, there is a process to teach you how to get a job and to keep a job and fill out a job application and update your resume so you can put it on LinkedIn. All these so-called skills they give you, the same way you can get those skills, there are another set of skills, a higher set of specialized skills that will train you to be an economic beast, that will prepare your child to be just the bossiest boss that there is. And actually it's funny now that I'm even thinking about it, because I'm thinking about the Urban Youth Racing School, and I know the family that runs it and stuff, and the Michelle Martin, who runs the school, her daughter is in college, and her daughter, as a college freshman, has already run businesses. She already knows how to make money. And when we talked about it, I said the challenge that your daughter's going to have is that when you know what's at the top, when you've seen what it's like to make money, whether you're working or not, make money while you sleep, when you see what it's like to be able to decide if you're going to give yourself a pay raise or not, that when you see what it feels like to be truly free in this economic system, it's very hard to go back to being a college freshman. It's really hard. It's really hard to go back to, like, okay, I'm just gonna be a dumb little kid who doesn't know what's going on, and people are gonna teach me how to fit into the system. Some people get to the point where they just kind of, they don't play that position anymore. They can't do they can't do the whole like grateful Negro role anymore. They're like, no, I know what it feels like to be at the highest heights. So ultimately, what I really encourage you to do is to rethink the whole educational process. That's my point. I think that we should really think about this and say, there's something in mathematics I'm gonna share with you. It's not a complex concept, but I think it's worthy of understanding. It's called dynamic optimization. So type that in the chat if you can spell it. Dynamic optimization. Dynamic optimization does this. This is when I taught math at University of Kentucky and I was working on my master's and stuff. This is I learned this technique, and the way the technique works is it says that if you want to make a plan, what you do is you start at the finish line and you work your way backward, right? You start at the 3,000th step and you say, where do I want to be after 3,000 steps? And then you go to 2,999, 2,998, 2,997, and then you keep working backwards until you get to step one, two, and three. And that's basically a way of playing chess instead of checkers. That is literally you tethering yourself to your objective, right? You look at the goal and you attach yourself to it, like you're latching yourself on, like you're climbing a mountain. You're tethering yourself to the goal, and then you're letting the goal pull you forward to the point where you're going to reach that objective. You see, so dynamic optimization is much more effective than the way some people go through life. Some people go through life not thinking about the long-term goal. They're thinking about the short-term goal. How am I going to get some ass tonight? Where are the women at? How can I make money so I can go out with my friends on Saturday night? How can I get enough money to pay my bills? Right, and that's where a lot of us are stuck. We're stuck on these short term goals as opposed to tethering to something long term that's going to sort of guide you and drive you like a guided missile. So here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm getting at. When we do that dynamic optimization in terms of a life optimizing strategy for ourselves and for our kids, pick the big goal. Pick the big goal is the power of ownership. The big goal is owning property. The big goal is running a business. The big goal is investing. And grab the big goal, and then you shape the educational process to fit into the bigger goal. Let me know if you follow what I'm saying. Give me a guess if this is making sense. Education should only apply if it is connected to the big goal. The big goal is I want my son to be the best damn husband and father he can possibly be, which means that there are a set of specific and specialized skills that the public school system will never give him that he needs to learn in order to be an adequate husband and father. If he does not learn these skills, he will not be able to succeed at these things. So I know you want to take him to school and teach him that there's 147 different genders. I know you want him to go to school and learn how wonderful white people are, and I know you want him to go to school and learn all these concepts in biology and chemistry that he'll never use for the rest of his life, and that's fine. Maybe we'll get around to that. But I kind of need him to learn specific skills that are going to reach the goal, that are going to optimize in a way that makes sense for us, for his family, for himself, for the people from which he came, for the things that are going to matter to him when he's 35 years old. Because when he's 35 years old, he probably won't care much about the periodic table in chemistry. Doesn't mean it's not important. Doesn't mean it's not worthy to learn. Doesn't mean it's not impressive. But that's not going to help him feed his kids. So when he's 35 years old, he's not going to really care if there are two genders or 12 genders. You can teach him that after you finish teaching him the things that he needs to know in order to be a successful black man in a society that's designed for him to fail around every corner. Do you understand? So really, I believe they want black people to fail in general, and also I believe that many black people want black people to fail because we refuse to do the hard work required to rethink how we do everything. We're refusing it. We don't want to do it. We just don't. We want to stick with the status quo and keep doing. Remember, Einstein said, what did he say? The definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. So we hold on to these old Negro traditions that have done nothing but lead us down the pits of slavery, have done nothing but create more misery and trauma in our lives, have done nothing but create more poverty and economic despair and financial insecurity. But we will hold on to that shit like it's an abusive boyfriend. We will hold on to that like a bad relationship. We will. And I apologize for cussing. It's too early for me to be doing all that cussing. So let me stop doing that. Some of y'all got brought your kids. So I apologize on my behalf. Please apologize to the children for me. Just say, you know, he forgive him for he knows not what he do. Okay. So what I'm saying though is that I think in order for us to really grow, we're gonna have to evolve. We're gonna have to evolve. And when the reality is that some of us will evolve and some of us won't. Some of us are going to move ahead. Some of us are going to sit still or even go backward. Some of us are going to get off the ship and get a lifeboat. Some of us are going to stay on the Titanic and just sink to the bottom of the ocean. And that's really sad. And I hate that. It makes me feel terrible. But there's a point where you got to save yourself and you got to save your kids. So one thing I will say to you, because I'm just thinking this morning about what we're doing with LeVar and racing and just the history and all this other stuff, is we got to understand that power of ownership and just realize that while there's certainly no shame in having a job, I've talked to you about that. I've explained to you how a person can be very financially secure and still be an employee. The only thing I ask you to consider is this. I ask you to consider the fact that there's a difference between working for someone because you have to versus working for someone because you want to. Let me know if you understand that there's a difference between me working with you because I have nowhere to go versus me working with you because you're the best place for me to be. Do you understand? That's what I want for you. I don't. It's not to me saying so never go out. And I need everybody. This is a point of clarity I have to make because people think, well, Dr. Boyce is saying everybody should quit their jobs and start a business. I've never said that. I don't say that. I don't say stuff like that. Or Dr. Boyce tells people not to vote. I never told people not to vote. I don't do that. Stop that. Stop that. What I'm saying to you is put yourself in a position where you have options. Options are everything. I can make the exact same choice with options that I might have made even if I had no options, but those are two very different choices. It's one thing for me, if I pick my wife to marry my wife, it's different from me picking her because she's the best I can get and there's nobody else that wants me versus me picking her because I have choices and options and I chose you. So ultimately, what I'm saying is, when you're choosing your life, you're choosing the life for your kids. The best thing you can do for them is to figure out what's the best way I can give them as many options as I possibly can. Because a person that has options can breathe easier. A person that has options can sleep better at night. A person that has options does not feel the same magnitude of pressure and stress as somebody who's got nowhere to go. In fact, if you look at we often talk about things like pimping to understand capitalism, because capitalism in its worst form really is a type of pimping. It does become a type of slavery. And if you think about this, think about how a pimp thinks. A pimp does not want options, because it's hard to pimp somebody that has options, but it's very easy to pimp somebody that has no options. So I want you to go back and circle back, and I want you to think about how our kids get raised through the educational system, where they end up at 18, 19, or 20. And do we see millions of black children that get to be 18, 19, or 20 that have lots of options? Or do we see a lot of kids that have nowhere to go and will take the best thing that the world offers to them? And I think that the fundamental question to ask, this is what we're asking in our think tank. When the Black Business School is a think tank. We have scholars and therapists and professors and attorneys. There's no institution out there like that. Sure, there's people teaching you little things like how to buy stock or whatever. No, no, no. But we go deeper than that. We go to the psychology. We talk to the experts. We have researchers that work on our team. So the $1 million question, the $1 trillion question is what's going on? Why are our kids getting to the age of 18 and feeling like they have no options? Because a person with no options is going to behave differently than a person who has choices. A person with no options is going to be desperate. A desperate person will degrade themselves in order to just get an opportunity. And when you look around and you see all throughout our economy, you see all throughout our society, black people degrading themselves sometimes in front of millions of people, embarrassing their whole family, embarrassing their culture, just looking ridiculous. Well, why are they doing that? Well, because they don't have any options, because if they had options, they could have dignity and integrity. See, so putting yourself in a position where you have options, it protects and defends your integrity, which ultimately protects and defends your freedom. A free man cannot go through life with no options. Options and freedom are connected. They're like cousins. They're related to each other. So just process that. And I'm gonna tell you, when you're the boss, you got a lot of options. When you own assets, you have a lot of options. When you own real estate, when you're the landlord, you got options. When you're the producer, you have options. When you're the consumer, your options are defined by the producer for the most part. When in fact, I tell you this. This is an interesting example. Since we're doing financial consciousness, I'm gonna share this with you because this came to me. I was on Twitter. I say a lot of stuff on Twitter, and so people will argue with me, and beef with me on Twitter and stuff. I don't beef back. I don't beef with anybody. I beef with white supremacy. I beef with the racial wealth gap. I don't beef with other black people. That's not interesting to me. Um, and so this guy gets in here, and I think I said something like, "Are you teaching wealth to your children?" And he mentioned that he had his children in a class called I think it was called like consumer mathematics or consumer finance or something like that. And I didn't tell him he was wrong. I didn't say that's stupid. Why would you do that? I wouldn't do that. I kind of just said the word consumer. Um, there's not a lot of power in being a consumer in the United States. The consumer is kind of like the Kentucky Derby. It's like you have the jockey and then the horse. The consumer is the horse. The horse does all the work but doesn't get any of the credit or any of the money. So the consumer is a very important part of the economy without a doubt. But the consumer doesn't benefit from their contribution to the economy. There's no wealth that you build by being a constant consumer. When they were training black people how to be a savvy consumer, no, if you a consumer all the time, then you ain't savvy. Ain't no the word savvy and consumer should not be in the same sentence. I'm not saying that you shouldn't consume. We all consume. All of us buy stuff. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but I am saying that that if you're full time consumer and you're not producing anything and you're not investing in anything and you're not benefiting from the economy, then that's like a person eating dinner and all they eat is sugar. Imagine if every time we sat down for dinner all I ate was ice cream and chocolate cake and sugar cubes or whatever. Think about it, it wouldn't take me very long before I was literally dead. Like I would literally gain like 500 pounds and then I get diabetes and then I just be dead, right? And so consumption is a little bit like sugar, right? I think a little bit of sugar intake is not going to be bad for you. It's not going to harm you, but there's a recommended daily allowance of sugar. And just to speak on that, which is really interesting, which speaks to the power of money and how money drives politics. The World Health Organization came out with a recommendation that they said, look, we only want people to take in this much sugar because sugar is linked to a lot of problems. It's linked to obesity and diabetes and cancer and strokes and dementia and all this other stuff. I mean, sugar is terrible, right? In case y'all don't know, how many of y'all knows? Has anybody been following? Give me a guess if you've been following all the research on sugar. Like by the time I got finished reading all that, my whole view on sugar had shifted. I said, man, this stuff is worse than cocaine. Good lord. 'Cause, and actually they did that study where they gave the mice, the rats that were cocaine addicted, they gave them a choice between cocaine and sugar water, and they passed the cocaine up to get the sugar water. So it's really bad, right? And then processed sugar. Thank you. Okay, yeah, and but modest amounts of sugar are not so bad. Natural sugar versus processed sugar. Thank you for making that point. I'm not a health expert, so if I say something wrong, just please forgive me for doing that. However, I'm doing my best, right? So here's the thing. So a little bit of sugar is okay, and what happened was the health organization made a recommendation of a certain amount of sugar that you should take in each day. And they wanted to reduce the amount because they said people are eating too much sugar. And do you know what happened? The I forgot what the documentary was that did this, but they basically said that the U.S. the food industry, food I don't know if it was food and drug or just the food industry, they went to Capitol Hill and lobbied and the got the U.S. government to tell the World Health Organization that if you don't change back the recommended amount of sugar to the higher amount, we're not going to give you the money that we owe you. They owed them like $50 million or something, or 100 million or something. They said we're not going to give you that money if you keep that, if you drop that recommended daily allowance. We need you to keep that high because we've got so much sugar in our economy. That's so this is what money kind of does. This is how money distorts so many things, right? So money is good, but money is powerful, and power can be used for good or it can be used for evil. And all throughout a capitalist society, you're going to see a little bit of both. So long story short, um, consumption is a little bit like sugar in the sense that a little bit of sugar, it can be okay, but you don't want your whole meal to be sugar, and you want the healthy food to outweigh the unhealthy food. So one thing that I wanted to propose is I mentioned to you all the $5 a day plan, and I was trying to think. I was like, it reminds me of like fast food, and I was like, what would it take to get people to consider a very basic idea that it is similar to what I actually explained to the 17-year-old. I don't know if I told you all. I talked to one of my daughter's friends who's 17, and she was asking me about investing, which of course, that got me going. So I was telling her what I knew, and one thing I told her was, I said, with investing, I don't want you to overthink it, but I need you to do it. I need you to do it consistently. I said, so in fact, let me just show you really quickly how to buy a share of stock. And I said, you can do this while you're in the drive-through. I said, what company do you want to own? She said, I don't know, Chipotle. I said, okay, let's buy some Chipotle. So I showed her how to look it up, and I said, here, you just type it in, and then the ticker symbol comes up, this three-letter symbol that represents the company, and then let me just show you, we're going to buy $200 worth of Chipotle. The price of the stock is $3,100, but we don't need 3,100. We only need 200 bucks. So let's buy. They call those fractional shares. So let's buy, and we bought the Chipotle stock in about a minute and a half. And when we got done, she was like, that is so cool. And I got it. I was like, yeah, it is, right? It's very cool. Look at us. I said, now our family owns Chipotle. How cool is that? Right? So the point was to say, I said, the way I want you to kind of think about it is, I don't want you to think about it too much. A lot of times when it comes to investing or wealth building, people get stuck. They get paralysis of analysis because they just overthink it. They're too worried. Like, well, what do I do? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to buy. I don't know how to do it. I said, don't overthink it. I said, here's what you do. I said, give yourself, I said, so here's what I want most people to understand. If you were to take the same amount of money that we spend on fast food and put that same amount of money into your stock portfolio consistently, nearly every single person in this room would be rich. Especially if you did this for say 20 years, if you were to take the amount of money you spent on fast food or going out to eat and put that same amount of money in the S&P 500, or if you had some sort of matching program. That's what I told her. I said, give yourself like a little matching program. I said, you can go buy the Air Jordans, but when you buy the Air Jordans, buy you some Nike stock to go with it. Same dollar amount. You can buy the new iPhone, get the new iPhone. I want you to be cool. But then when you buy the new iPhone, just promise yourself, I'm going to put the same amount of money into Apple stock. Right? When you go to Chipotle, eat what you want. But then get on your little app and then say, I spent $25 at Chipotle. Let me buy $25 worth of Chipotle stock so I can make money on both ends. Right? I'm consuming on one side and then I'm a producer on the other. Right? So actually what I was thinking was, I was thinking like our $5 a day plan. It really came from fast food. It really came from me saying, $5 a day, you can't even buy a McDonald's value meal for that. Um, what if we invested that same amount in addition to buying the food? So I was thinking like something cool to call it might be like the financial value meal or something, or maybe like I was thinking like maybe a cool slogan would be to go from fast food to financial freedom, or the pocket change portfolio or something like that, right? So I want you to think about investing in that same way. I want you to think about wealth building in the same way. That literally the amount of money in your pocket change is enough to change your life and change the lives of your children, especially if you do this consistently over a long period of time. And what that does is that opens doors, that creates that powerful word, options. Now, typically you hear me talk about options in terms of stock options. No, I'm talking about options. You've always known what options are. You may not know what a stock option is, but you know what an option is. You know what it feels like to have options and to not have options, right? So just that little financial value meal, pocket change portfolio, whatever you want to call it, I want you to think about it that same way. And I want you to give yourself and your children a chance to have a great future by simply just saying to yourself that as much as I'm going to give them, I'm going to give myself. As much as I'm investing in him, I'm going to invest in these kids. As much as I'm investing in the present, I'm going to invest in the future. And if you do that, if you make that one little pivot in your life, that one little transition, I guarantee you it will change everything. Don't overthink it. Don't get scared. Don't get caught up in all the mumbo jumbo. A lot of people that they'll talk to you about investing, they'll use fancy long words because they're trying to impress you with how smart they are and how much they know. Because some of them don't know jack. I know more than Jack. I know Jack to the 12th power, so I don't have to impress you with long words. In fact, I'd rather impress you with simplistic ways of looking at complex concepts. I think the strength is in the simplicity. So I've gone through the complex stuff so I can lay it out to you in a very simple way. And all I'm telling you is that investing is nothing for you to be afraid of. It's so simple that your 4-year-old could do it. And the reason your 4-year-old could probably do it better than some of us is because the 4-year-old is not going to overthink it. Do you understand? Stick with the S&P 500. Pick a new S&P 500 stock every week. That's it. You do that. If you do that, the hard part is being consistent. The hard part is patience. The hard part is letting time do what it's going to do. It's like planting a seed. If I plant, my wife showed me how to plant stuff in the garden, and I was really shocked by how easy it was. I was like, I don't know how to plant stuff in the garden. I don't know nothing about no gardening woman. I don't know nothing about how to plant and be planting no seeds, right? So she's like, no, Boyce, it's easy. Let me show you. So she got some stuff from, I think it was Home Depot, right? She bought this stuff, and I was like, oh, I didn't know you could just buy the little seeds. And she bought it. She said, let me show you. And so we sat there, and I was like, oh, I can do it. I know how to, I plant. So I planted something, and you know what I did? I put it in the dirt, covered it up, and then I didn't do anything else. I waited. I waited. And after I waited, a few months later, she comes in and she says, Boyce, look at the tomatoes you grew. And I'm like, yes, I did that. I grew tomatoes, but I don't know anything about gardening. Well, so she taught me how to not overthink it. So what I'm saying to you is that building wealth really is like being a financial gardener. That's really what it is. It's about doing the little task and then letting time do what it's supposed to do and understanding a basic simple idea. Simple idea. And I talk about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. The simple idea is that the more seeds you plant, the more of a harvest you're going to have. How about that? How about that for a mind-blowingly complex concept that most people don't understand? The more seeds you plant, the more of a harvest you will have. And then the more time you allow to pass, the more time your harvest will have to grow. So it's planting seeds and allowing time to do what it's supposed to do. Planting seeds and giving it time. So planting and patience, double P, PP. Planting and patience. That's it. And it's you'll be amazed when I explain it this way, how many people don't get that? You'd be amazed how many people literally will go out in their garden and be like, damn, ain't no harvest out here. Ain't no food out in this garden. Ain't no, they're talking about their financial garden. There's no food out here in the garden, but they didn't plant anything. So why would you expect something to grow if you didn't plant anything? You know, and you ask them, well, did you plant? And you know that the more seeds you plant, the bigger your harvest will be. And they're like, "Dude, what? Oh, I did it. What did you what you oh I know what it is. I know what it is. You were trained to believe that the white man's going to show up and magically deliver food to you in your garden. That's what you thought was going to happen. You thought that this magical Harry Potter type of crap is going to happen where they're going to just show up and say, "Here's a basket full of food. You know, good luck." And that is what we are trained to do when it comes to economics. I don't think we understand that basic idea. Plant your seeds, plant them often. The more you plant, the bigger your harvest will be. And then let time do what it's supposed to do. So the same way my wife taught me how to plant tomatoes, and they were good. They were juicy. They were in the salad. I was so proud. I mean, I really felt good eating tomatoes I planted. I felt like I really had done something. And here's the thing: I wasn't any better or any smarter that day than I was the week before I learned how to plant tomatoes. It's just I had somebody that guided me to take action. Do you understand? I had somebody that simply said to me, "Look, Boyce, you have everything that you need. You just need confidence." Do you understand? That she said, "You can do this." And I'm like, "I can't do this. I don't know what to do." No, you can. You just have to try. So maybe that's part of my role in your life is to guide you and to say, "You can do this. You just gotta try. Stop being scared. It's not hard." And when you do it, you probably won't be a whole lot smarter than you are right now. You got everything you need already inside of you. You just got to pull it out. You know, because sometimes and you'd be amazed at how much confidence plays a part in us really truly manifesting who we're supposed to be. Confidence is really everything. And if I had a choice between being a mediocre person with a lot of confidence versus being an extraordinary person who is unconfident, I would much rather be the mediocre person with a lot of confidence because really confident people can take their little mediocrity and really milk that damn thing. They can get the most out of their mediocrity. They'll have you thinking their mediocrity is something extraordinary. Look at how many artists you hear on the radio who are mediocre performers. Can't sing a lick, can't keep a note, can't even dance, but will literally be the biggest artist in the world because they took their mediocrity and mass marketed that mediocrity and put a lot of confidence on top of it, and people bought into it. But then you have a lot of people that have extraordinary ability that are amazing that could do anything, but nobody ever helped them to see what they actually had. So they spend their lives looking for what they think is excellence coming from other people when really the whole time the gold was buried in your backyard. And for most of you, and I know a lot of you, I know how you think, I know there's a reason why you're here. Most of you have already done some things in your life that are pretty extraordinary. Most of you have went to school. A lot of you have raised kids. A lot of you have overcome obstacles. A lot of you have broken generational curses. Most of you are leaders in your family because most black people don't think this way. They're not in that Garvey, Marcus Garvey, Dr. Claude Anderson frequency. So you're a leader. You're already the talented 10th. Like you're already in that special space. So what maybe my job is to be that cheerleader to kind of say, come on now, we got this. Let's just put some confidence on top of it and go out here and just do the damn thing. And you're not gonna be perfect. You're gonna get some stuff wrong. You're gonna make some mistakes. You're gonna have things that you don't know, but just go hard. What? Do you want to wait for these mediocre bastards out here to take the lead? Why would I let you drive the bus when you can't even drive? And I'm mad because I got a 99 out of 100 on my driver's test thinking that I'm not qualified, but you got a 0, but I'm letting you drive because the idiots are the ones who have the most confidence sometimes. Sometimes the dumbest person in the room thinks that they're the smartest. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes the person who knows the least walks around like they know the most because the person who knows the most knows enough to know that they don't know everything. You understand? The smart person knows how little they know. The dumb person thinks they know everything. So the dumb person takes the lead. And next thing you know, you're being led by a bunch of dumbass people. And that explains black entertainers in a nutshell. Our community is led in many cases by the people who are the least qualified to lead. So what I'm saying is that in my view, the real leaders need to jump to the front, push them out the seat, and take over the damn bus before they drive the thing off a damn cliff. That's what has to occur. That's what has to happen. I don't have anything else to say today. I've been talking for 40 minutes, and my goal is to do 30 to 45 minutes each morning so I don't overwhelm you. I want to give you something to think about. I hope that this was helpful to you. If you allow me, I want to mention a couple things we have going on in the Black Business School. Number one, don't forget the Get Money Fest is in Philadelphia on May 18th. So if you live in the Philly area, you want to fly in, you can go to getmoneyfest.com. I'll actually put the link in the chat. Number two, I hope that you will support something that we're doing. We really want, speaking of supporting smart people in the community, we have a YouTube channel called Fly New Being Queen, and it has 500,000 subscribers, 581,000 to be exact. It's got 1 billion views, and it features intelligent Black women that are doing great things. And so, what they actually started to do, Tiara KJ Williams is doing this project where they're bringing smart Black women on every day at 1 p.m. Eastern. Every day at 1 p.m. Eastern, these intelligent Black women, they're going to talk about money, but they're also going to talk about all the other things happening in the community. So I hope that you'll join and support the sisters because sometimes the internet can be mean to Black women. And I want some people in there that love Black women, that want to support them and encourage them along. So if you want to be notified when they go live, and they're going to do this every single day at 1 p.m., just text the word Queens to 87948. So if you could do that for me, just pull out your phone, text the word Queens, Queens with an S, to 87948, and you'll get notified when they go live. And I hope you'll come in and kind of cheer them on, make some comments, hit the like and share, and just kind of give them something to be proud of. Because I really think that we live in this world where, unfortunately, for whatever reason, somebody decided that Black women are most interesting when they're twerking, and I don't agree with that. I think Black women are most interesting when they're thinking, when they're leading, when they're being the great mothers and providers and whatever else that they are in our community. All the things that Black women do, I want to celebrate that, right? So this is what we do. So feel free to join them later on today. All right. So the other quick thing to mention is tonight at 7 p.m. Speaking of options, we are going to do a meeting of the Prime program, the passive recurring income machine, where I show my portfolio in terms of how I generate income selling stock options. So if stock options are of interest to you and you want to join us tonight, you can go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com, and you can sign up and join us. A lot of you are Prime members already, so shout out to you, those of you that are here. But we will be meeting tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. You'll get a text tonight from me. And also on Saturday, I'm going to do a Q&A for the beginners. So if you're a beginner to this and you're not sure what to do, the Q&A on Saturday will be for beginners. So anyway, guys, have a wonderful day. God bless you. Make sure you get on the text list to get reminded when we do Money in the Morning. We do this every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you want to be on the text list, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And I will see you guys soon. Have a great day. God bless you. And thank you for hanging out with me. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Peace. Better and all these other good things. All right. So, how's everybody doing? Let me see. So, in general, one of the things I wanted to share with you all right now is that that you really want to be mindful about what you're seeing in the stock market. Let's just start with that in terms of just a stream of consciousness. There is some belief that the stock market could could be headed towards some problems in the near future. I saw somebody that mentioned that the market hasn't been this overvalued since the Great Depression, and that was pretty. That kind of stuff stuck out to me. It was right before the Great Depression, actually, the Roaring Twenties, when there was a lot of exuberance. They call it irrational exuberance. That's the technical term, where literally right before the big crashes, that's when you have the big parties. Just it's just like the market's just like dope or something, where where the higher you get, the harder you fall. And so investors actually get financially high, and when they hit these financial highs, it can cause significant problems in terms of what happens when you finally sober up. And so sometimes the sobering process becomes something that is very brutal, very painful. They call these market corrections. A lot of people call them crashes. And and that's what some people believe we could be in for in the near future. Also, I was thinking about the another piece of it too. Real estate, commercial real estate, is showing some little chinks related to the interest rate. Interest rates being higher for longer, and that also could cause problems with banks. Once your banks start to become unstable, you can run into problems with the rest of your economy. So just kind of keep that in mind, and just don't get scared, but just sort of be smart about your investing and how you move in the future, in the near and distant future. I do believe that you should continue to invest. I don't think you should ever stop investing, and I don't think you should ever live in fear. But I think you should be aware of what's happening in terms of what's going to occur and what the opportunities are. Now, let me hit another button here to make sure. All right, so hey, Vet, how are you? Good to see you. And I want to say hello to a lot of you in here. Henry Urban, give me a yes if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay, if I'm coming through all right. Cheryl, Diane, Christian, Tarika, Sean, I see you. Dave Joseph, Donna, let's see, who else is here? I see Garnell, Freddie Davis, Ernest Hill, Ranice. Low 04838. Good to see you too. All right, and Khalil and Harmony and everybody else. So great to see everybody, and I'm glad you guys can hear me okay. All right, so here's what I want to sort of start with today in terms of financial consciousness. So I got up this morning, and me and my wife get up early. We get up about I got up at 4:40 a.m. this morning, and I was very happy to do it, and that's because my habits have now shifted back. I mentioned to you guys a week and a half ago where I'd gotten used to not to sleeping in a little bit, right? I gotten used to not getting up super early, so getting up early was very painful, very uncomfortable. But now it's like, oh yeah, this is fun. Like I hopped out of bed at 4:40 and kind of just started thinking about the day and getting ready to go work out. So I did my little run, and I don't really run that fast. I kind of pretend to run. I am not really a runner. If you were to call me a runner, that would make you a liar. So don't say Boyce is a runner, because I don't want you to be a liar, because I am not a runner at all. I'm a guy who jogs a little bit, and then I stop and I walk, and then I jog and then I walk. Exercise should be fun for me. I don't want it to be traumatic. And anyway, during this process, I was going through and just scrolling on different things and just thinking about finances and economics and everything, and looking to see what was going on in the world. And I saw this video, and this video was a video of Bobby Brown. And in this video, Bobby Brown was reflecting on his financial choices. He was reflecting on his days where he was the young and thin and energetic Bobby Brown, my prerogative, Mr. Dance All Day, endless energy, extraordinary talent, everything else. I thought the video was interesting, and I want to be very respectful when I talk about any of this, because actually there's a member of New Edition who's actually in this class. I don't know if he comes to when he comes to class or not. I mean, he's off. He's on tour and everything. But I thought it was really funny when I found out that he was in the class, because I use New Edition analogies all the time, like never trust a big button to smile, and can you stand the rain? And some of y'all have heard me say stuff like that. And so to find out that, one of the members of the group was in the class was kind of like, oh gosh, I'm kind of embarrassed now. But anyway, in this video, and I'm gonna try to find it. I put it on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So feel free to follow me on Instagram if you like. If you like intelligent conversations, we have a lot of those every day. So it's Dr. Boyce Finance. And in this video, Bobby, and I'm gonna try to play this for you, and I'm gonna kind of move around and see if I can find it real quick. And in this video, Bobby basically is reflecting on the glory days of when he had lots of money, and it kind of reminded me of that show, that BET show, Blew the Bag. Anybody heard of that? Anybody remember that show? We talked about that. Where he was Blew the Bag was a show on BET where they just literally would have mostly black men talking about all the money that they wasted, like all the bad financial choices they made, and it was like so hilarious. It was the funniest thing in the world, and that, at least that's the way it was presented. But I don't think that blowing your children's generational wealth is very funny. I don't think that selling your children into slavery because they have no assets, because daddy was getting high. I don't think that's funny. Maybe I take it personal because my daddy was getting high. That's why I didn't have a daddy. Like, because drugs are more interesting than raising a child. I'm sure heroin is a lot more fun than dealing with a little big head crying, screaming baby, right? So I don't find it funny, but some people do. Some people find black men and they're in our in some of the parts of our culture that's a little bit ignorant. Some people find that to be absolutely hilarious, which is why people like Dr. Claude Anderson and Malcolm X, who are both behind me, and Marcus Garvey. You can see him also behind my head if you're watching on video. These were men that were very serious men, and Dr. Anderson's still here. He's not a past tense. He's present. He's here. I talked to him yesterday. He sends his regards, by the way. These are all men that I can relate to because they're the ones who say, "Hey, wait a minute." Wait a minute, you're not supposed to be a joke, black man. You're not supposed to be somebody's punchline. You're not supposed to be the guy who ends up looking like the clown. Who taught you to be goofy? Who taught you to be ignorant? Who taught you that it was cool to be ridiculous? And so I'm gonna play this video, and then I'm gonna kind of give an honest yet respectful commentary of what I see here, and kind of help you understand this from a financial consciousness standpoint. And what and the dangers of a lack of financial consciousness and a lack of economic maturity, and what this can do to generations. So let me play this video with Bobby. I'm gonna see if I can turn it up. Hopefully, you guys can hear it. Give me a yes if you can hear this video as I play it. And if you can't hear it, I'll play it again. Here we go. Money was ginormous. I was bringing in so much money at such a young age. My dad didn't have to work anymore. My mom didn't have to work anymore. I'd be driving down the street on the tour bus, see somebody in a car and like the car and pull the car over and buy the car and ride it throughout that city that day and just leave the car at the airport or at the hotel. Pay 50 something thousand dollars for a car and just leave it. Wish I had those cars now. One time we're in a mall and this black lady went into one of those little whatnot shops to show little glass figurines, and the guy treated her like Bob ended up buying the store and giving it to the lady. And went back the next day, told the guy he was fired. They go, you fired, you work for her now. I never thought in my life that I would be able to not only make millions of dollars, but to spend $1 million in one day. I was like, what? I'm gonna do it. I spent $1 million in one day. I bought 3 watches, I bought a house, and I bought a car. And I wish I didn't. Money was giant. Okay, now give me a yes if you were able to hear that video. Was everybody able to hear it? Okay, let me know. Give me a quick yes. I want to make sure everybody heard it so we can analyze this and assess this. Okay, and really, as I mentioned, sometimes I tell you guys this is the platform for intelligent black people, but it's really also the platform for serious black people. It doesn't mean we can't laugh. You guys know I make jokes all the time. I think there's a lot of things in life that are very funny, but at the same time, there's also a point where you have to be serious, because if you're never serious, then you'll never be taken seriously, right? So at some point we want to be taken seriously. And Malcolm X used to talk about this. He actually used to make reference to the fact that that a lot of black entertainers were chosen as black leaders. And what Malcolm used to say is, he said, we should not be following behind clowns. These are clowns. These are people that make money by entertaining people, mostly white people. They're not serious. They're not people that are going to actually lead you to any serious place. They're just going to lead you to the next joke. And Dr. Claude Anderson also has tremendous insight in his book, which, by the way, his books are all at powernomics.com. You may want to take a visit there and buy books for kids in the neighborhood. My wife and I gave copies of Powernomics away at our wedding. Basically, he says that there's a history since slavery of the black man kind of being loud, outlandish, and buffoonish in order to make money. And so what happens is that we look up to people that have the most money. People aren't financially conscious to understand that the idea of a person simply having money makes him more attractive to women, and it makes men look up to him. It makes little boys look up to him. So effectively, when you have buffoonish, loud, clownish entertainers who engage in outlandish behavior, and they get economic rewards for this behavior, children look up to that. Children want to emulate that. Children say, why would I want to go be a carpenter or an accountant or a school teacher when I can go and I can be a professional clown and make lots of money by being a clown? Well, the problem is that there's consequences to being a clown, in that the clown is not rewarded to be mature. The clown is only rewarded to be simple-minded and loud and ridiculous, right? So I want you to assess. And again, I'm not saying Bobby's a clown. I'm not trying to be mean here. Let's be. I want to be clear about that. And if I sound mean, just chalk it up to the fact that I don't always have. Sometimes I misspeak. Sometimes I say things in a way that isn't intended for it to come out. Some people, because people meet me, they think I'm much meaner than I am. I'm a very nice person, but I'm very serious about this topic. And I want you to pay attention to a few things in this video. First thing I noticed was he mentioned that his mother and father didn't have to go to work anymore, which to me is admirable, right? That's very admirable, because that shows love for family. And also, he said something also that I found very admirable when he mentioned, when the guy mentioned that he bought the store for the lady that was being mistreated. So he kind of felt like he wanted to use his money. This is that word money. This is financial consciousness. He either consciously or unconsciously said, now that I'm making all this money, I want to come through for certain people, right? And I think that that's okay. I think that that's actually a good thing. You'd be amazed how many athletes and entertainers go broke because they're trying to be so generous, right? They're not all running to the club throwing their money in stripper thongs. They're not all doing that. Some of them actually go broke because they're taking care of cousin Willie and paying rent for Aunt Sally, and sending money to the deadbeat best friend that they had, who's on dope, right? Give me a yes if you've seen this. A lot of us have seen this, and this survivor's guilt is very real. Some of you are living through this. How many of you, anybody living through this right now? Let me know if you're living through this, where you have a little bit of money and you want to take care of the people that are around you, people that are in your family. You don't want to forget about that. And I think that is a good thing. I think that is a wonderful thing. I think that's what makes you a good person. I can relate, because that's who I am too. I can't tell you how many people I save. I get asked for money about 8 times, at least 8 times a week, and I say no about 5 to 6 of those times. But then I say yes a lot, right? And so ultimately, though, the downside of that survivor's guilt, extreme generosity piece is that it can deplete you. It's not a healthy economic system. It's not a healthy economic system where one person is giving and the other person's taking. That's not how economies work. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about that in Powernomics. He calls that the doctrine of unequal exchange. And the doctrine of unequal exchange will make you go broke. That's why black people go broke, is because we have a doctrine of unequal exchange. We give white people everything, they give us nothing, right? We serve them, they don't serve us. We hook them up with our money, they don't give us none of that money back, right? So they're living off two incomes, as Dr. Anderson says. They're living off their income and they're living off your income. So that's an example of the doctrine of unequal exchange. So the same way that we serve each other and serve our families, we also serve white America. We have been the ultimate givers when it comes to this so-called integration that exists in America. With that said, though, let's jump into another thing that he mentioned here that I thought was really interesting. He talked about seeing a car on the street and said, I if I liked the car, I would just buy the car, and then I would drive the car all day, and then just leave the car behind. That is not the first time I've heard a celebrity say that. That is not the first time I've heard somebody say that. Anybody heard of the name of Money Mayweather? How many of y'all know about Floyd Mayweather? And the guy who's flashy, outlandish, very clownish, very talented, very skilled. No doubt about it. Skilled boxer, absolutely perfect technician when it comes to boxing. But but then there's the clownish side. There's the I'm gonna go in the store and buy every piece of jewelry in the store. I think he's in Dubai right now, and there's like this whole conversation about the fact that they're claiming that he can't even leave Dubai because he owes money or something. I don't know anything about that. I'm not gonna speculate on that. But the interesting thing though is that this sort of impulsive financial behavior, as well as this need to just show your wealth by wasting it, that is kind of unique to specific cultures. That is real heavy in the black entertainer, black athlete culture. That I'm going to show you how well I'm doing by how much money I waste. And this actually, I talk about this extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. And I refer to that as economic immaturity. Economic immaturity. Have never seen this in any textbook anywhere, but professors, that's what we do. We conceptualize things and develop theories. So my layout of economic immaturity is basically a mindset of money that is reflective of that of a child. If I go to a 7-year old and I give a 7-year old $100 and I say, "What are you going to do with that $100?" What is the 7-year old going to say? We've done this exercise before, right? Put it in the chat if you want to. Feel free to do that. He's going to say, "I'm going to buy me some candy. I'm going to get me a new pair of Jordans. I'm going to buy me, and then I'm going to buy me a video game." That's what a 7-year old would say. Because the 7-year old, he's not going to say, "Well, I'm going to put money in my 401k and I'm going to put some aside for a rainy day and I'm going to make sure that I pay the bills." I mean, we got a lot of bills around here, and then I got to put money in the college fund for the kids. The 7-year olds don't think that way. They're thinking like children. It's candy, toys, shoes, games, stuff like that. Well, what it's supposed to occur, I'm not really sure. I don't know enough about Jewish culture to know if the bar mitzvah is kind of when they do this. But what's supposed to happen is there's supposed to be a rite of passage where the little boy grows into a man or the little girl becomes a grown woman. And they learn that, look, when you get your money, you can still buy toys and shoes and games, because it's okay. When you get older, just the toys change, the shoes change, the games change, but you can still buy these things. But before you do those things, there are more important priorities that have to occur, because particularly as a man or a head of a household or something like that, you are a steward of a space. You are a leader of a community. You are responsible for the well-being of other people. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about, if you get what I'm saying and where I'm going with this. That you preserving your resources isn't just important for you. It doesn't just matter for you. It matters for those babies that are depending on you. It matters for that woman that's next to you or that man that's next to you. It matters for the people that you represent, that you love, and that you care about. And here's the thing, these ideas are not inconsistent with who I believe Bobby Brown wanted to be. I believe if Bobby Brown had received proper mentorship, he could have been that man. Because what I would have said, if I could build a time machine and go back to 1991, when Bobby Brown's at the peak of his career, dancing and singing and running the streets, let's say that he listened to me, I would say, you love your mother and father, right? And you want to make sure that they never have to work again. Yeah, of course, absolutely. And you care about people because I saw you buy up the store to help that little old lady. Yeah, yeah, because I have a heart for single moms and okay, great. Well, what you got to also understand is that part of manhood isn't just taking care of people in the here and now. Part of manhood is taking care of people in the future. Because you got this little beautiful child named Bobby Christina, whose whole entire future is going to be heavily contingent on the choices that you make as a man. And I'm not going to even go into how Bobby Christina's story ended. And I'm not even going to touch that, but y'all know how it ended. Y'all know what happened to Whitney and Bobby. Y'all know what happened there, Bobby Christina. But can we at least agree that different choices by the father could have had some impact on the outcome? I'm not saying that it's his fault. I'm not saying that it was a good thing. I'm not rubbing it in anybody's face, because this is tragic. This is painful to watch. But the choices of a young man affect his children forever. You're 21, 22, 24, you getting it in, living your life, shaking it on stage, hip gyrating, getting into the drugs and running, and doing all the things that Clive Davis is telling you to do to become a bigger star. Right? Clive Davis don't care nothing about Bobby Christina. Clive Davis don't care nothing about your future. He don't care nothing about your family. He don't care nothing about your legacy. All he wants you to do is be more of a clown and a buffoon and a loud guy, so you can sell more records and make everybody more money. That's what he want. That's what he wanted from Bobby and Whitney. I'm a skeptic on that. I don't think that any of those people cared anything about any of these individuals. But then again, the point that I also want to make is I don't think it's even their job. It's not somebody else's job to care about you. It's a horribly bad assumption to do business with people that are not from your own family and assume that they're going to care about you more than you care about your damn self. I don't even think that's realistic at all. So while I will be very clear and say I don't think Clive Davis cared about, I mean, for God's sake, he still had the Grammy party after Whitney died. He literally still had the party. He did not even cancel the party, right? So he dies in the bathtub. I'm thinking, okay, party's off. We gotta we gotta deal with this. No, he still had the party. And it really made me think about E40, the rapper E40, who's a brilliant guy. He 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 had a song. It uses the N word, but I'm not gonna say it. Let's say Igga, and the chorus was like, "They'll find a new Igga next year." And basically, he's saying that you think you're important because you're the man and you're famous and all that, but they're gonna find somebody. They're gonna find a new Igga next year. They're gonna replace you and find somebody else. And so really with Bobby, um, what I think that could be learned from this, and this is not me preaching to Bobby Brown. He's an old man now. Now all that's over. I'm really sort of saying, I think that when we have an opportunity that dies, remember the word poor. What does the word poor stand for? Poor stands for what? Passing over opportunities repeatedly. POOR. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So when you pass over an opportunity and you've watched some person that people admire just destroy their future and destroy their family in broad daylight, and you're looking over the corpse, the dead body, the corpse of everything that Bobby Brown's life could have been, everything that his family could have been, his legacy could have, he could have been a billionaire now, right? And you're looking over the corpse. I think you have to do an autopsy. I think you have to do an autopsy. We don't do enough autopsies on dead, broken dreams in the black community. We don't do enough autopsies when somebody destroys their own future through drugs or bad choices. I hadn't even talked about Bobby and the drugs, but we know what drugs has done to the black community, and I found it really fascinating that Bobby, dealt with his drug problem. Whitney died from drugs. There are other famous people. DMX dies from drugs. All these people die from drugs. And when people are memorializing these individuals, I find it so fascinating that all they can talk about is how great their music was. Sure, their music was great, but aren't you going to do the autopsy? Aren't you going to sit and say, man, every time we get $1 billion asset in our community, every time we get somebody that's got a chance to bust us out of this thing, we blow it. Something happens. And what's the pattern here? Oh, it's the drugs. Maybe as a community, we got to say no to drugs. Maybe we got to deal with that because that's costing us trillions of dollars. Because Bobby could have been a billionaire. Whitney could have been a billionaire. DMX could have been a billionaire. Mike Tyson could have been a billionaire. I could keep going with all the Suge Knight and Death Row Records could have been billionaires. There are so many billion-dollar opportunities that are being flushed down the toilet. And when we flush it down the toilet, all we do is we say, man, it's really hard to be black. Ain't no money around. Of course there's no money around. Every time God hands you a blessing, you throw it right back in his face. Every time a $1 billion gift gets handed to you, the culture takes that $1 billion gift and flushes it down the toilet. Literally throws it out with the garbage. And then we say, well, gosh, black people ain't got no wealth. We don't got no money. It's racism. Yeah, it's racism, but it's also youism. It's also usism. It's also culture. It's who says that that is supposed to be our culture. When you have a culture that is destroying trillions of dollars of wealth in your community, you should not be embracing that culture. You should not be celebrating that culture. You should be running away from the things that destroy you, not running toward them. But I get it though. We do that. We just like we run toward the fried chicken, even though we know it got grandma's foot cut off and Uncle Rerun gonna have a heart attack next year. We'll still run when grandma says there's fried chicken. We run. I get it. This is why, yet another reminder why I said we need to do a financial consciousness class because all consciousness is slapping ourselves and waking up and being aware and saying, man, I didn't know that I was doing that. I didn't know I had that habit. I didn't know that was my pattern. So part of awareness is not just analyzing who you are and where you're going, but it's also looking at where you've been. It's looking at doing the autopsy. Every time a dream dies in the community, We have to do the autopsy and say, damn, what happened here? We really had something good here. What's going on? Why is it that Bobby Brown, this guy who should be a billionaire right now, whose daughter should be running a $1 billion company started by her father in 1991, is a old, tired old man. I mean, he's on that stage. He ain't looking good. I ain't gonna lie. Bobby looks. I'm worried about him when I see him on stage trying to sing. The other new edition guys, they've been in shape. They're all doing all the little dances like it's 1983 again. Bobby, though, Bobby, he just they need to get him a wheelchair or something. 'Cause that poor guy's struggling. But Bobby, his life is not, I think, what it should be. And I'm not saying this to ridicule or to attack this man. I'm simply saying that maybe there's something we can learn from this. Maybe there's something about culture and what's incentivized. Because it all comes back to the money. It all comes back to the money. So it's just, and I have to bring it back for those who don't understand why we would discuss Bobby Brown in a finance class. It comes back to the money. Because if it wasn't for the money, half this stuff wouldn't have happened. Most of these things wouldn't have went down this way if it wasn't for the money. Whitney was hanging out with Clive Davis because of the money. Bobby was the man because of the money. Bobby's whole story is about the money, right? So what else did he talk about? Well, he was talking about his regrets. And if you notice, he was like, but I bought a car and I drove it for a day and then I just gave the car away and threw it away. And he said, I wish I could have those cars now. He's like, run, run, run. Like it's a joke, like it's funny. And I'm like, again, I'm sitting there, I'm like, that's not funny, dude, because now your grandkids are working at Arby's because because you blew their generational wealth. God handed you $1 billion opportunity and you flushed it down the toilet because you didn't even understand that when all those millions of dollars that you received, that was not your pocket change, bro. That was not money you were supposed to just blow at the club. That was your grandchildren's generational wealth. That was your big come up. That was your opportunity to transform a whole generation. I mean, really, I want you to really think about this for a minute. I need us to process this in terms of culture. If you go to if you look around at what influences young black males the most, among the top 3 or 4 influencers that you see out here, when you're talking about young black boys, is you see a lot of hip hop artists, individuals that could be described, unfortunately, as degenerates. The lot of drinking, a lot of smoking, a lot of womanizing, a lot of things that can easily get them sent to prison. I think I saw a group of athletes that all went to prison this past week, and that's not healthy, right? In terms of influence. Also, in addition to that, many of them have been incentivized for many, many years to behave like clowns, right? To sort of be outlandish and loud and immature. And that's where you get a lot of these 45-year-old teenagers. That's what I call them, 45-year-old teenagers that are still trying to be kids, but you're like grandpa age, and it's kind of embarrassing. So that's our influence. That's one of our great influences for our young boys, and this becomes the culture. Now, I want you to look on the other side and look at some of the influential stories that young white males receive. Now, sure, they have clowns too. They have lots of people on that side of the fence that do things that are just silly and embarrassing and goofy. But a lot of their most influential stories also consist of people like Mark Zuckerberg or Bill Gates or Elon Musk, who were also in their 20s, who could have been running around getting high, having, sleeping with lots of women, rapping about killing people or whatever. But no, they were building these billion-dollar companies. Mark Zuckerberg, at the age of 19, was starting Facebook. He was building his legacy of generational wealth. So his rock star status that led to him being admired by millions of people was not driven by silly economic immaturity, like I'm gonna go just buy a car and throw the car away, or I'm gonna go and just spend all my money on drugs, or I'm just gonna go just flush my opportunities down the toilet. It was built on his legacy is built on this idea that he sacrificed and grinded and used all of his youthful energy building a company that's worth $500 billion or more. I don't know what the market value of Facebook is, but I know that it's probably somewhere about 500 billion or a little bit more than that. So my point is to say, what if we had a segment of black culture where the black men that we looked up to the most were not the loud, outlandish entertainers or the athletes. But let's say we had a big segment of black culture, male and female, where you had people that became known because when they were 21 years old, they took all their extra money and they built a multi-billion-dollar company that employed 300,000 people. I don't really see a lot of examples like that in the black male community that get the same amount of respect and admiration that we give rappers and athletes. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to put down rappers and athletes, but what I am trying to say though is that there's a process here. There's a belief that others have about you, which translates into a belief about how you see yourself, which causes us to end up saying, well, if you talk to a black boy, like who do you admire the most? A lot of black boys will point out a football or basketball player, and then they'll point out a rapper. They'll say, I admire 50 Cent because 50 Cent has a studio and all that, right? Which is fine. I think that that's fine. But he also has done a lot of things that were very destructive and incredibly immature, and we've talked about that too. So this economic immaturity piece that I'm really saying is something that is very costly for black people. And when I saw this thing with Dr. Anderson and I think about what I saw with Bobby Brown back in the day was I saw a guy who really 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 went out of his way to be as outlandish as he could be, to be as loud and crazy and wild, and the wilder and crazy he was, the more money he made. So if you're getting financially rewarded for being loud, crazy, and irresponsible, why wouldn't you continue to do that? I mean, when you're 21, 22 years old, you think you're invincible. You think bad things can't happen to you. You think you're going to be young forever. And so you just kind of get caught up in the moment. And so this is also why mentorship is really important to combat these various forms of economic immaturity that can be very costly. I was really curious to think to my, I remember asking myself, I wonder who Bobby's mentors were. He had a father. What was his father doing? Was his father sitting him down and saying, look, son, you got an opportunity of a lifetime here. And I want you to have fun. I want you to live your life, but I also don't want you to destroy yourself or to destroy the people that you love. One day that little girl is going to grow up and she's going to need a responsible father. She's going to need a man in her life who made good choices when he was young, because that's going to give him the ability to come through for her when he gets older. You got to slow down a little bit. This is what fathers do, right? And this is why the breakdown of the black family and the loss of the father as a primary a primary definer of a black household, the loss of the father was also a multi-trillion-dollar loss in the black community, because the reason a lot of young black boys are still boys even when they become men is because they never had a man to really slap them upside the head and tell them what a man is supposed to do. They didn't have that. I remember my father correcting me on multiple occasions, and I remember referencing my father's behavior to understand how I was supposed to behave at each stage in my life. If I had not had that as a guidepost, if I had not had that as a blueprint, I probably would have looked to maybe somebody on TV and said, oh, that must be what a man does, and then next thing you know, I'd be doing something completely different, right? So really, I think overall these things all connect to your economics. These things relate to the decline in black wealth in the black community. If you've got billion-dollar entities like the Bobby Browns or the DMXs literally throwing away billion-dollar opportunities in broad daylight, you should not be surprised when somebody turns around and tells you that black wealth is dropping. Why would it not be dropping? If you literally are, if it, I mean, think about just how backward it is to have a culture where you show how much money you have by wasting money. Like I'm going to prove to you that I'm rich by taking a bunch of money and throwing it, flushing it down the toilet, or by going to the club and buying up 80 bottles of liquor, or whatever it is that I do with my money, or buying a car and just leaving the car and throwing the car away. See, what you got to understand, and this is true in economics and really in life in general, just like they say you are what you eat. You know, they say you are what you eat. Like, right? If you're eating, if even if you're healthy, if you're eating really bad food, then you're eventually going to become a sick person. Well, the same thing is true when it comes to choices. You are what you do. You are what you do. What you do every day economically ultimately defines what you ultimately become. It's not about where you are. I don't care where you are. I don't care if you're rich or poor. I don't care if you where you come from, all that. I'm not looking at where you are. I'm looking at where you're going. If I'm looking at a car and the car is in Ohio, but the car is driving 100 miles an hour toward California, That's not an Ohio car for very long. I don't look at that as an Ohio car because the car's not stationary. It's moving toward something. It's moving toward California. So I'm going to go ahead and anticipate that this car is going to be in California. This is actually how the stock market works. The stock market does the same thing. A lot of people ask that question. They say, well, how can a company that hasn't made any money have a $10 billion valuation? Well, that's because the market is anticipatory. The market is forward looking, investor thinking, the mathematics and everything and the psychology behind stock market slash investor thinking is they're not looking at where you're at. They're looking at where you're going. Every asset on the entire stock market is valued with pretty much a variant of the exact same equation. It is called the present value of future cash flows model. And all that means is that we're going to look at everything you're going to do in the future and we're going to discount it back to the present and we're going to value you based on what you're doing and how well we think it's going to go and how fast we think you're going to grow, right? So I can look at a 20-year-old and who had got a nickel in his pocket and I would look at his behavior and say, "Ooh, this boy's going somewhere because I watch what he does on a daily basis." What you do determines what you're becoming. All of you, everybody in here, all of us, including me, we are all becoming something. We are all becoming something. So the question I believe we should ask ourselves right now is say, based on this behavior right here, what am I becoming when I act like this? What am I becoming? I mentioned to you all that we're sponsoring a NASCAR driver, LeVar Scott. I talked about him yesterday. I'm super proud of this kid. He's 20 years old. He's one of the few black NASCAR drivers out there, and I just love him. And I just told him, I said, man, I wanna get behind you because I see what kind of person you are. I see how hard you work. I see how serious you are. I see that you're a warrior. I see that you're a winner. I see you got the right mindset. So I'm not investing in you based on what you are. I know you a broke 20-year-old. I get it. That's cool. I'm looking at what you're going to become. I think you're going to be great. You're going to be a superstar. You're going to get on top of the world one day. So that's literally how you think as an investor. You think about the future. So again, because your number one investment in your life that you'll ever make is pretty much going to be you, and then the other investments you're going to make are going to be people in your family. I want you to really look at everything. Look at culture and habits. Culture, habits, and choices, they're all connected. Culture drives our habits, which drives our choices, right? And based on the culture, habits, and day-to-day choices we have, the question becomes, what are you becoming? Based on what you eat every day and what you're eating for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, what are you becoming? Are you becoming a healthy person? Are you becoming a sick person? Based on how you handle your relationships with other people, what are you becoming? Are you becoming a person who's going to be surrounded by love or a person who's going to be surrounded by hate and negativity and envy and all kinds of other negative emotions? Based on your finances, are you investing consistently in your future? That means you're becoming a rich person. If you're not investing, if you don't invest this week and because you just want to get to it later or you think it's going to happen tomorrow, well, unfortunately, you're not becoming a wealthy person when you do that, right? It takes time for sure, but at some point, the habits have to change because the habits shape everything. And what I see with Bobby Brown was I see a guy that was really trapped by culture, habits, and choices. The culture of I'm going to get rich by being loud and flashy and obnoxious and crazy and wild and everything else, and the world will reward me for that. That's the bad culture. And then you've got the habits, right? Drugs are the worst kind of habit to form because that's not a habit anymore. It's actually an addiction. And then you've got choices that come out of that. When I am high on dope, when I am high on money, and when I am high on fame, which Bobby Brown was affected by all three of those drugs, cocaine, money, and fame. All three of those drugs had him in a constant state of this weird euphoria that affected all of his choices. And all those choices, I bet you that if you were to sit down and do a deep therapy session with Bobby Brown and ask him to tell the story of his life, you would probably run across a regret every 10 seconds. I would be willing to bet you that everything that he thought was his wildest dream poured into what became his worst nightmare. I mean, Whitney dead in a bathtub had to be a nightmare for him. Bobby Christina dying early had to be a nightmare for him. The financial devastation that came with that had to be a nightmare for him. Drug addiction had to be a nightmare for him. Going to the doctor and having health effects from poor choices when you're young had to be a nightmare for him. So the interesting thing about life that's fascinating to me is that if you are not able to either have the discipline or have someone to force you to have the discipline to have a longer term view of your life, a different perspective, a higher level of consciousness, like in that airplane. Remember the analogy that I was explaining, being in the car versus being in the airplane? The airplane pilot can see what's ahead. Do you understand? The airplane pilot has a higher level of consciousness. They're in the third dimension. They can see what's going on. If they were in the fourth dimension, they can see even more. If they were in the fifth dimension, they can see more. This is where consciousness comes into play. So a more conscious version of a Bobby Brown would have been able to say, okay, this is 19, I'm looking down at 1991, but guess what? I got 1992, 93, 99, 2009, 2019, 2029. I got to think about all that too. So I can't just pour so much into 1991 that I end up bankrupting myself in 2019 and 2020. Do you understand? That to me is awareness. That is what consciousness is. And this is why also mentorship is extremely important, because when you have a mentor, the mentor has a level of consciousness you don't have. If Bobby's 21 and he's getting it in and living his best life, but he's sitting next to a man he trusts or a woman he trusts or somebody he trusts that's 50 years old, who is able to have a higher level of insight and consciousness and tell him what's down the road. Like, yeah, it's really great right now. The girls love you and stuff. But when you hit about 30, man, you start getting tired and blah, blah, blah. You can't dance no more. You start to pull a hamstring on the stage. And you got that kind of mentorship. Then that helps you prepare for the next stage. And this is why you can contrast, say, a Bobby Brown with someone like, say, a LeBron James. A LeBron James is a guy who he's always been a great athlete. He's always been the king of everything. He's just as famous as Bobby Brown was. He's just as talented. And LeBron could have been acting a damn fool. He could have just been a complete mess his whole entire life, but he wasn't. He had a wife and children because somebody poured that into him to be conscious and aware of the fact that, yeah, you could go have a bunch of babies, mamas, but that's not going to look very good for you when you're 40 years old. And when you're 40, you want to have that structured family that people can respect a little more than a guy who's just sort of splattered his seed all over the city because he was having so much sex, right? Or just other choices that he made. Now, I bet you, like another prediction that I have for LeBron is that LeBron is going to be similar to Michael Jordan in that LeBron is going to make more money 10 years from now than he ever made in the NBA. He's going to make more money when he's 50. LeBron's going to make more money in 1 year than he's made his entire NBA career. This guy is on track to make several $100 million a year, and that's because he spent time preparing for the next stage of life. Why? Well, because either God or a mentor gave him a level of consciousness to be able to see more than just the moment. Do you understand? That consciousness is what separates you from an animal. And what makes me resent America so much is that I really believe that they look at black people as animals. I really believe that they want the black man to live like an animal. Like I really do. I really think that they I really think that they want the black man to just, just go from woman to woman and blow all his money and eat the worst foods and make all the horrible choices, abandon his family and just act like a buffoon. And then they can say, see, this is what those look at how those Negroes act. Look at that, look at how those people are. They think about it. Do you know how many white men, I bet if you got them like it's like secretly away from other people and made them really be honest? Do you know how many of them, if you said, would you want your daughter to marry a black man? Do you know how many of them would say, "Oh hell no"? And a lot of the reason they say hell no is they say, "Well, these guys they have babies and they don't take care of their kids." All these stereotypes, right? And what sucks though, what sucks to me, what makes me mad is when we embrace the stereotype. Because we know all of us know somebody who fits that description, and that sucks. And what also happens is that society, because they have such a low impression of us, they will take those men who fulfill the stereotype and elevate them and make them the heroes of your community. You'll have a civil rights march, and the guy speaking at the damn march will be a guy who fulfills every negative stereotype about black men that there is. And so this is the challenge that we have. This is what we're up against, and this is why I'm so vocal about this stuff. I don't care if I lose friends over. I lost a lot of friends because people think I'm being mean and I'm not going with the trend. I'm not trying to be cool. Well, I ain't trying to be cool. But you know where I learned that from? I learned it from my daddy. My daddy's like, I'm not trying to be your friend. I'm trying to tell you the truth. That's it. My dad, one day I went on ESPN one time and my father chewed me out after I got off ESPN. I was like, so did you see it? And he was like, that was stupid. Like what was he's like, why are you agreeing with ignorant people? That didn't make any sense. He did because he did not care about being cool and fitting in, right? And I really think that's the best type of freedom that you can have. When you get to the point where you're okay with who you are and what you're doing and you don't need other people to always agree and always like it. then that's a really great type of liberation, because I think we have a society where, due to low self esteem that's implanted in us as children, we're trained to go through life wanting people to like us. And that's very dangerous, because sometimes people will like you only if you do the wrong things. It's no different from high school. Like, remember in high school you had the cool kids, and everybody wanted to be down with the cool kids, but some of those cool kids are in prison right now. Some of those cool kids are unemployed, hooked on drugs, in all these bad situations. And so why would you want to emulate people that are losing, that are failing? And that's what I really want us to kind of process, is what culture do you want to be a part of? What life do you want to live? And when it comes to, if you circle it back to the economics, the choice, the culture you choose will have a direct impact on your health, on your wealth, and your relationships. Period. Your wealth will be directly affected by whether you choose a wealth building culture or a wealth destroying culture. And unfortunately for poor Bobby, he'd embraced a wealth destruction culture. And as a result of that, Bobby's got grandkids that probably have to get up and go to work every day because granddaddy didn't manage the family resources and the family opportunity. And it's not just Bobby though. I mean, you have a lot of just speaking on celebrity spending. Um, I remember, like, I love Michael Jackson though. By the way, my wife's from Gary, and he's, I can't. Saying something negative about Michael would be sacrilegious. And I thought Michael was cool. I really do. I love the family, but has anybody ever seen how Michael Jackson used to spend money? It was so crazy. Don't get me wrong, Michael made some good investments through the years, right? So no doubt about that. But the spending was so funny. Remember when they did that show where he went in that store in Vegas, and stuff in the store was like two, three, $4 million, and he's like, I want one of those, two of those, three of those, four of those, and so he's just spending like crazy. And so what was unfortunate for Michael is that, this poor guy was in his 50s and he was going on tour again, because his only major source of income was going on tour. He had to make the money. And that's almost like the older boxers. When you see older boxers that are boxing when they're, 40, 50 years old, stuff like that, just doing unhealthy stuff. And with Michael, what's interesting is Michael's wealth went up after Michael died, because Michael wasn't there spending the money anymore. Michael's estate was taken over by people who didn't have to spend $10 million a month just to maintain a lifestyle. So what has occurred is that the wealth in Michael's estate has gone way up. So that's another fascinating thing about economics, is that sometimes the family business does better when the founder of the family business is no longer involved. It's almost like when Steve Jobs got pushed out of Apple. That was a bad decision, by the way. But there have been other scenarios where pushing out the founder was made the company better, because the founder's preferences and choices were not always healthy for the company. So with Michael, and I love Michael, I do, I always will. With Michael, it's like, because he's out of the way and he's not spending like a crazy man anymore, the family wealth is enormous, and I don't know how much that estate makes, but they make millions of dollars every year. And Michael poured into his legacy in a really appropriate way, and now, kids 100 years from now are going to have a better life because Michael was here. So in that particular case, it was a scenario, in my view, where everything wasn't done perfectly, etc. Because I believe fame and money are addictions, and those things can really. And then if you compound that with something with drugs, it just becomes a complete mess. But and most people can't relate to it, because that lifestyle is so different. I'm not super famous. I'm only internet famous. But even with a little bit of internet fame, you'd be amazed at how people spoil you. Everyone says yes to you. It's so many things are easier for you than they are for regular people. But then also, I've been around mega celebrities. Like, again, remember I told you talking to Kanye West was almost impossible, because he just lives in this world where everything's so different. The amounts of money are just enormous, and the amount of access is out of control. So if you're not grounded, if you're not spiritually tethered to something, if your consciousness is not where it needs to be, it's easy to get kind of caught up in that, to the point where it distorts everything about you that's human. Will Smith is, to me, one of the smartest entertainers out here, and he wrote a book, and he reflected on that and what fame did to him, in terms of, it literally made him depressed, because he said it's very depressing to be able to have everything you want, and there's nothing that that's hard to get anymore. And then so like sex, like men have to work to have sex with women. He didn't have to work for that, and he said he got to the point where even sexual pleasure would make him vomit. He would vomit after that because it was like too much. It was like too much. So just count your blessings, right? Even when something is harder to get, even that's a little bit of a blessing in my opinion. So always know there's a blessing in everything, and I want you to see that so that you'll be happy with the life that you have. Okay. So anyway, I'm done talking. I hope this conversation was beneficial to you. This is in case you want to know how this links back to the economics. Basically, it's sort of this sort of general awareness idea that says that if we're aware of how our economics ties into other parts of our lives, then we're going to be better off financially. We're going to have better economic outcomes, and that's why we're here, and that's why you got up this morning to come hang out with me. So anyway, a couple quick things. Don't forget to get on the text list if you're not on the text list. If you want to get a notification periodically when we meet for Money in the Morning, just text the word morning, MORING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, my wife is going to join the ladies of Fly Nubian Queen this afternoon at 1 o'clock. We wanted to create spaces for intelligent Black women to share their voice. So if you'd like to participate or be notified, then just text the word Queens with an S, Queens to 87948, and I will notify you all when the Fly Nubian Queens get together and do their thing. Thirdly, tomorrow at 1 o'clock or tomorrow at noon, I'm going to do an introductory Q&A for how to make money selling stock options. And this is what we call Prime 101. And so if you want to join us in the Prime program, you can get access. You can come on in to that. So just text or actually, you know what? Don't text. Go to drboyceprime.com. You can take a look at the program to decide if it's for you. It does work. It's really good stuff. It's how I make my money. So if you're looking to make extra money, I think this is the best. This is literally the best way to make money I've ever seen in my life, to be honest with you. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if that interests you. Okay, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Have a great day. It was great talking to you. And thanks for putting up with me again. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care now. Bye bye. And they intend on you being the wide receiver, and you say, but I thought I would play the quarterback, then you're going to be confused. You're going to come in and expect to play a position that's really not your position. They're going to say, no, 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 no. We have somebody else that's going to play the quarterback. They're going to throw the ball. Your job is to catch it. So in the economy, in black economics and in really white economics too, there are different roles that people play, different positions, and this is on my mind because I was actually explaining some of this to my daughter's friend. One of not only do our kids work for us, but if any of the neighborhood kids want a job, if they work hard and do a good job, I will hire them. So I've hired a few of the kids, and they work for me and do things for me. I'm really strict. I will fire you in a minute, and I set very clear standards of what my expectations are. But if you meet the expectations, I tell them, look, if you meet the expectation, I'm going to make you rich. I'm gonna pay you very well for your time, but I ain't got no time for BS. Successful people, which I want to be, I like to believe that I'm trying to be. Successful people just don't have time for silliness and nonsense and things that are gonna throw off the agenda. So anyway, one of the young ladies that works for us, I was explaining to her something that I heard one of the Rockefellers say. And what John D. Rockefeller, there was one point where Rockefeller literally said something really fascinating, where he said that if you spend all your time at work, how do you have time to make any money? And that was literally a confusing statement for a lot of people, because if you think about it, why do people go to work? Why do people get up and go to work every day? It's not because they enjoy it usually. It's because they're making money, right? They say, okay, this is my financial play. This is my economic move. So how in the heck would that be the case? So I just explained to her. I said, in this economy, you've got the horses and you have the jockeys. You have the people that the jockeys get all the credit, the horses do all the work. I said, in America, unfortunately, the hardest working people in America are the ones who pay most of the taxes, then fund the government. The hardest working people in America are the ones who stimulate the economy. The hardest working people in America are the ones who pay rent to the landlords. The hardest working people in America are the people who pretty much make this country go. Those are the workers. And unfortunately, what is really true is that the people that make lots of money, and because we were talking about investing, and I love it. You know me, I'm an old dad, so when I get excited when a kid comes and asks me about opening an investment account or whatever. So I explained to her. I said, the people that really make a lot of money in America are the people that work the least. Actually, you got to work maybe to run your business and stuff like that, but you're doing work that you enjoy.
or you're doing work where you did a lot of work in the past and you get paid in the future for work that you did in the past. So, for example, I make money from a lot of the work that I did in the 1990s because in the 1990s, I was in school studying 7 or 8 hours a day trying to get my PhD. So now, 20 something years later, I still am able to generate income from things that I did in 1991. Right? That's crazy, right? That's absolutely. Some of y'all weren't even born in 1991. So anyway, so the point of the matter was to say that I was explaining to her just how the economy works and that there are different people that are put into different positions. And I said, do not let them position you inappropriately. Do not let them put you in a position where you're going to be doing all the work and getting fewer of the rewards. I said also, it's smart that you're investing now. I said, I'm really, really proud of you for investing right now because when you invest, not only will you be secured long term, not only will you have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in your retirement account by the time you retire, but between now and then, you're going to be able to buy the things that money can't buy. You see, money isn't just a be all end all. Money buys you things that the money can't buy, like peace of mind and security and happiness, and you can sleep at night. And I told her, I said, and I like having real candid conversations with kids. And I said, a lot of people don't feel that way. A lot of people are very unhappy with their lives. They're very stressed out and they're very overwhelmed. I said, when you get as you get older and you go to college, you're going to start reading articles about how everybody in your generation. I said, you're Gen Z, right? Because I got to keep up because it's a new generation coming out every 5 seconds, it seems like. And so I said, you're Gen Z, right? She said, yeah, I'm Gen Z. I said, yeah, well, there's articles you're going to see everywhere about how Gen Zers can't afford to do anything. You can't afford to pay rent. You can't afford to go to the bathroom. You can't afford to buy a house. You can't afford to do nothing. And I said, I don't want you in that position. I said, because we've adopted you as our daughter. I call her daughter, right? Because you got the daughter and then the daughter. So I said, since we've adopted you, I want to see you do well. I want to see you happy in life. So this is the secret. So here's the other part that was really crazy. Since we're talking about this, and I hope it's okay if I share this story. So I was talking to her about buying stock, right? Because she was like, "Well, how do I buy stock? Like, what do I do?" I was thinking about this and thinking about that, and I said, "Look, here's the first mistake a lot of people make. The big mistake a lot of people make is they overthink it, because it can be very complicated." And I said I could probably say a lot of words about investing that will make your head spin, that will make you really feel like it's super complicated, and that only elite people who really have specialized knowledge can actually do it. I said, but I asked her that simple question I've asked a lot of you. I said, are you smarter than a monkey? And she did what I expected. She kind of laughed. She kind of laughed, said, yeah. And I said, okay. And then I explained to her the Burton Malkiel monkey experiment in 1971, where he taught monkeys how to invest by throwing darts at a wall. And I said, the monkeys made money. The monkeys made more money than a lot of people who get up and go to work every day. The monkeys made more money than a lot of people who've been working 30, 40 years since the 90s, since the 80s. I said, the monkeys made more money than a lot of people that have very high IQs. I said, the reason the monkeys made money is because they didn't overthink it. They just did the basics, and that made a difference, right? So if you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, I've told you guys about that URL. I like to recite that to you because I want you to just go there. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. And blackwealthmasterplan.com is the $5 a day plan. The $5 a day plan is literally how you build wealth like the monkeys. And so anyway, I then said, I said, you know what? Come in my office. Let me show you something. Let me show you something real quick. So I pulled out my phone and I said, here's what I want. Here's what I'm saying when I don't want you to overthink it. So I pulled out my phone and I said, let's buy stock in a company. And she said, okay. I said, what company do you want to buy stock in? She said, Chipotle. I said, okay, let's find Chipotle. So I found it and I said, this is what you call it. This is the ticker symbol. And then I said, okay, so this is how you buy. You tell her how many shares you want. I said, but you don't have to buy a whole share. You can just buy $200 worth. So we bought $200 worth. And I said, okay, so I hit the button. I said, okay, now as of tomorrow morning, when the market opens, our family will be owners of Chipotle. Now I think I already own Chipotle, but now we own a little bit more. Now when Chipotle's money goes up, our money goes up. And she gave the greatest reaction. She goes, "That was so cool." And I liked it because you're 50 something years old, you ain't never cool. I'm like so not the cool guy. I wasn't even cool when I was like 25 years old. So how am I gonna be cool at 52? I don't know. I gave up trying to be cool, but I thought it was really cool to be cool for a minute. So really what I want to encourage you to do, here's what I want to encourage you to do today. Before we jump into the reading, we're going to read Dr. Claude Anderson's book. It's the Black History Reader. We've been reading this book for years. We've been reading Dr. Anderson's books for years. Before we jump into the book, I want to encourage you, have those quick conversations with your kids. Have those quick conversations. I'm serious, because those little conversations will change everything for them. That will open just a beautiful Pandora's box of possibility that is far greater than anything that white supremacy is ever going to give them. It's greater than anything that employer is ever going to give them, better than anything that college is going to give them. We got to do this. These are our kids. These are our responsibilities. Nobody else's responsibility. If we don't do it, who's going to do it? If we don't take care of our young, who's going to do it for us? Give me a yes if you understand. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if you are going to consciously get out here and do something a little bit different with your kids, somebody else's kids. I'm one of these simping black men who believes that all children are our children. I believe in the village. I believe in all of us taking care of each other's kids, because some of these parents out here are raggedy. Some of them are stuck. Some of them are stuck in child in juvenile behavior. You got a lot of 50-year-old teenagers walking around here. So I actually am a person that believes that all these kids, any kid that comes in my path, that's my child. I'm going to talk to you as if you're my own, and I'm going to do whatever I can to help make your life a little bit better, because that's the best thing I can do as a black man. So if you can understand where I'm coming from on that, then I hope that you will just scoop up those damn little kids and tell them what you know, and make sure you give them just a little bit of information that's going to make their life better. Because just understand, when you're hanging out with me every single day, some of y'all come in every day for financial consciousness training. You're in here all the time in the Black Business School. You're not just getting a standard education. You are on cutting edge in terms of economic understanding. There's no institution that covers Black wealth the way we do. No place that understands it better. We have more PhDs, more therapists, more attorneys, more business people that are connected with what we're doing here, and we are a think tank. We're killing it. We are right on the edge. All these things that other people won't solve for another 60 years, we solved them 10 years ago. So what I want you to understand is how valuable the knowledge inside your head is. I want you to understand how it doesn't have to be complicated for it to be powerful. Just give them the little lessons, set them on a different trajectory. You have to do this, because if you don't, they're going to get stuck. And when they get stuck, they're going to become slaves. And when they become slaves, that's going to affect their mental health. They're going to be stuck in debt. They're going to be stuck in a job that they hate. They're going to be stuck in bad relationships where your daughter's sleeping with some old fat stinky ass man because she's trying to get $500 to pay the rent. We don't want our kids in those situations, because that affects so many other aspects of their mental and physical health. So get them financially free so they can find themselves, find their purpose, and be the best that they can be. All right. So anyway, do me a favor. By the way, if you want to join us for financial consciousness training tomorrow, it's free. We do it every morning at 10 a.m. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to the number 87948. Also, just a reminder, we have a lot of new apparel. I hope you don't mind me mentioning this. We have new apparel and everything, Black Wealth apparel in the Black Wealth store, where we've got flashcards and workbooks and study guides and even stuff on love and money, kids and money, all kinds of stuff that you can take a look at. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. We have a bunch of copies of Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics. We are one of the main benefactors of the Harvest Institute, which is his think tank. Unfortunately, these celebrities, they don't give any money to what Dr. Anderson's been doing in the Harvest Institute, but we do. The Black Business School has donated probably, I'm going to guess, close to $1 million at this point. We do, maybe 10, 20, 30, 40, $50,000 worth of business at a time. So one of the things that we do is we just bought a bunch of books from the Anderson family, and we didn't pay wholesale price. As I said, I don't want a discount. We paid retail price. We paid full price for this. So we're not really making a profit from selling the books, but the books are in the bookstore. So if you go to drboycebooks.com and you haven't got copies of the books, you can go in there and grab a few and give them away to your relatives as Christmas gifts, stuff like that. And remember, summertime's coming, so that's your chance to really educate the kids. Okay, so give me 1 second. I'm going to shoot out a text to let others know that we are here. Let me see here. All right, so we're going to start reading from the Black History Reader, which now that book we don't have. And you can get that at powernomics.com. Powernomics.com is Dr. Anderson's website. So feel free to go to powernomics.com to get a copy of that. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start here. And he's talking today about the slave codes. And he asks this question, which is really powerful, on page 122, question number 39. He says, did the slave codes of 1705 intentionally inflict psychological damage on Black people? Okay, so first off, let's just do a straw poll. Give me a yes or no. Do you think the slave codes, do you think something called the slave codes inflicted psychological damage on Black people? What do y'all think? Do you think maybe the slave codes might have actually done a number on Black folks? Do you think that was the goal? Do you think that was that intentional or accidental? You think that they were trying to help us with the slave codes? What y'all think? All you got to do is just watch like little stuff that's happening right now. Like I can point out probably 10 things about the beef between Drake and Kendrick Lamar that is a result of the slave codes, right? Just even the way we handle disputes is a result of the slave codes. But anyway, he says here that the slave codes were laws that severely restricted slave behavior and were intended to prevent slave uprisings and rebellion. So their number one problem was, how do we control these black people? And so they created these slave codes in order to manage you and to keep you in your position. Remember, play your position. The slave codes imposed harsh physical punishment on slaves. The black man was a particular target. Black men were the natural guardians of the race and the family. See, remember in the beginning when I was telling you that I believe as a black man, it's my job to look after the babies, and anytime I see a black child, that's my child, even if it's only for 10 minutes. Well, that's me reclaiming and clearly claiming my manhood. That to me was a statement I felt compelled to make out of masculinity. You can see a lot of that masculinity has been drained when you see how many people in our community care nothing about the children. They care nothing about what happens to the community. They care nothing about the trash on the street. They care nothing about about children being abandoned. They care nothing about the community falling apart, not having businesses. That's a reflection on us. That's really a reflection on us. And if you, to the extent that you believe that the black man has sort of a natural masculine right, ability, and opportunity slash obligation to be a defender and a protector of something, that is really a reflection on us. I think that makes us look bad when we're walking around here blind, deaf, dumb, ignorant, crazy, drug addicted, not caring about the kids, just disrespecting the women and all that. That makes us look sloppy. And I say that without any regard to what the women are doing. Don't get me wrong. I think some of the women have neglected their responsibility as well. But I personally feel that accountability has to start at home. So I can't talk about what the women are doing without first talking about how I'm showing up as a man. And a lot of men will criticize women before they criticize themselves. That right there tells me that you got off on the wrong foot. That tells me that you're not prepared to be accountable for anything. So long story short, so here's what he says here. He says the black man was a particular target. Black men were the natural guardians of the race and the family. But the success of slavery depended on the ability of the slaveholders to crush and control the black man. So, in order for them to control you, in order for them to maintain their power, they had to find the most masculine men in the community and crush them, destroy them, rip their souls out of their body, take away all power that they have. And in fact, actually, you see this happen all over the place. Hip hop is one of the most hyper masculine spaces that there are. All you see is a bunch of chest thumping and loud, just I'm the best, I'm this, F you, I'm blah 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 blah. You see a lot of that sort of gorilla like alpha male behavior, but it's not really alpha male behavior. It's more beta male behavior because I noticed, for example, if you look in hip hop, first of all, hip hop is not a black owned business. Hip hop is not a black owned business. Hip hop is a white owned business with black employees. That's what it is. It's a white owned business with black mascots. It's like if I go to McDonald's, Ronald McDonald does not run McDonald's. Ronald McDonald is not the CEO of McDonald's. Ronald McDonald is the mascot of McDonald's. But you see Ronald when you go to McDonald's. You see Ronald, and you see the employees wearing the little McDonald's hats, but they're not the people who actually make the decisions in that institution. Do you understand? So effectively in hip hop, we are the Ronald McDonald's of hip hop. We are the clowns. We're the loud ones. We're the ones who get out here and say a whole lot of stuff. And what's interesting too is that you'll see rappers that will beef incessantly with each other. They'll shoot each other up, just kill each other in the street. But you've never seen, how many times have you ever seen a rapper beef with, I don't know, the Jewish community and their control of hip hop? Have you ever seen a rapper beef with the Jewish community and survive that? Kanye West kind of did. I mean, honestly, I think he kind of went a little bit too far, but still though, and we did talk about that, but at the same time though, and you saw what happened with him. I remember being on the phone with Kanye when JP Morgan Chase that day was reaching out to say, if you don't take your $140 million out of the bank by Tuesday, we're going to send you a cashier's check and give you your money back. That was literally what was happening at that moment. So effectively, you saw kind of what happened with him. And so effectively, so here's my point though. I think it's really interesting though, right? Like you are big and bad and tough when it comes to fighting other black people, but you won't take on white supremacy. You won't take on the school system. You won't take on the Democrat or Republican parties. You won't take on the people who actually own the record labels. You've never heard a rapper beef with Universal Records or whatever. Maybe Prince did that. And that was very hard for him. So effectively, that desire and ability to control the black man kind of says that we see the black man as this powerful masculine specimen, and he's great as long as he's on the basketball court or the football field. As long as he's doing damage to other black people, then that's great. That's all entertainment for us. We like that. We want to see a boxing match where you beat each other's brains out. We want to see a football game where you're giving each other CTE. We want to see basketball games where you're dunking over each other and talking crazy to each other. We want to see a hip hop battle where you threaten to murder each other in the street. But you better not ever, you bet not ever point that gun at us. Because if you point it at us, then you become like the zoo animal who eats a member of the audience. You're like the bear. See, the big bear is cute when the bear is riding a tricycle and following orders. But when the bear goes out in the crowd and mauls somebody in the audience, they're going to put that bear to death. They're going to shoot that bear. If you anybody remember Ron Artest? Anybody remember when Ron Artest got hit by an object from the stands and he went up in the stands and he beat the crap out of the guy that hit him with something? And remember that they gave him one of the biggest punishments in NBA history. That was a statement. They were making a statement. They were like, no, you can hit each other, but you better not hit us. Or if you remember Latrell Sprewell, some of y'all might be old enough to remember Latrell Sprewell, who was this basketball player who got into a fight with his coach, PJ Carlesimo, and he choked the coach. He too, at the time, got the biggest, longest suspension in NBA history. And that was racial. Both of those incidents were very racial because it's saying like, no, who do you think you are? No, you're supposed to you beat up on each other, then we're going to give you a slap on the wrist. But if you beat up on one of us, then that's a problem. So this effort to consistently control the black man has it's nothing new. I think that intellectually controlling black men is extremely important. I think it's okay to be strong, athletic, and smart as long as you're contained, as long as they can sort of figure you out, as long as you fit into a system, right? So guys like me, I don't fit into anybody's system. No, I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm not doing that nonsense. I'm not going to go along with whatever you tell me to go along with. I'm going to come up with my own conclusions on who I want to be, and that they're inherently, makes you dangerous, right? That's why my Instagram page miraculously gets taken down, and I don't even know why. Oh, it's because you're dangerous. What do? I didn't beat anybody up. I'm not hurting anybody. Oh, my brain, it threatens you, and that's why you're seeking to control this. So anyway, let's keep going. Let me keep reading. All right, so here on page 122 in the book, The Black History Reader, he says, slavery was successful. Slaveholders developed effective techniques to control the behavior of the male slave, techniques that would cripple his children and their children for generations to come. The slave codes formalized many control techniques but left room for creativity. The black man was totally helpless before his white master, who used the psychology of harsh physical punishment to encourage the black man to submit to slavery, to break his independent will, and to shape the attitudes of the black boys in the slave pipeline. So the goal was not just to control the male slave, it was to control his seed. Right? I need to break you and break your children because your children are looking up to you. So this is the danger of these horrific images of black men that they put in media. The problem with putting up images of black men as irresponsible, sloppy, ignorant, gun-toting thugs is that that's what little boys emulate. Little boys look up and they say, oh, I want to be like him because he's got money and he's got fame. And there's not a thought to sort of what this is really doing to the culture. Is this man emulating someone who's going to be a great asset to the black community? Or is he making himself into a great asset for the white community or white supremacy, if you want to call it that? Right? Because I don't think anybody who imitates rapper culture or even athlete culture is becoming, say, a great husband and father, or becoming the kind of man who says, I'm black first and I'm going to represent my community and I'm going to create jobs for black people. How often do you hear entertainers even talk like that? Even to say, we got to be independent. We got to go create jobs for our own. We got to take care of our own. There was a Boston Celtics player, Jaylen Brown, who said he wanted to use his money to build a Black Wall Street. And that was revolutionary. That was like such a big deal. And I just thought that's so fascinating because everybody should be saying that. Everybody should be saying that. Why is that rare? Why is it incredible? Why is it like some sort of Juneteenth celebration whenever a celebrity acknowledges his own community? You're supposed to acknowledge. Do you think that Jewish athletes and entertainers are not supposed to be loyal to Israel? Look at what's happening right now. Look at how they're literally in a war right now. They're literally shaping any criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism, which is just unbelievable. But if you follow the money, you understand how all that works. I'm not even going to talk about it too much because I know who owns YouTube and all that stuff. So I'm trying not to get banned myself. So I got to be careful in terms of how deep I go with this conversation. But it's a nonsensical argument. It makes absolutely no sense. So at the end of the day, you should be defending your own. Why can't you rep your own? Why can't you talk about being black? Why does the fact that we have a convention called the All Black National Convention, why does that scare people? Well, this all comes from history. You got to read the history and you'll understand why. They trained you to be afraid of yourself and afraid of each other. So it says here, slaveholders developed, okay, let's see, let me go in. The slave codes formalized many control techniques, but left room for creativity. Let's see here. The black man was totally helpless before his white master, who used the psychology of harsh physical punishment to encourage the black man to submit to slavery, to break his independent will, and to shape the attitudes of black boys in the slave pipeline. The slave owners did this by demeaning the man in front of his family so that it was clear that the black man could not protect them. So not only do they demean you and break your son, they're breaking everybody who's watching. Do you understand? People are just devastated when they see their hero destroyed right in front of them. Have you ever heard anybody really talk about, like, for example, watching their father get old and sick? Has anybody ever gone through that? Where you were lucky, maybe you were lucky enough to have a father that you admired and looked up to. My father was one of the strongest men I ever knew. My father would kill for his family, and he's killed people too. He's protected people. He's a strong man. So to watch him get old and to break down, it's very hard. It makes you feel like, gosh, whoa, somebody's got to step in. What's going on? So for the black woman to watch the black man walk around on his knees, that is devastating for her. That makes her feel like, God, I'm scared now. I either have to realign myself with a white man who can really protect me, or I got to learn how to become a man myself. And none of these things are natural, in my opinion. None of these things actually work. But that's why I think everyone was so excited when Meghan Markle married the slave master from across the sea from England because he had all this money. They didn't even spend 1 second saying, well, how did this man get all this money? Did they even consider the fact that the reason the royal family has all this money is because they've gone around the world killing black people and taking all their stuff? No, it's so romantic. It's a beautiful royal wedding. She's as wealthy as can be, and that's as far as people will go. So ultimately, I think that for black men, I think black boys have to be educated separately from everyone else. I really do. I think that black boys have to be educated by black men, real men, not these 45-year-old teenagers. I'm talking about real men. And I think that it has to be completely detached from all the systems that exist in society because men have to build systems of their own. If you want to succeed, you're going to have to build your own stuff. You'll never be invited into another man's house and have that man make you the king of that house. You'll never be the king of another man's house. In order to be a king, you must learn how to build a castle. In order to be a king, you must learn how to build a castle. If you cannot build a castle, you will never be a king. And so ultimately, these young boys who have all the ability in the world, they can do so many amazing things. We try to squeeze them in this stupid little system, and it does not work. You cannot squeeze a little Boyce Watkins into this bullshit. I'm literally the guy who would get fired on his day off. I got in trouble every day at school because that white lady from the suburbs didn't understand me and I didn't like her. I did not fit in college. I was really seen as extreme in college, and I was because if something didn't make sense, I wasn't gonna pretend like it did. I was the same guy when I was 24. I was just a less mature version of what I am now, but I was still pretty smart. I was teaching college students at 24 years old, and I was like, this is stupid. How come this department in this university has zero black professors in it? And I'm giving you all my money, and you can't even get a black person to teach me. That ain't right. That ain't fair. So little things like this, it's gonna infuriate an intelligent person. So if you are smart, if you are built to be a leader, if your son is built to be his own man, he's gonna have to have a space that allows him to do that. And you got to give him tools that allow him to develop that. You can't teach a lion to become a sheep. He's going to be very frustrated. He's going to have to shave off all his lion mane and put on sheep wool and just And I mean, what the hell? He's a sheep that's going. Every now and he's going to want to roar, and the other sheep are going to tell him, "No, you're not supposed to roar. You're supposed to go bah. You're not supposed to lead. You're supposed to follow." And some of y'all got little lions, and you dress them up like sheep. You take these big, strong boys and you put a dress on them, and you say fit into the system. And then when they stand up for what is right, some black person is standing right over top of them, telling them to sit down. Every time it's time for you to stand up, somebody tells you to sit your black ass right back down. And that's terrible. That is absolutely terrible. But you gotta prepare them for battle. If they are not prepared, they cannot fight. Because this game is not an easy game. It is ruthless. Your adversaries will kill you. They will all throughout history, thousands of years, when one group conquers another group, the men are brutal, especially to the other men. They will kill you, they will rape your woman, and they will enslave your children. That's what they did thousands of years ago. Now, the modernized version of that is that the black men have been eliminated. They've been put in prison and killed, or left unemployed or marginalized, different ways of killing, or maybe aborted before they're even born. And then the women grow up feeling that they don't have anybody to protect them. So some of them end up dating white men and talking about how wonderful white men are, or maybe some of them become masculine in order to compensate because they have to do that, right? And then your children pretty much become slaves, just like the old days. Your children become slaves to corporate America, or they will look up to and admire anybody who comes through and gives them the resources they need. So I personally think that black men have to be taught to be providers of resources. I really do. So let me keep reading here. Let me back up off that tangent. So thank you for letting me share that. So Dr. Anderson says that the slave owners pretty much controlled the black male by demeaning him in front of his family. So it's very clear that to make sure others saw him being demeaned. The slave owners, let's see here. Okay, and then he says it has long been the role of males in most cultures. See, this is him reinforcing what I was just saying here. He says it has long been the role of males in most cultures to provide for and protect the family, and to provide leadership and training to the children. So men are supposed to provide, protect, and provide leadership and training. And what's interesting to me is I think about how many guys I know who can't provide for anybody, can't even provide for themselves, don't want to protect anything, can't protect anything, are not equipped for leadership. You haven't been psychologically healed. Your trauma has messed you up so much that literally you're an inadequate leader because you'd never learned leadership skill. And then training. If you're not educated, then no one, not only can you not train anybody else, but people aren't going to listen to you. Black women are highly educated. They are super educated. They're super smart. Like, most of them, not everybody, right? And there's exceptions to everything. But generally speaking, black women are the most educated group of people on the planet. So if you bring training and leadership that is highly inadequate and incompetent, she's gonna naturally say, I don't understand. This does not make sense to me. I don't want to follow stupid rules. So anyway, so the point is that the men have to be built up. I did something years ago, and let me tell you on a true story. I did something years ago that I created. I should bring it back. It was called BOMB, and it stood for Building Outstanding Men and Boys. And it was my belief back in, this was 2013, where I said we need to build better boys and better men in our community. We have to build them just like you manufacture a product on an assembly line. We need to override what my friend's speech from Arrested Development speech. He was in our movie B1 the movie. He has a documentary called the N Word Factory. The IGA factory. I'm going to say IGA factory. So he says basically they manufacture IGAs the same way you manufacture Teslas on an assembly line, the same way you manufacture, auto parts or household goods. And so we need to have a manufacturing process that builds men that are prepared to lead. And I remember, here's what happened. So I went and talked to some people. Back then, I talked to a lot of different civil rights leaders and stuff. The URL is b1themovie.com, b1themovie.com. So anyway, I went and talked to certain civil rights leaders about this because I was still trying to learn certain things and understand things. So what happened was I talked to these leaders, and I kid you not, I remember the first response I got was like this resistance. And I was like, why would you resist to the idea of us raising our boys to be stronger? Because they got a big battle ahead of them. Maybe we should systematically develop the kinds of men that we want to see. Just like India said we need more engineers, and so they started mass producing engineers. I think, or is it China? I'm sorry, China. China said we need more engineers. So as a result, China produces more engineers in a year than India, Japan, and the United States combined. That's what China does, and they're better equipped. They're able to go on the job on day one and start getting patents and developing products. Our engineers take 2 years on the job to even just learn the basics. That's how far ahead of us China is because they don't play. So anyway, I remember that I got resistance, and the resistance came from this idea that we are responsible for our own fate and our own plight. The resistance was they said, well, we don't need to build better boys. What we need is we need to create more jobs, and we need to change the system and or something. It was something about the economy, and they need to create more jobs and opportunities in black neighborhoods. And I said, yeah, we do. Maybe we do need more opportunities, 100%. But what does that have to do with us being committed to building stronger boys and stronger men? And that was when I became uh, more aware. I was learning just how anti-black some of the liberalism actually is, how that paternalism creates a scenario where you take intelligent, fully capable young black boys and you start treating them like they are disabled. You start treating them like they're little wimpy little little rag dolls that just get slapped around by society and have no say in their outcomes in life. They call this, psychologists refer to this as learned helplessness. Learned helplessness is when you are fully trained to believe that you can't do nothing to fix your situation, that you have no say in your outcome. And what people don't understand is that this is one of the most insidious, most horrific forms of white supremacy that there is. It is. Because how am I, as a grown ass man, going to get respect from that woman in the other room if I go to her and I say, baby, we can't eat because I'm waiting on the white man to bring us some food. Baby, we can't do nothing with the kid. We can't train the kids because we don't got no white folks around to make sure that they learn and everything. We got to they gonna learn them how to read, baby. So I can't do that because I mean, if she's intelligent, which she is, if I'm hearing my man talk like that, you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna be like, well, if you can't do nothing without the white man's permission, why am I messing with you? I'm gonna cut out the middleman. I'm gonna go date him instead. I'm gonna go just get me a white man because apparently they have all the resources, all the know-how, all the institutions. They have everything that we need. So why don't I just get with him? Why am I wasting time with you? Because you sounded kind of like a little punk right now. So what I'm saying is that I just believe, generally speaking, since Dr. Anderson's talking extensively about how the black male is controlled by society and how this is a tradition, I kind of feel like it's important to start with just the very basics of just saying, what happens if we create a community where we at least train our boys to do their best? Sure, there are other variables. Sure, there are laws and there's police and there's the economic system and there's all these variables. 100%. I agree with you, but you can at least do your best. Get up off the couch, put down the weed, put down the liquor bottle, and go out and do it and try. Just try. Just do your best. Pick up a book. Don't I don't play we can play the video games after we finish reading the book. I don't see anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. And I remember just being kind of taken aback when I had black people. These are prominent, nationally recognized civil rights leaders who were saying these things to me, who were literally resistant to the idea of black people taking any accountability for our own plight in life. That's when I started to realize that was my own awakening. When I started realizing, man, I ain't sitting up in here because I am not a disabled Negro. I'm not, I wasn't raised like that. I wasn't raised to be no liability, no punk, no, sitting here waiting on other people to take care of me and waiting on my woman to do stuff I can do myself. No, 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 no. So some of us aren't built like that. And I know a lot of you are like veterans and soldiers, and I think that's why you come here because I think you get that. You understand what it means to fight. And fighting is something that doesn't guarantee you're going to win. See, to me, the best fighters are not the people who fight because they know that they're going to win. The best fighters are the people who fight when they know that they're probably going to lose. Right? To me, those are the real fighters. It's easy to fight when you think you're going to win, but what if you're going to lose? And there was a really great black man that really I just owe him everything. His name was W.C. Benton, and W.C. Benton was the only black professor on the entire faculty at Ohio State University because they were very racist. That was where I got my PhD. And they started messing with me because I didn't know I've never known how to keep my mouth shut. And in my PhD program, I probably should have stayed quiet till I graduated. But I got into it with those white folks, and they were just being white. You know how that goes. And WC went in there and he fought for me, and I owed him everything. He literally helped me get across the finish line with my PhD because it's very political. And I remember talking to WC. Let me tell you about WC Benton. You should go Google him. He's one of the greatest on earth in his field. His field is like something related to logistics or something, but he's like one of the top three in the world in this. That's how great you had to be black and to get a job at Ohio State because they didn't really hire black people. That's how racist these people can be. So anyway, WC was a Marine. He was a veteran. And I remember one time I was eating with him and eating lunch, and I was talking about what they were putting me through and how hard everything was. And he said, Boyce, he said, when I was in the Marines, they taught us that you fire your gun until every single bullet is out of that gun. Even if you're surrounded, even if you know you're going to die, you shoot until every single bullet is out of that gun. And I never forgot that. And I carry that with me, right? And I really think that generally speaking, I think that's a great life philosophy to carry through life. Just look, you might not win all the time. You might not be ready. You might not have anything that you need. You might not know what the hell you're doing. You starting that business, you feeling sloppy, raggedy. You don't have all the resources you need. But every single day, I think one philosophy you can carry in your back pocket that'll help you get through the day is just saying, oh, look, I'm going to fire every bullet until every bullet is out of the gun. I'm going to give everything I've got. I may not be able to do everything, but I can do my best. That's an asset I own. The asset I own is my best, and I can invest that much in whatever I'm trying to do. And I'm gonna tell you this: people who think that way typically are people that are successful. I do, and I also think people who think that way get more respect from other people because what I've noticed is that in general, not all situations are the same, but I think that when I've talked to women that are annoyed with men who give up, is it's not so much that you don't have a lot of money, it's that you just aren't even trying, right? I know a lot of women that will respect a man who gets up and works hard every day. Even if he's not making as much money as he wants, even if he's not as successful as he wants to be, it's just the act of getting up and knowing, okay, I got somebody who's really going to do his best on behalf of this family. So I think we should teach that to our sons. I think various core values should be instilled in our sons when they're young, so they know what they're up against and they're out here ready to fight. And it's a hard fight because you've got different variables working against you. You've got the racism of the world for sure, but then you've got other black males that will literally pull you down, that haven't healed, that are self-destructive. Like it wouldn't surprise me if Drake's black bodyguard got shot by a black man, right? Again, I don't know. I don't know who's black and who's not, so maybe I'm speculating here, but I do know that black people can really harm each other. And so ultimately your son's he's going to be fighting battles on two fronts. He's going to be fighting the white people and he's going to be fighting the iggas. He got two fights. He got the racist and the racists on one side and the iggas on the other. And both of them are various manifestations of racism, and it all comes from the slave codes. All right, so let me read a little more here. So Dr. Anderson says it has long been the role of males in most cultures to provide for and protect the family, to provide leadership and training to children. When African men were brought to these shores, slavery interfered and perverted their normal masculine behavior patterns. Commercial enslavement was primarily a gender specific industry. The slaveholder feared the black man more than he feared the black woman. Until the early 1800s, nearly 80% of the slaves brought into this country were black men. How many of y'all knew that? That 80% were black men. That's a big number. In the 1600s, in the Virginia colony, both white women and black women were outnumbered by their male counterparts 4-1. I didn't know that. White slave owners wanted the strongest slaves that they could find and worked them to death before they were 40 years old. African women became important as breeders when the Constitution outlawed importing slaves after 1808. So when they could not import slaves anymore, they needed the black woman's womb to reproduce the product, which was us. It was true that black women having a higher birth rate, greater longevity, less harsh lifestyle, and being in a protected class with less chance of being killed allowed the number of black women to catch up to and surpass the number of black men. The slave codes had a psychological basis. The purpose was to create a population of slaves that were docile, compliant, and would never rise up against the slaveholders. So that was the goal. They need to make you docile, compliant, follow orders, and never rise up against your master. Slavery had an effect on those who imposed the harsh treatment. They became dehumanized and conditioned to inflicting pain. Thus, the slave codes had psychological effects that lasted for generations on both the whites who imposed the treatment as well as the recipient blacks. So white people were affected by the slave codes too. Like I even think about during the O.J. Simpson trial, all that was lynch mob behavior. Like that the fact that they were so angry at him, like madder at him that they could be at almost anybody else. You couldn't tell me that didn't have something to do with race. That was all about race. The black people supported him partly because of race. White people hated him largely because of race. It doesn't mean maybe he did it, maybe he didn't. It's up to you to make that decision. But race was everything in that case. If he had been a white man, it wouldn't have gotten the same reaction. Let's see here. Okay, so the slave codes had psychological effects that lasted for generations. Okay, we said that. That conditioning is on display. That conditioning is on display today in many ways. For instance, when white police officers use excessive violence and even kill unarmed black men, that's one example. The slave codes crippled 15 generations of people. They kept black men from fulfilling the role of responsible fathers and husbands, degraded black people, made them hopeless and non-productive for anything other than slave duties, and criminalized nearly every normal behavior. So this is part of what the slave codes did. He says here, it is unconscionable for society to look at black people today, criticize their behavior, and ignore the permanent harm that whites, the slave codes, and similar laws intentionally inflicted on an entire race of people. While the slave-holding ancestors designed the system of slavery and applied the pain and degradation, whites today enjoy the benefits. When the psychological damage is added to the fact that blacks could not benefit from the resources found in this country, in fact, were considered a resource. So not only did you not benefit from the resource, but you were a resource. They were considered a resource. It is a wonder. It is a wonder that any blacks have managed to rise above the legacy of slavery. Blacks will need resources from the dominant society to rehabilitate their race. The call for reparations should come from fair-minded people. It should not only come from blacks. So basically what he's saying is that any white person who claims to be your friend should be supporting reparations. If you can't support reparations, we can't be friends, at least not politically. You're not going to get anything from me unless you can support reparations. If you can't support reparations, then I'll just have to meet you in the next life, or you're going to have to go get it on your own or whatever. My support is not going to come easy. It's not going to come free. I need you to support what we believe in order for this to work. Now, one thing I want to mention to you guys really quick, if you allow me to, is that one thing that we've been really trying to do for a long time with the Black Business School is we wanted to support the voices of women in the community, particularly educated professional women, those of you that ain't twerking for a living and stuff like that. The smart women in the world, in the community. So one of the things we did is we actually have a YouTube channel. It's flynubianqueentv.com, and Fly Nubian Queen TV. It's been there for a while. It has about 500,000 subscribers, probably about 1 billion views by now. And so every single morning, every afternoon, about 1 o'clock, there is a show there called Fly Nubian Money. So it's a group of sisters that get together and they pretty much do their thing, and they're super smart. My wife Alicia is one of them. She comes in as the therapist, but we also have attorneys and CPAs and actresses and people that real estate investors and all kinds of people that come together, and they talk about life and they talk about money as well. So they do this every single day at 1 p.m. So if you would like to be notified when they are live, when there doing the show, pull out your phone and text the word Queens to that number 87948. So if you text Queens to 87948, I will send you a link to join tomorrow. They need your support. We got to support the women as much as we support the men. And if you come to the All Black National Convention, you'll see some of the great women that we've had there, and we have a lot of great men as well. And of course, the brothers get their props too. But like Shaleigh Camilo, yesterday, Shaleigh Camilo, who's a real estate expert, was here in the Black Business School doing Dr. Boyce Real Estate with a private session. And then also, I spoke today with a young lady named Asia Kirkendall. And I mentioned these names because I think that we need to know about these great people that are doing great things. I know a lot of people are proprietary and protective of their platform and stuff like that, and we want to share, names and spaces and faces of people that can help you. So Asia Kirkendall is the creator of something called quantum wealth theory. I talked to Asia today. She's going to come to the All Black National Convention. Shaleigh is going to be there. Dr. Lene Javette is our Dean of Entrepreneurship. So we've got just amazing people. And so anyway, so if you pull out your phone, text the word Queens, Queens with an S, to 87948. And if you can come in and support the ladies, I would really appreciate it, because to be honest with you, the internet's kind of a mean, brutal place. And what happens is that sometimes when Black women are talking, you've got these little, I call them little bitchy boys out here that just can't stand Black women, that say things to just be mean, deliberately harmful, to hurt their feelings. And so I think that if we show up and we really support them, that will make sure we create a protective space where they can come in there and do their thing and be respected and be loved the way they love us. So again, text Queens to 87948. I'll send you guys the link tomorrow so you can join the ladies at Fly Nubian Queen. Did I say it right? Did I get it out okay? I hope that's okay. Thank you for letting me share that. All right. So here is so let's go to, we're reading The Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. And we're on page 124. And this is really interesting, I think, in terms of information we should understand and put it into context in terms of what's happening in our community right now. So he asked this question: why was it a criminal offense to teach Blacks to read and write? Like, what made it criminal? Like, why did they have a problem with people learning how to read? Now we try to get the kids to read, and some of them don't want to read, right? So here's why they did not want Black people to read and write. He says here, the European colonists opposed educating Black people because they knew that educated Blacks, just like educated whites, would not tolerate being enslaved, brutalized, and exploited. So they knew that education was dangerous, right? But that's pimping 101. You'll never show me, you can never show me a pimp who wants to make sure all his hoes went to college. A pimp does not want his hoes to have master's degrees and critical thinking skill. He doesn't want his employees. Let's call them employees. The word "hoe" is kind of a harsh word. He doesn't want his employees to be sitting around and really philosophizing about the meaning of life and really thinking carefully about every decision. He doesn't want that. He wants them high and drunk. He wants them insecure. He wants them uneducated. If you have the insecure, uneducated, drug addicted, financially dependent, hooker, then that's a perfect employee. You can control that person, right? So basically, just like any other abuser, any other pimp, they wanted Black people to be in that same situation. They wanted you to be, they wanted your self-esteem to be shot. They wanted you to have no economic resources of your own, because when you're economically free, you start getting an attitude and you get to do what you want. They did not want you to be educated, because education means exposure to ideas. And that, just like that animal in the cage, if that animal starts to understand the cage and why he's in the cage and how the cage works, then not only is he going to question the cage, he's going to have an issue with the person who's running the cage, which means that you come in that cage, he's going to eat you. And then he's also going to figure out how to get out of the cage. So imagine if you took a lion that's in a cage and you gave that lion the IQ of an Einstein. So suddenly this lion is super, super smart. So he understands how the cage is built, why the cage is wrong, that you're responsible for his enslavement. So he's going to eat you, and then he's going to figure out how to break himself out of that cage. So then you got a lot of problems. He's not down for the cause anymore. He's not going to play his position anymore. So when Black folks get educated, when we've been reading books and have exposure to ideas and stuff like that, this is why the Marcus Garveys and people like that are so dangerous. This is why the Dr. Claude Andersons are so dangerous, because they give you information and knowledge to understand how the cage was built, how to get out of the cage, and who's responsible for incarcerating you in the first place. That's very powerful information. All right, so let's see here. So he says, an educated person would fight back and revolt. Whites knew that the best way to protect their financial investment and their lives was to impose ignorance on blacks. They therefore instituted public policies that stipulated that any white person caught teaching a black person to read and write would be fined $100 and suffer 39 lashes with a whip. Give me a yes or no. How many of y'all never learned that in school? That a white person caught teaching a black person how to read and write would get fined $100 and get 39 lashes with a whip. So not only were they punishing black people for learning how to read and write, they were willing to even punish white people for teaching you to read and write. That's how much of a threat black education is. That's how much of a threat black knowledge is. That's how much of a threat intelligent black people are. So why? So what do you think they think about people like me? Because I'm not only smart, I'm smarter than they are. I'm smarter. I can educate their kids. So basically, and this is why every time I talk, I say this is the home for intelligent black people. Because what I'm doing is I'm gathering the smartest, baddest, strongest warriors and saying, let's go, let's ride on these fools. Let's go and let's make something happen. Let's get together, pull together our collective power, and remind them of why they should be scared of us. Intelligent black people are scary. They're more scary than any gangster. They're more scary than any thug. They're more scary than any rapper. They're more scary than any athlete. They're more scary than any entertainer because educated black people, intelligent black people, when I say educated, I'm not talking about you going to school. I'm talking about being intelligent. I'm talking about being a thinker. I'm talking about seeking knowledge. People who are like that way, who think that way, who also have healed, so you're mentally balanced, so you can actually focus on an objective and accomplish it. Also, because you've healed, you are capable of things like collaboration and teamwork, which is something that they depend on black people not having the ability to do. They depend on you not being able to form teams. They've structured laws to ensure and rules and cultural norms that ensure that you're not going to come together because they knew that you are most dangerous. Pay attention now. You're most dangerous when you are informed and when you collaborate. Do you understand? When you are informed and you collaborate, that's very scary. That becomes, in their mind, they're seeing Planet of the Apes. Anybody remember how Planet of the Apes when you had Caesar, the smart ape, who became really smart and helped all the other apes get smarter, and then he started collaborating with the apes. The apes dominated the humans. So let's just be real. The movie Planet of the Apes ain't nothing but a documentary of fear that the white man has of the black man rising up and coming together. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of seeing us smarter than they are and working together. That I'm sure scares the hell out of people. And it's definitely true in industries like hip hop, where they're like, look, we want y'all beefing with each other, but we never want you beefing with us. But if Kendrick Lamar and Drake got together and said, why don't we just get together and use our collective power to take down Leor Cohen and Clive Davis and expose them for the people that they are? Oh, that would be very nerve-wracking. One of them would have charges filed on them or something. They would be going to prison because you can't do that. You can't fight your master. That's not appropriate. So this is evidence. This is the proof. This is all in Dr. Anderson's book. Right here in the Black History Reader, he says that black people, white people, were punished for teaching black people how to read. That's crazy. So let's keep reading here. He says later there were numerous records and instances where blacks were lynched for carrying a book or a newspaper. So if you were black and you got caught with a book or a newspaper, they might lynch you for that, especially in the South. Teaching people to read and write was a crime only when it applied to educating blacks. Schools were established and operated for immigrants and American Indians, making blacks the only people who for centuries were subjugated to imposed ignorance. You were the only group in American history where they literally made laws to make sure that you stayed as ignorant as possible. And if you don't believe that this happened, then just look all around you and look at how many people now are voluntarily ignorant. Don't want to learn nothing. Wouldn't pick up a book to save their life. He says here, the last thing white America, and especially in the South, needed were blacks. Sorry, let me say it again. The last thing white America, and especially the South, needed were black slaves capable of reading, writing, and challenging the nation's socioeconomic system. So the last thing they needed were people that were smart enough and intelligent enough to actually question and challenge the cage that was all around them. Whites in the North, these are your friends, by the way. These are your allies. So he's referring to whites in the North. Whites in the North harbored the same fears as their Southern counterparts. And education for the majority of blacks in the country was nearly non-existent as a matter of practice. So even your allies, your friends, didn't want you to be educated either because you were going to compete. They don't, the thing is, it's all about competition. That's what Dr. Anderson is drilling into. I hope you all understand this. Powernomics is all about competition. Powernomics is all about all the rules that were put in place, all the processes and procedures that were designed to make sure that you are never able to truly compete. So even the people that claim to be your friends, they will be your friends as long as they can be your friends in a paternalistic way. They say, look, hey, we see how bad you're being treated. We're not going to leave you on the side of the road. You can get on the bus, but we got to drive the bus. We own the bus, and we're going to sit in the front seat of the bus. Those are the rules. But we need you on the bus because the more people we have on the bus, the more money we make. So we want black kids in our public schools, but we don't want black people running public schools. But we need the black kids there because we get paid for every head of every child that shows up every day. We want black people in the prisons, and we so that these little towns can make billions of dollars from running these penitentiaries, but we don't want them actually voting or having any say in how things are being run in these prisons. So again, just like going to McDonald's, you have the employees, you have Ronald McDonald, the mascot, but Ronald McDonald does not run McDonald's, but the mascot is a very important part of the McDonald's brand. So you are the mascot, you are the employees, or you are the commodity that makes the institution valuable, but your presence is not one that is called upon for leadership and guidance of that institution. Do you understand? They want you on the bus, but they don't want you drive the bus. They don't want you own the bus. They don't want you the front seat of the bus. I can keep going on and on and on. There's many, many examples of this. So they need you. They want you around. They want to integrate you, but they do not want to integrate you in a way that is going to lead you to be competitive to them. It's like the way people love the family dog. Like there are people that really love their dogs. Like white people love their dogs. Like, they really do. And some of y'all are black and y'all got dogs and you love your dogs too. But really, they, you know what I'm talking about. They just like kiss them in the mouth and everything. It's kind of weird. But anyway, they love their dogs. But never once do they ever presume that the dog is truly a member of the family. If the house is burning down and they have a choice between saving one of the kids and saving the dog, most families are not going to choose the dog. They're going to save the child first. And then maybe they'll go back and get Fluffy. They'll be sad if Fluffy dies. So they want Fluffy there, but they don't want Fluffy to think that Fluffy is the man of the house. Like the father doesn't adopt Fluffy saying, I want you to sleep with my wife, eat the big piece of chicken, and sleep in the master bedroom. That's not appropriate. Well, why is it not appropriate? Well, because he's a dog. Right? Why would you want a dog to be the husband and the father of the house? So the same thing is true, I think, when they look at black people. It's like, we love black people. You know, they're great. They're great entertainers. They're great athletes. They have great culture. They make great music. So we want them around. We like them to be present. They're great commodities. We have them in the school system. We make more money. When they're buying products, we make more money. When they rent from us, we make more money, but we don't want them actually in a position of control and power in any of these institutions. So basically, you're fluffy. That's what you are. You T. Jackson says, "Wow, I'm fluffy." That's true. You're fluffy. And the only way Fluffy is going to break out of his position is if he fights a little bit. He's going to have to increase his intelligence and maybe collaborate with the other Fluffies and say, wait, this ain't right. This ain't right. And then what's going to happen is that there's inherently going to be a conflict. See, competition comes with conflict. Some of y'all scared of conflict. We're scared to piss off people and to say things that are gonna ruffle feathers or whatever, make your boss mad or offend the Democrats or whatever. But no, I think that conflict is necessary for you to move out of your position. You kind of just say, look, the way you have things structured now does not benefit me. I'm renegotiating this, and that's going to require you to have a certain level of self-esteem where you're truly prepared for that battle. I don't think we're prepared for the battle because we're not even financially secure. We're not even financially secure. If you're not financially secure, how the hell are you going to go to war with your boss when you don't even have enough money to pay your bills? You cannot go to war with with an entity that you depend on for your existence. That's like our kids going to war with us in this house. What that look like? They can't tell us what to do in this house. I pay the mortgage in this house. Me and my wife run this house. The children don't own any of this. You're here because we allow you to stay here. You eat because we feed you. If we decide to starve you out, we gonna starve you out. So at the end of the day, you going to war with a group of people that control your economic fate and also control your access to your own self-esteem and validation is honestly almost like you trying to go to war with God. It's like you trying to go to war with your creator. Because a lot of black people were created by white people, meaning that they were created in the sense, think about it like this. When we talk about who we are, and you say, well, who are you? And someone might say, well, I'm an Academy Award winning, Pulitzer Prize winning author with a degree from Yale University who is a vice president at Google. Well, all those stamps and labels that you put on yourself that validate you and make you feel important, like I'm in the NBA or whatever, all those were given to you by the oppressors who control these institutions that gave you those labels and validation that then make you feel like you are somebody. So that becomes your identity. And that's the problem. That's where your parents screwed you because you should have had your identity before they started slapping all these labels on your black ass, but you didn't have it. So you grabbed all these labels, and then sometimes we even do it when we shop for consumer items. Why is it so important for you to have Gucci on your body? Well, because that's another label that makes you feel like you're fly and you're better than other people because you got this European man's name on your body. Don't even know the man, but you're going to give him $3,000 to have Louis Vuitton on your purse, on your pants, on your shoes, and on your hat. And then you take a picture on Instagram and you're proud of that. But when I see that, somebody like me, I see that and I say, wow, that Negro has a lot of labels. But that labeling is what impacts his self-esteem. That self-esteem, pay attention now. I hope you're getting this. Let me know if you're getting this. That creates his whole identity. So for some people, when you take away their labels, they don't just lose, like for some people, when they lose their job, they're not just losing a job. They're losing their whole existence of who they define themselves as. That's a very dangerous place to be. Let me give you a real life example. There was a guy named Vince Carter, I believe, or not Vince Carter. He played football for the University of Texas. He won the Heisman Trophy. Vince Young in the like about '06, '05, he won the national championship. He was an extraordinary player. He was amazing. And so they put him on the cover of ESPN the magazine. And I remember I saw the cover of the magazine and he said something like, I was born to play quarterback at the University of Texas. And at that moment, when I read that, because this was years ago, about 15 years ago, and I was on the faculty of Syracuse at that time, and at that moment, I felt so sorry for him. I really felt sorry for him. I said, that's amazing that it sounds to me like he's shaping a big chunk of his personal identity on football and playing for the University of Texas. I said, so if that ever gets taken away from him, you're gonna have to he's gonna have to be on suicide watch because because that'll be like losing his whole identity. So years later, this is a true story. So years later, he goes to the NFL. It doesn't go the way he thinks it's going to go. I guess he thought he's going to be the next, whatever Tom Brady is now. He thought he'd be at that level, but he wasn't. And he ends up getting cut from the Tennessee Titans, I believe. And I remember reading another report where they said that he was so depressed and sad by getting cut from the team that he drove off and they were worried. They were worried that he was going to take his own life. And in my mind, again, maybe I'm speculating on this, but I've seen this happen in so many cases, is that by taking away his ability to play football, by taking away his all, this affiliation with the NFL and all these other things, you were stripping him of his identity. You were taking away who he was as a person. And so my feeling is that with our children, and in fact, this is why in our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program, we give like these little bachelor's degrees to the kids so they can identify themselves in a way that is more appropriate for what's going to actually benefit them long term. Also, in a way that other people can't just take it away from them, right? So my thought is if we really work with the kids when they're young and help them shape their identity in a way that is beneficial to themselves and beneficial to the community and under their own power and control, that's going to help them avoid the trappings of being caught in letting other people shape their identity in a way that others can simply take it away. You understand? Like, so for example, when an actor gets out of line in Hollywood, well, they take away his ability to win Oscars and Grammys and all these other awards, these other sources of validation. Or if you get out of line on your job and you decide you want something better for your life, well, they can take away your job and take away that important position, which can also take away a piece of your identity. So you can't get attached to these things because it is very unhealthy and very much a security risk to become dependent on something that you personally do not control. Do you understand? This is something that the United States applies. The United States applies this policy when it comes to their economics. We don't allow ourselves as a country to become dependent on a commodity that is controlled by somebody else. There are laws that will limit the number of media outlets that are allowed to be owned by other people, so they can't control American media. That's what the whole banning of TikTok is all about. There are laws that say that other countries can't own major airlines in the United States. They can't own things like utilities and electricity companies and stuff like that. And there are other areas where they say, no, this is critical to national defense. We're not going to sell everything to other people because we know that that's too dangerous. So the thing with us is, the question is, what are we what are the things that we own that money can't buy? What are some things that we will protect in a way where we say, this is bigger than just how much money I get. I have to maintain protection and security in this. Like even when it comes to income, we'll talk about how much money someone makes, but we never talk about the security, financial security of that income stream. Like you can make a lot of money, but are you vulnerable? What if somebody decided to take that away from you? Can they do that? And if the answer is yes, then you may be doing well, but your position is very fragile. So Black people in general are trained to be fragile. We're trained to be in a position where we're not sturdy and capable of making a recovery in case people who have an issue with us decide to punish us or take something away from us. Like the civil rights movement, affirmative action, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I agree with all those things. I think all those things were necessary and appropriate. The problem is that they were fragile, because you saw that once we became dependent on these things, I can't tell you how many people I know who were DEI experts. They made their whole career around DEI. Their whole doctorate was DEI. They would go speak at universities and corporations about DEI. And these poor people were devastated when they just decided, we don't want to do DEI no more. We're done with that. We don't want to do that no more. So that tells me that you didn't necessarily think about how fragile your position is. You got to think about these things. You can't depend on other people for things that you're going to need, because when the war comes down, first thing that the enemy does when you are in a battle is they say, what is it that I control that I can take away from this person to get their behavior back in line or to undermine their progress? But again, just think of it like the kids living in our house. They're dependent on me and my wife definitely for food and a place to stay. So if they ever really tried to go to war with us, first thing we could do is take the money back. Like if I'm giving you allowance, oh, I'm keeping your allowance. You want a trip? Okay, cool. Well, you know what? If you don't like it here, you can go live somewhere else. Or I am the one that's feeding you. You do understand that, right? That you can't fight with me. They can't go to war with us. We run this. They're playing checkers, we're playing chess. They are on dimension. This is why financial consciousness is so important. Their consciousness goes up to, let's say, level 2. They're living in the institution. Our consciousness goes to level 3. We built the institution. Do you understand? The person who built the cage always has a level of consciousness that exceeds the person that's in the cage. So we live in the cage that they built. So the question is, can we commit? And I think many of you are very intelligent people. That's why you're here. This isn't for everybody. Everybody can't even, a lot of people can't even get this. But it's okay. You're going to get this. Can you elevate enough where you can create a scenario where whatever institution you're affiliated with, you are the master of that fate. You are the God that manifests that reality. You're working for your own business because you built that business. It would have been easier for you to go get a job working for somebody else, but because your consciousness is elevated, you want to see an institution built in your own image. You don't want to be forced to reflect an image that was created by somebody else. What the hell do you look like going into some pre-built institution dressing like a white man? It's not going to work. You ain't white. It'll never work. So my thought is, why don't we raise our children to have that level of economic manifestation and financial consciousness? One way that we do that is not just by training them, but also by equipping them. Money is power. Money is a weapon. Money is used for defense. Money is used to conquer. So if you have enough resources to defend yourself, at the very least, you can make sure that no one will come along and conquer you. It is much harder to conquer an educated Black boy who has plenty of financial resources than it is to conquer an ignorant black boy who is struggling to get his next meal. So a black boy who is trained on powernomics, who is practicing powernomics, is gonna be much harder to pull into slavery than a boy who is playing strugglenomics. A lot of our kids are playing survivornomics. Their whole life is a game of survivor because nobody trained them and nobody equipped them. You didn't give them nothing to fight with, and they out in this battlefield butt ass naked, begging anybody who with $1 to put some food in their stomach. So no wonder they're making crazy choices. No wonder they're stuck. No wonder they have to submit to slavery. You can't win if you don't prepare. So how are you preparing your children? How are you getting them ready? You got to think about these things. All right. So if you want to know about that conversation I was having with our daughter's friend, I was preparing her. I was like, well, the best thing I can do for you because I care about you is prepare you for life. And I told her, I said, yeah, you could go work for other people if you want, but actually that's not even necessary. If you ever want to know how to go through life and not have to work for anybody, just talk to me and I can give you some strategies. Hey, oh, here's the skills you want to have. Because I have a higher level of consciousness. I see the world as a 52-year-old. I can look at her at 17 and count up all through the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s of her life and say, okay, here's the move that you should be making at 17. So that by the time you're 25 and 30, you'll be here, and then you'll be here, and then you'll be here. I see things in a different way. So my consciousness is higher. It's almost like when I'm in an airplane and I'm in the sky and she's on the ground in traffic, I can say, go left because there's a clearer path. You can't see it, but you got to go left. So this is what your consciousness does. This is why I want you to take this back to your family because we operate on a high plane here. This is designed, these conversations. This is why every morning we do the financial consciousness thing. People don't even know what it means. I was like, how do I explain what financial consciousness is? It's just freaking awareness, man. It's awareness. It's like understanding how the game is built, not understanding just how to win, how to make your next move and how to win the game, but understanding who designed the damn game. Do I even have to play in this game? You understand? Like those are the questions you have to ask. Like I don't even like this. I don't even want to be here. Like this is a stupid game. I'm gonna go design my own game over here, and then I'll design it in a way where my team can win. So you got to elevate your consciousness. And what Dr. Anderson is saying here on page 124 of his book, The Black History Reader, which is at powernomics.com, I hope you'll support this brilliant man, is he's saying that you were trained to not play the game at all. You were trained to not even understand how the game works. And they deliberately made effort. They put it into law. They codified the idea of keeping black people as ignorant as they could possibly be so they will never understand how this whole thing works. But when we had those ancestors who came right out of slavery with fewer resources than you have, and they were building one-room schools and educating children at a level that's better than the entire damn Chicago public school system, that showed you the potential of what happens when we make a conscious choice to elevate our consciousness in our thinking and each one teach one and to form strategies of collaboration in the community. There's nothing we can't do when we put our mind to it, but you got to put your mind to it. So figure out what the hell you want, who you're supposed to be, where your kid's supposed to be at, and you go make that happen. Don't you be scared of nobody. I don't care if you win the fight. All I care about is that you choose to fight. So what is your battle? Fight. Let's fight that battle. I'll be happy to help you in any way I can. Okay. I'm done. I'm gonna go ahead and shut this down. I smell some good food. That means my wife cooked. And in case you don't know, my wife is a hell of a cook. And so with that said, a couple quick reminders, if you allow me to share. We do Money in the Morning tomorrow morning. Every morning we do financial consciousness training. If you'd like to join, it's totally for free. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. I shared a stock that I like if you want help with investing, stuff like that. And that stock was CrowdStrike. I didn't mention this, but I did buy shares of CrowdStrike. The ticker symbol CRWD, CRWD. So that's something to look at. This is not investing advice. It's just me, telling you what I'm about to buy. I'm going to buy it tomorrow. Sorry about that. Also, a couple more things. The Get Money Fest, hosted by Jay Ortiz in Philadelphia, is going to be on May 18th. So I think the tickets are free, but I think that it's like standing room only. So if you want to have a seat and all that, I think that's a VIP level ticket. But then also it gives you access to the VIP speakers and stuff like that. And it's great because it's like sort of an art and music festival with a big financial literacy component. There are are experts on branding and developing business and getting funding and Forex and everything else. And I'm going to be one of them. I'm going to do some speaking as well. So if you'd like to learn more, you can go to getmoneyfest.com. That's getmoneyfest.com. It's going to be in Philadelphia, May 18th. I will be there. What else? Also, don't forget that we have the All Black National Convention that's happening October 25th to the 27th. And I'm going to get that link for speakers and panelists. We're not going to have that many panelist spots, so if you don't get selected, don't feel bad. But I know a lot of you are brilliant. A lot of you are doing amazing things. You just maybe need some help getting a bigger platform. So what I'm going to do is I told the team, I said, when we bring people to speak at the convention, I want us to get people out of our crew. I want us to get people that are right here in the family because you support me. And this stuff is not easy. It's very, very hard to be in a position of any sort of guidance or leadership with the Black community just because there's so much weirdness and dysfunction. So those of you who've been consistent with us, we're going to be consistent with you. So we're going to let you all apply first. And so every year we pick out a couple people and they become, pretty well known because we have a good platform. So we'd love to share that with you. So I will bring that to class and there'll be a link and you can apply. Having a video of yourself speaking or something would be helpful and sort of some evidence to show that you know what you're talking about and that you've been kind of doing it so that we can kind of know what sort of people to bring together to create a great convention. The convention is going to be October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago. You can go to allblacknationalconvention.com to get your tickets. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Now, the ticker symbol for that stock earlier is CrowdStrike, and the ticker is CRWD. That's California Redwood Wooden Donkey. So there we go. I did that totally wrong. You can tell I haven't been flying the airplanes that much lately because I totally messed up the phonetic alphabet. But I hope that helps. All right, again, not investing advice, just me sharing with you something that I'm actually going to invest in for my family. So I'll see you all tomorrow morning for financial consciousness training. I hope you guys have a great night. I hope this was beneficial. And also, don't forget next Wednesday at 8:30 every week we do our Power Now.
I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm going to, you're going to get a text message in 1 second because I want to send everybody a text, kind of reminding them that we're doing our financial consciousness training this morning. And I want to say hello to everybody, and I hope you guys are doing well. So give me 1 second while I send this text. So again, if you're not on the text list, make sure you get on there. Text the word morning to 87948. That's morning to the number 87948, and you'll get an invitation. We do this every single morning at 10 a.m. And there we go. Okay, so give me a second here. All right. How's everybody doing? Everybody sleep good tonight or last night? I know I did. I had a dream, and I'm about to tell you all about my dream in a second. It was really interesting. It was a really interesting um, dream, and it had to do with this class. And so I felt like that was God's way of telling me to share this with you. And so I'm going to share it in 1 second. Okay, so all right. So anyway, so before I do that though, let me just say hi to everybody and see who's in here. I see AC Salam and Allegra. Let's see. Oh, Lagos. Okay, not very nice. We have a brother from Lagos, and yeah, I hate the fact that to get on the text list, you have to text the word morning to 87948 because I know some of you that are international can't do that. And so the best way I could say you could join is if you go to drboycedaily.com. That's one way. Also, we do email out the link. So if you're on the email list, we can do that as well. And actually, speaking of Nigeria, I'm actually going to send you all out later on today. I'll send out that list of Africa stocks you can invest in if you want to benefit financially long term from the growth rate of the African economy. So make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. I'll text that out. I'll also shoot it out in an email. If you're not on the email list, you can just email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support at theblackbusinessschool.com. And also, a lot of people don't know you can actually get started in the Black Business School for free. You don't need a nickel. This class is free, and then the Powernomics training on Wednesday nights is 100% free. You can bring all your family members. And if you go to theblackbusinessschool.com, you can sign up for free, and we send out lots of free stuff. So we love to help you as much as possible for free, just so you know that we're a legitimate institution. We have to do this because the internet's full of financial scammers and people who became financial experts after taking a class that lasted 2 days or whatever. I've been doing this for 30 years. You can check my record, go back to 1993. I taught finance at the University of Kentucky in 1993, and then, Indiana University. Then I taught at Kentucky. I taught mathematics at the University of Kentucky after that, and then I taught at Syracuse University. I was on the faculty there, et cetera. So I mention that periodically because sometimes as an institution we have to separate ourselves to make people know, like, look, we're not just some guy who's like got a big Instagram following that's like, hey, I'll show you how to invest in stocks or whatever. We understand it from a deep theoretical level. Also, we're deeply committed to black wealth, and we actually have a team of psychologists that understand the psychological boundaries that block us from black wealth. There was a great interview by a friend of mine named John Hope Bryant. He was on the Breakfast Club recently, and he was explaining so well all the psychological problems that cause us to mess up our money and cause our credit scores to be in the toilet and cause us to end up in bad financial situations and cause us to make really bad decisions. And I said, thank you. I appreciate the fact that other people are saying this because we've been saying this for a very long time. And a lot of you know this. A lot of you have heard this. A lot of you, this is old news. But for a lot of people, they don't get it. They don't see that connection between the psychology and the economics. If your mind's right, your money will be right. If your mind's wrong, your money will always be wrong. If your mind's right, your money will become right. Shout out to Ash Cash. I think he has a book called Mind Right, Money Right. Ash Cash, I think he works with the Earn Your Leisure guys, and I really like him a lot. He was at the All Black National Convention last year. But literally, if your mind's right, your money will be right. So when we talk about mental health, when we talk about healing, when we talk about really things like therapy, this is not disconnected from your economic outcomes. It's very, very hard for an emotionally unhinged person to have a good life. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Give me a yes if you get what I'm saying. It's very, very difficult for a person who's emotionally just all over the place to be disciplined. It's very, very hard for that person to have good relationships. It's very, very hard for that person to build their economics. It's very, very hard for that person to do anything right. Their mental health will be off. Their physical health will probably be off because they're consuming things like either unhealthy food or drugs or alcohol to deal with the pain, to self medicate. Right. So their physical health will be off. Their mental health will be off. Their relationships will be off because if you haven't healed, then you're going to fight with everybody and get triggered and constantly. Anybody, I mean, a lot of you've been around people that get triggered easily and go crazy and all that. It's very hard to work with somebody like that. You can't. You say, let's build a business, right? You can't build anything with someone who's emotionally unhinged. And then if you go into the financial side of it, which is all connected, bad relationships ruin your finances. Divorce is a multi-billion-dollar industry. When couples fight, they end up giving their money away to the lawyers. When people don't make an estate plan, when they're not emotionally balanced enough to plan their estate, then all that fighting that happens in the family, it's putting money in the pockets of the lawyers because now all the different siblings have to go hire a lawyer so they can all go fight over mama's money. Right? I mean, it's all connected. That's what I'm saying. It's all connected, and I really hope that you'll give me a yes to let me know you're seeing the connection. I want you to see it. I want you to just believe it. I don't want you to just believe it because I said it. I want you to see it. Like I really want you to believe it because you believe it, not because I said it. Do you understand? I want you to be the one to say it. I want you to. I don't want you to say, that you're right. Don't say you're right. I want you to say that's right. You understand? There's a difference. If you say you're right, that's you going along with it and saying, "Well, Dr. Boyd said it, so it must be true." No, 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 we're not there yet. I need you to take this pill and swallow it, and we're gonna internalize this. I need this growing inside of you. So I need you to say that's right. Even if I'm not standing here saying any of this to you, you're still telling your friends. You're like, yeah, if your mental health is not right, then your money won't be right, and then your relationships won't be right. And if your relationships aren't right, your mental health isn't going to be right, which also means your money's not going to be right. Do you understand how there's like a trinity there between health, wealth, and relationships? It's all connected. Think about this. I mean, if you ever want your mental health to go crazy, just get in like a bad relationship. I read about a terrible story this morning, and I promise you, I'm going to get to the main point I mentioned earlier in a second. Don't let me forget about that. I read a story today on Spiritual Word or something, one of those blogs or something. It was like the worst story to see this early in the morning. And I hope I don't ruin anybody's day, but I got to share this because I thought it was really sad. There was this lady who was had a 3-year-old son and she was going through a custody battle, and she gets on a FaceTime call and she tells the baby, she says, "Say goodbye to your daddy." And then he says goodbye, daddy, and then she kills herself and kills the baby. And I'm sitting here, and and you know why this affected me? It affected me because it made me think about things like postpartum depression. It made me think about, which we don't talk about things like this enough. It made me think about just how crazy people get, and when they're in a bad relationship. Like a bad relationship will make you insane, and if you don't have a process to kind of cool yourself off and help yourself see straight, a bad relationship. I've seen good people go berserk bananas, or jealousy, or just anger, or frustration, or whatever. I've seen people lose their minds in a bad relationship. Not to say everybody would go as far as this lady did, but I know a lady who spoke at our convention, Robin Simpson, whose husband 6 months ago in Houston slaughtered her. He stabbed her 100 times and cut her brain out of her body. This was a real person that I really know. She was best friends of my manager. She spoke at the All Black National Convention. I met her husband. Her husband and her baby were in my hotel room in 2018-ish, or 2019, I believe, when we had the convention in Houston. I met these people. And there was nothing I saw with this man that told me that this was how it was going to end for them. And it made me just really think about that and say, gosh, man, we got to fix this mental health thing. It didn't have to end that way. And now the baby has no parents, pretty much. Mama's gone, scared of daddy, and she's got insurance money because mama had insurance. Um, but it's like, Lord Jesus, like I mean, can we really take a moment and truly process and understand how not addressing mental health is really costing us in ways that go far beyond just the financial. The financial side is bad enough. The financial's already costing you trillions, but you're losing things that are more valuable than money. So I encourage everybody in here. I saw, shout out to Young Jeezy, the rapper. I saw him do a great interview with Nia Long where he was explaining his trauma, dealing with his mother's trauma, his intergenerational, right? He said his mother pulled a gun on him when he was 13, and that's why he left the house, and he had to realize what his mother had gone through. But then he also had to stand up to his mother because his mother hated him. He claims his mother hated him because he looked like his daddy. So they're getting into it. Daddy's not in the house, so they're getting into it. When the boy hits about 12 or 13, that's when the mother and the son start really clashing. And the reason I believe in the father is because the father, a strong father, sometimes will be the trump card. That's the one that shuts it all down. That's what happened in our house. When I got 12 or 13, I started talking back to my mother because I'm taller than her. My father, he's a Vietnam veteran, a police officer. He really has killed people. I did not mess with him. He also knew karate, so I knew just I if I continued to escalate, it would not end well for me. So that's what kept order in the house. I told my wife, I said, I don't know how things would have gone if my father had not been there. I think me and my mother would have kept on escalating. Do you understand? And what then happens is that when the child's escalating with the mother, the trump card becomes like the police. Eventually, he bumps into a police officer and he starts dealing with the police officer like he deals with his mama. And the police officer pulls out a gun or a billy club, and next thing you know, your child's got brain damage and he's in jail, right? Or he's shot and he's dead, right? So ultimately, I kind of feel like, because not everybody loves you like your daddy, not everybody loves you like your parents. So, really, long story short, I kind of feel like this mental health thing is something that we really should really put our energy into. I mean, right there next to the financial health, you have to address the mental and the physical health, because those are two major financial drains. Like we've talked about how if you don't take care of your physical health, and let's say you're just like, I'm just going to pursue money, but I don't care about my physical health. Well, then you get fat and you get sick and you get cancer or you get whatever, and the next thing you know, you're giving all your money right back to big pharma, and who's giving you a bunch of drugs to manage your health situation that you neglected because you were chasing your wealth, because you thought you could live in one compartment. You thought you could focus on one thing and be one dimensional and everything was going to be okay. You can't do that. It's an ecosystem. It's an eco Health, wealth, and relationships all spill into each other. And so really sort of dealing with that holy trinity of what it means to be successful and to be well balanced in life, I think is critically important for all of us. Okay. Now, for those of you that just came in, just a reminder, later on today, I'm going to send out a list of these stocks that I like. And if you want to invest in Africa, I made a list of some assets you can invest in to benefit from the economic climate in Africa. Africa is really taking off in the next few years. So I'll text that to you. Text the word morning to 87948, and you'll not just get an invitation to the free financial consciousness training, but you'll also get that list of Africa stocks. Next, I want to mention that later on today, we're bringing in Shalay Camilo, who is a real estate expert who's going to talk to you about the housing market and break down opportunities that exist when it comes to real estate. Real estate ownership is one of the most important things that we can do as Black people, and ownership is absolutely critical. And so Shalay is one of our many experts in the Black Business School that helps us get that done. So if you'd like to join us, you can do a free trial. Just go to drboycerealestate.com. That's drboycerealestate.com. You can come in, talk to her, ask her questions, stuff like that. She kind of knows a little bit of everything, and she's a great lady, great speaker, very smart. All right, so that's going to happen later on tonight about 7 o'clock, and then later on today, also at noon or one, we're doing the portfolio power play, and that's going to be where we talk solely about the stock market. So we kind of do a little bit of everything every day in the Black Business School. If you'd like to be invited to that, you can go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com, theblackstockmarketprogram.com, and feel free to do a free trial there as well. All right, so let me mention to you the dream that I had. I had this dream. I'm not making this up. I woke up this morning early with my wife, and we talked for a little bit and got the kids off to school. And I said, I'm tired. I want to go back to sleep. We didn't go to boot camp. I told you yesterday we went to her. I went to her little boot camp today. I was like, you know what? Let's take the day off, babe. It's raining and we're tired, and I want to go back to sleep. So I went back to sleep. And when I was sleeping, I had a dream that I was at this fancy dinner, and I was at a fancy dinner, and there was a little baby sitting there, and the baby was just sitting there by himself, but his parents were nearby. So I looked at this baby and I started talking to this baby, like kind of gag goo goo, kind of playing around, just like I threw him a toy or something. And his parents were sitting there, and I looked over his parents just to say hi, because you can't be talking to people's kids without acknowledging the parents. So I'm talking to this baby, and I was explaining to him why we were at this big dinner. I said, we're at this dinner because Black people need to we need to give birth to our own economic children. Black people, we have a being economic babysitters, and that history of being economic babysitters has not worked out for us. We need to have our own economic kids. We need to have things that belong to us. We've been babysitting for white people for a very long time, and this is not healthy. This is not what's going to get us to where we need to get to. And so, anyway, with this conversation with this baby, I woke up and I was like, wow, that was really profound. It was very real. And I was really talking to him. And I said, that's really 100% true. If you really think about this, and this goes back to something I was actually addressing this morning on my podcast, where I actually talked about this situation with this professor and this guy named DJ Vlad. Did anybody see that? And by the way, can y'all still hear me? Somebody just said they can't hear me. Give me a yes, really quick, if you can hear me. I want to make sure it's I'm coming through okay. All right. So this professor at Princeton, Morgan Jenkins, I think that's her name. She got into it with this guy named DJ Vlad. DJ Vlad is kind of this guy who has a big platform called Vlad TV. And I know Vlad. I've been on Vlad TV a few times, and I've talked to him a couple times. And they got into it over this whole beef, this rap beef. If you really want to find out, like what's going on in that culture, I encourage you to pay attention. The whole thing between Drake and Kendrick Lamar is interesting. It doesn't take long to figure out kind of what's going on, and they've been going back and forth. And I've been watching it all. It's really fascinating to watch because hip hop beefs have always been interesting to me. I still go back to Ice Cube and how I felt when he released No Vaseline, and that was a big beef back in the day. And so I follow the beefs because the beefs are really interesting, an interesting part of the culture because number one, it does reflect kind of the brilliance of hip hop and the power of that music that we created, that genre we created, that's actually owned by other people now. Other people kind of own and run it, which is unfortunate, which is a reflection of our mindset and their mindset. But we created it, we developed all this, and so there's brilliance there, right? It's kind of like a mental dexterity contest, and I respect that. But then the problem is that there's like this whole darker side of it, where literally people get killed over this stuff. Jay Ortiz, the rapper who's hosting the Get Money Fest in Philadelphia. I'm going to be at the Get Money Fest on the 18th if you want to join us there. And he had a good friend named PNB Rock, who was a rapper, a rising rapper in LA. And next thing you know, he gets shot in a Denny's or something. And I remember talking to Jay about this. I talked to Jay extensively, and I said, are you sure you want to be in this industry where people get killed all the time? Like, and people, and for some people, it's just entertainment. They like that. They like seeing black men getting on a record threatening to murder each other, and they think that that's so cool and so interesting. And people like Vlad aren't really connected to. It wasn't Roscoe's. I'm sorry. Thank you, Veronica. It wasn't Denny's. It was Roscoe's. Sorry. Not that being shot at a Roscoe's is better than being shot at a Denny's. I'd rather just not be shot at all. But it was Roscoe's, so my apologies to the Denny's Corporation for mislabeling their institution. All right. So anyway, and Roscoe's has great chicken. I like Roscoe's. So I ate there 2 months ago. So anyway, let's get back to it. So I remember just kind of, like talking to Jay about it. I was like, "Do you really want to be in a profession where people are just getting killed like this? Like that's hazard pay, you know?" And I said, "Be careful, man." And then I remember when D1's another, good friend of mine, and we talked extensively when he was challenging hip hop. D's done a great job of kind of speaking up on the problems in hip hop and what's going on with that. And he was challenging the rappers. They love to glorify violence and everything else. And I said, well, just remember though that these guys that glorify violence, there are people that really do love the idea of black people hurting each other. So I said, please be careful, man. Like this is real life. This is serious. What's your security look like? I have security. Do you have security? And it's unfortunate that we live in that kind of world because remember, with that beef with Biggie and Tupac, like two men died. Two men died. $2 billion brands disappeared because of the violence. Death Row Records was a multi-billion-dollar brand that pretty much died. It got bought by Hasbro. Mr. Potato Head, same company owns Mr. Potato Head, eventually owned Death Row Records. I think Snoop bought it back. Hopefully, he can really bring it back. But he bought the brand, and I think that's great. But still, it was a missed opportunity. A missed opportunity. So, long story short, I feel like with hip hop, these beats are interesting in the sense that they really kind of tell you a lot about what it's like to be black in America, what it's like to be a black man. And so there's this professor that was sort of speaking on the topic, and she got offended that Vlad, made comments about it. And I wasn't offended by Vlad's comments per se, but I do understand that there are people who love to egg on the conflict because it's not real to them. It's not going to affect them. They don't know anybody who's really been killed in the streets. They don't know anybody who's been addicted to drugs. They don't, or like we do, or been incarcerated for drugs anyway. White people use drugs, but they don't get locked up for it. They may not know anybody whose family has been like busted apart because of the chaos in the hip hop music industry. So what happened was when the professor made the comment, Vlad immediately like starts to tag her employer, Princeton University. That was the impression. He thought she still worked at Princeton, and he's tagging her employer, saying, because I think that she had said something like, "It's a black conversation. You're white. Like you need to butt your way out of it." So rather than debating with her, he's like, "I'm tagging your employer. I'm calling your boss." And in a way that offended me because I remember. Kind of being at Syracuse and having people do the same thing. Bill O'Reilly in particular at Fox News did that, where he's like, "I'm calling your boss," and it reminded me almost like plantation talk. Like, I'm calling your owner. Like, who owns this Negro? Who you got to have a boss because there's no such thing as an independent free black person. So who is your boss? And I still go through that now. I have that now where people that want to cancel me, they're like, "We're going to call so and so." I'm like, "Who the hell you gonna call? Ghostbusters?" You can't. I'm not cancelable. The only way Boyce Watkins can be canceled is if Boyce Watkins decides to cancel Boyce Watkins. And I talked to him this morning, and he ain't canceling. He likes me. He thinks I'm doing a good job. So you can't cancel me. You can't cancel a free black man. You can't cancel a soldier. You can't cancel a man or a woman who knows who the hell they are and who ain't scared of you. Like, what are you talking about? Right? But this sort of mindset, it's almost like a Karenish kind of thing, and I think that they're accustomed to that. They sort of feel that all of us are owned by somebody else, and this goes back to the point I was making earlier about the dream about us being labeled or us seeing ourselves as economic babysitters. Whenever they talk about economics for Black people, they always talk about jobs. Well, we want to help the like. I guarantee you, I bet you, if I went up to a politician and said, Black wealth is dropping and we need to do something about economics in the Black community. What do you propose, Senator White Man? I bet you every nickel in my bank account that the first response is going to be, well, we're looking to create more jobs for African Americans. The Black unemployment rate is at a historic low. That's what they always brag about. They always start talking about how many jobs you got. We have many places for African American. When they integrated you so you could come and get jobs. They didn't integrate you to become owners or controllers of capital or anything or bosses. They integrated you so that you could become employees. And the thing about it was it wasn't just their fault though. It was also us. We were former slaves. We were just looking for a pay raise. We were like, look, I don't mind being a slave. I just want to be a high paid slave. I'll still be a slave, but you got to pay me because it was wrong for you to enslave me against my will and not give me any money. Now, this is different because I'm volunteering for slavery and you're compensating me. If you do those two things, then it's cool. Still be. I like the slavery ain't so bad if you're getting paid for it. So really, to some extent, we are seen and we see ourselves as stewards of white economic power. We are the overseer. We are the bodyguard. We're the bouncer at the club. That's kind of how we see ourselves. It's not, and it's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's like, okay, can I am going into this world because my parents think that it's elitist for Dr. Boyce to talk about things like the $5 a day plan and invest for your child. They think that he's out of his mind to argue that no black child really should have to work for anybody if their parents make a plan for them. That's crazy. That's a fantasy. That's an illusion. Whatever. Okay, yeah, my PhD is not real. Let's throw that in the toilet. So because my parents don't believe in anything better for me, they throw me out in this economy, this competitive economic system with no resources, no protection, no assets, no nothing. And the best thing I know to do, the best instructions they left me, I'm reading the instructions from mom and dad about what to do to survive in this economy. And it could say, buy real estate, start a business, make investments, sell stock options. It could say a lot of it, but no, it says fill out the application and go get a job and make sure that you get you a good job by getting a good education at the big white university down the street. I'm not making fun of anybody, I promise. I get carried away. So if I'm hurting your feelings, please chalk it up to my insensitivity. I apologize for that. Okay? But I hope that you will get my point. I hope you'll get my point. It ain't just that they see us as their economic babysitters. We see ourselves as the economic babysitters. A black man to this point, as of 2024, and probably 25, 26, 36, 46, and 56, a black man will get more praise and applause for getting a good job than he'll ever get for starting his own damn business. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me if I'm lying. You would get more praise if someone comes along with some institution they've already built and they label you, they give you a fancy title, or you get some fancy degree. Like I am now a neuroscientist and I work at such and such a hospital. You'll get more credit for that than being the person who says, I think I want to go build and own a hospital. People will be like, what? How are you gonna do that? That's not possible. It's not possible to own a hospital. Well, shit, Jewish people do it. Have you ever heard of Jewish hospital? How many of y'all have heard of Jewish hospital? They don't think it's crazy. I'm not saying everybody can, but somebody can own something up in here. I mean, really. So when I was talking to that baby in the dream, that's what I was saying to the baby. I said, the reason that your parents are here now, I don't know, maybe the baby represents like your children, and I'm talking to your kids about the parents, and we were at a dinner, like we all gathered for a purpose in this dream. I don't know. I'm still trying to process it. And I was like, well, the reason we're here now is because Black people need to stop being economic babysitters and start having our own children, because when you have your own child, it it's yours. You can shape it into whatever you want it to be. You get to now it's hard work. It's hard work. It's not easy, and it's not glamorous. You don't get like an instant 8-year-old. Right? You got to raise that baby from the time they're little, sickness and health. You got a ugly baby, pretty baby. You got to take care of it. These are your kids, and you can only have so many in your lifetime. But when you raise them and you're there and you are embedded in the root and the core of who that child is, you have a direct connection to the epicenter of that child's whole entire neurological existence. Like you literally, that child really becomes an extension of you if you're really pouring in that time into that kid. But if you're like, if you think about it, like if I'm like the kid's track coach or something, I can have some influence, but I can't override the parents. Take it from me. I mentored a lot of kids. I used to coach track in Louisville, Kentucky. I'm a big track and field fan, by the way. I love track and field. And I was a track coach and I loved the kids and I did my absolute best to mentor them. But some of the kids, their parents were so damn crazy that that kid I would find out, I would check on the kid 5 years later and say, how's so and so doing? Oh, he's selling drugs. I'll be like, yeah, that's kind of the direction that his family was sending him in. And I tried my best. So, me, I'm sitting there like, no, you could go to college and you could do this and you could do that. Please. My little sentences didn't have no influence over what they were seeing every single day in the house. So ultimately the same thing is true when you talk about your economics. When you talk about great American institutions, great American corporations, when you talk about Apple and Google and Microsoft and Tesla and all these companies, in almost every single one of those situations, you see one consistent variable in most of these corporations, and that's this thing called racism. If I go to Google and I say, let's have a meeting of all the engineers that are working on the important algorithms and artificial intelligence plans for Google, and let's gather them all together, I'm going to see a bunch of white people, a bunch of Asian people, and a bunch of Indian people. I'm not going to see a lot of black engineers in that room. You know what I'm going to see black people? When they have the office party and they're looking for entertainment and they need a rapper or a comedian, oh, then you'll see Kevin Hart or somebody in there, or some rapper, Big Booty Frida or something, like that's what you're gonna see. You'll see us in there when it comes time for entertainment, but you don't see us in there when it's time to design the future of America or to determine or discern the direction of the organization. And this is not just true in a place like a Google. I remember at Syracuse. I remember when I was on the faculty there, I said you kind of ghettoized your black professors. All your black professors are over in Africana studies, but when you're making decisions that are going to drive the direction of this campus, there are no black people present. It's mostly white people. But here's the thing. Here's the truth of that. Remember, every yin has a yang. Every heads has a tails. Every coin has another side to it. So here's the other side of that coin, which brings it back to our accountability. The question is, why do we believe in an illusion that does not exist? What makes us believe that we can really walk up in somebody else's institution that they shaped in their image, that they built in their own way, and really think that we can really have a say in the direction of that institution? We might have helped to build it. We helped to build a lot of stuff. Black people helped to build a lot of things. But I will say this, when I was in Syracuse, I remember looking at the origin of Syracuse, and I saw the very beginnings of this institution when it was young and raggedy, and I saw a bunch of white men planning the future of this institution. So there were no black people there. So why would I expect as a black man that this institution is really going to truly be influenced by me when I'm kind of a economic babysitter? I'm a steward of their power. I am basically protecting and helping to build what they've already built. I'm riding on a bus that they already put the engine in. Do you understand? So I think that we have to really sort of train our kids to put an engine in their own bus. We have to train our children not to be economic babysitters, but to become parents of institutions that they can actually nurture and feed and grow the same way you nurture, feed, and grow your own child. I don't care how many hours you spend babysitting somebody else's baby, you will never be the parent. You will never be the parent. And so if you are a person who aborts all your kids, I don't want to make this political. I hope you get the analogy. I'm not talking about real abortion. I'm talking about economic abortion. We abort all of our best ideas. We get rid of them. We throw them away. We are absolute dream killers. We run up to each other because we haven't addressed our trauma, and we murder each other's dreams in broad daylight. That Negro can't do nothing. What are you talking about? That's crazy. You ain't got no money. You don't know what you're doing. Your business is stupid. I went there. Your food was terrible. This service is horrible. You need to be out of it. You're a scammer. Right? All these things, right? We destroy each other. We murder each other's dreams in broad daylight. We abort each other's businesses. There's literally mass murder, mass economic murder. That should be a term, MEM, mass economic murder in the black community. Because whenever somebody tries to do something a little different, we're always waiting for them to fail. We are always looking for the mistake, looking for the reason that their business is not as good as the white business down the street, without considering the fact that they're trying to do 10 times as much with one third of the resources. They don't have the thing, they can't get the bank loan, they don't have the expertise. They're figuring out as they go along. They're making mistakes because that is what you do when you grow. If you look at the history of any of these big white institutions that are out here, you will find horrific mistakes that they made along the way. You can go look at McDonald's, you can look at IBM, you can look at all these corporations, and you will find situations where they made horrific mistakes, but they were able to continue to grow. They were able to learn and build off those mistakes. So ultimately, what I really think is that when you get back to that key premise of being an economic babysitter versus being an economic parent, if we don't embrace the idea of economic parenthood, if we don't embrace the idea of understanding the importance of building our own institutions, we will always end up feeling and looking like complete damn suckers. We're going to look like suckers. We're going to look like beggars. We're going to look like people that are looking for love in all the wrong places. We're going to be like the abused stepchild, because that's what you are. You're an economic orphan. When you go into this economy and you don't have roots that tie you to something that is absolutely yours or connected to your family, you are an economic orphan. And we know in this world, anybody who's read books like Oliver Twist, you know how orphans get treated. Orphans get abused. Orphans get abandoned. Orphans have to take whatever they can get. Orphans have nowhere to go. Orphans have no security whatsoever. So don't you dare throw your child out in this world as an economic orphan. You at least buy that damn little kid some shares of stock. You got time. Your 7-year old has another 11 years before they become an adult, and really another. If they're 7, they have another 18 years before their brain is fully developed and they enter the game of full-time economic warfare with white men who want to see him dead. So it is up to you to make the conscious decision, to be conscious enough to start making some little tiny investments for that child so they're not going out into this world butt naked. It doesn't mean you have to make them into a business owner. It does not mean they have to go and be a full time entrepreneur. It does not mean that they can't work for other people. It just means you don't want to abandon them as an economic orphan because, according to people like Dr. Claude Anderson, that is a form of child abuse. That is child abuse. And so I circle back to that interview Young Jeezy did, where he talked about his mother and how his mother pulled a gun on him, and his mother used to threaten him and yell at him and be emotionally cold toward him, and she abused him, and she didn't even know she was abusing him because somebody probably abused her even worse. At some point, somebody's got to break the cycle. At some point, someone has to um, decide, you know what, this is enough. We're not doing this no more. This is not how we do it in this family. So I want to challenge you to be that person. This is your chance. This is your time. This is your time. When it's over, it's going to be over. When we're dead, no one's going to really remember us. They might, I'm hoping maybe they'll remember this Black economic revolution. I think that we've done some things in this generation that are worthy of remembrance, but they may not remember any of this. So this is your time. What are you going to do? The clock is ticking. Okay. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say actually. So later on today, we're gonna do the portfolio power play. If you stick around for a second, I'll give you a link where you can join us today if you want to. Give me one second here. Let me see if I can find it. And also, if you're not on the text list, text the word stock to 87948. If you text, or sorry, text morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, then I'll send you the list of the African stocks that I talked about earlier. And let me see if I can find the link, the Zoom link for today's portfolio power play. And if you're on the text list, if you text morning to 87948, I'll also text you all a reminder. It's going to be, it looks like it is, okay, 12 Eastern. Is that the time? Yeah. There, yeah, 12 Eastern, 12 Eastern. So we're gonna literally, it's all stocks. So I'm literally gonna just break down the stock market. You can ask me about stocks that you're interested in, stuff like that, and that's kind of what we do there. So let me put that link in the chat for you guys if you'd like to join us. Let's see. Let me make sure I hit this everyone button. There we go. Okay, so there's that link, and also if you want to join us in Philadelphia, the Get Money Fest is the 18th of May. And shout out to JRTs, and a lot of people will be there. Madam President, Tierra KJ Williams, a lot of great people. So if you'd like to join us there, there's the link. If you'd like to take a look at that, I think it's standing room only. So you may want the free tickets are standing room only, but beyond that, because I think they're going to have a packed house. But if you want the VIP pass, that kind of gives you some access, and you can come upstairs and hang out with us as the VIPs. And then that's pretty much it. Okay, guys. So I'm going to get out of here. I hope you guys have a great day. And I hope this conversation was beneficial to you. I hope that this helped us to elevate our consciousness for today. And I hope you'll do at least one thing today that's going to move you forward in this journey. And we're going to meet tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. We do this every single day, 7 days a week. And I appreciate all of you for hanging out with me. And I hope that I'm adding value to your life in some meaningful way. That I'm doing my absolute best. So take care. Have a great one. And I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye bye.
Marathon. She said, Boyce, let's get up at 4:30 in the morning and go run a half marathon at 7 a.m. And of course, my reaction was the obvious one, which is hell to the no. Hell to the no, no, hell to the no, no, no. I'm not getting up at no 4:30 in the morning to go run a race. But I did say that because I love you and I need you to be safe, I will get up at 4:30 in the morning to drive you to the race. So that's what I did. I drove her. My goal was to be a good husband, and I said, "Boys, you cannot let your wife go drive, what a good 50 miles from home and just." They'd be surrounded by random white people. So I said, okay, I'm going to get up and I'm going to go with you. And so here's what I did. So I dropped my wife off and I was so sleepy. I was so tired. I dropped her off and I saw this hotel right across the street from the race. And I said, you know what, babe, while you're running, I'm going to be sleeping and I'm going to be thinking about you and wishing you the absolute best. But I'm going to be warm in the bed and I'll be at that hotel right there. See the hotel right there? You can walk right to that hotel and come and hang out with me after you get done because I'm going to take me a nap and then get up and talk to the students today because we got financial consciousness training. So that's the real life of Boyce Watkins. That's really what was going on today in my life. That's absolutely the truth in terms of what happened today. Now, the second thing that was on my mind as I was dropping my wife off was I started to I did some research on what's going on with debt and what's going on in America when it comes to debt. Also, what's going on with Black people as it pertains to debt, and also what's going on with both educated and uneducated Black folks when it comes to debt. One group is not better than the other. It's just you deal with different dynamics in the economy, and it made me think about the corporate plantation, and it made me think about corporate slavery and how so many of our people that go to do everything right. You do everything you're supposed to do. You go to school. You work hard. You get good grades to get a good job. And it just doesn't quite work out the way you want it to. And in fact, actually, but I'm still a big advocate of education. In fact, my wife's brother, or who happens to be my brother-in-law, that's what your wife's brother is called. He actually works with this company called C2, and C2 is where they actually train kids to get ready for college, and they work with the kids to help them to get high ACT scores and high SAT scores. Our daughter's going through it right now. What's interesting about that is he was mentioning to me an honest truth. He said we have a really hard time getting Black parents to bring their children to come in. He said we drop the price, we offer free stuff, we do everything we can. And he said it's just really hard. He said, now Indian parents, he said their kids are in their full throttle. He said Asian parents, they'll spend their last nickel. And in fact, I went into the C2 office and I saw on the wall they had pictures of happy little students with braces and stuff that like had completed the C2 programs and stuff. And on one wall, I saw a little white girl saying, thank you C2 for helping me because it helped me go to college and now I'm very successful. And then I saw another one with a little Indian boy. I don't know who he was. I don't know his name or anything, but it was him. He was basically saying C2 is what helped me to become a national merit scholar. And then there was like a little Asian kid. I think it was a girl, and she looked maybe I don't know if she was Chinese or whatever Asian ethnicity it was, but she was Asian, and she was thanking the C2. But I did not see any pictures of black children on the wall. I did not see one black child on the wall, and I don't know if that's because they forgot that black kids exist, or if it's because black kids just don't participate as much. But I was looking for the black kid. I was looking for the black person, and so one of the things that made me think about is it made me ask this very obvious question that I think maybe from a consciousness standpoint we might want to ask ourselves, which is this. It's very simple. Do we spend as much preparing our kids for education as we spend on things like preparing them for an imaginary career in professional sports? Yes or no? What do y'all think? Do you think we spend as much putting our kids in college prep programs as we would spend sending them to basketball camp, even though he's 5'8" and ain't never gonna grow no taller for the rest of his life? And do we spend as much energy sending our children to these educational programs, even if they're low cost or free? I've seen them where they're free. I know people say we can't afford it, but I just find that really fascinating when we say we can't afford educational support when it seems like we can afford everything that we want. I see black people driving cars that I would never buy. I see black folks wearing clothes that I can't afford myself, not because I don't have the money, but because I can't justify throwing that much money down the toilet. I see black folks, living pretty good. It doesn't mean everybody's living good. I'm not saying everybody is balling. I'm not saying everybody's got $1 billion in the bank. That's not true. But some of us are not in the struggle, right? Some of us are actually doing okay and have extra money floating around and could really get the things that we want. We can afford to go to a nice restaurant every now and then, go to the movies and dinner. Black Panther comes out. Every person shows up for that movie as if it is a religious experience that requires mandatory attendance. They show up for the Black Panther movies the same way they show up to vote when the Democratic Party says y'all need to show up and make sure you get Joe Biden back in office, right? So we're kind of committed to certain things. Do you get what I mean? Like there's certain things we're kind of committed to. Like I saw this thing where they were making a joke about what happens. I promise you I'm gonna get back to the debt thing. I got my notes here that's gonna get me back on track. But y'all know what, in case you don't know what financial consciousness does, it's literally me giving you a stream of consciousness of what I'm observing economically so we can see the money dynamics in our lives and how it all plays together. So I saw this video that was interesting where there was a black girl who was married to a white guy, and she made a joke about what happens to white guys when they marry black girls, how they start changing how they dress and how they kind of tighten them up a little bit and give them a little more swag. Like they'll have them grow a beard or they'll get some kind of cool haircut or they'll start wearing like certain clothes like a alligator belt or some patent leather shoes or whatever. And I saw the images and the imagery that they had of the way black men supposedly dress has nothing to do with me. I've never worn any of those clothes. I'm not saying that they're tacky or that they're bad, and I respect you. If you got the swag, then God bless you, because God didn't bless me with no swag. You are talking to a swagless human being. I have zero swag when it comes to how I dress, because I can easily go shop at Walmart and feel like I did everything right. So anyway, I saw these clothes, and these clothes looked expensive. Like, don't get me wrong, maybe they're not, maybe they don't cost that much, but I remember just thinking, gosh, that's so interesting that there's some of us who really will put a lot of money into every aspect of our appearance. And I'm not saying that that's bad. You probably shouldn't do what I do. I'm raggedy. Don't be like me. Don't be like me when you grow up. I ain't, if I didn't have no money, and that I didn't have and I wasn't like kind of internet famous or whatever, I probably would never have had a girlfriend in my life. Who knows? I have no idea. But anyway, but the thing was though, I remember looking at that and thinking, gosh, it must be really expensive in terms of time, energy, and money to really, really put that much energy into your appearance. And is this really the image of the black male? Like, is that really the image of the black male, or is that the image of a certain kind of black male? Not that that's a bad black man. I'm not making fun of guys who are in that category. I know guys. We all got that uncle. You like my Uncle John. I had an Uncle John, rest his soul, wonderful man. He was from Atlanta, and he was a big fan of the Atlanta Falcons. And he looked just like Deion Sanders. Imagine a fat Deion Sanders in the 1980s. That's what he was. He had a big big Jerry curl. He had four. He didn't have one ring or two ring. He had like three, four rings on each hand. He had four, five or six chains that he would wear around his neck, and he had a couple of gold teeth. And he just always was fly. Like if he went out, he'd have the hat and the shoes and and some of that stuff is, and it's interesting because I remember just thinking, that's so fascinating that people spend that much money and that much time on appearance. And I think that that's okay. But what that really says is it doesn't say anything wrong, by the way. I want to make that clear. I'm not hating on people that have more swag than me, which is pretty much 95% of the population. What I'm pointing out is that it seems to me that when it comes time to spend our money, we ready to spend. Do you get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Did I say that in a way that doesn't sound like I'm just jealous of people that dress better than me? I hope I'm not sounding that way because I don't want to be hater of the year. Not on that. There's some things I do hate, but this is not one thing that I hate. And in fact, actually, I said something. I made a comment. Sometimes I surprise people because I made a Twitter comment about the this ongoing, really fascinating rap battle between Kendrick Lamar and Drake. And people somehow think that because you're 52, you don't understand hip hop. And I just literally respond by saying I was probably listening to hip hop before you were born, or definitely when you were in elementary school. And so I know the history of the beast. I'm a black man. I know all about hip hop. I've been on the Breakfast Club a bunch of times, so I keep up with the culture. So I'm going to comment on this whether you like it or not. And one of the things that about the that interesting beef was that somebody said, and I said, yeah, I think Kendrick is literally destroying Drake right now. But it's kind of like me sort of being petty because I've always thought Drake rapped like a suburban white woman to me. I didn't relate to Drake, honestly. I relate to Kendrick Lamar. But then again, that's a personal thing. But anyway, so as Drake is destroying Kendrick Lamar, or sorry, Kendrick Lamar is destroying Drake. My bad, I got that backward. Somebody said, so Doc, do you agree with so you're okay with the destruction of the image of a black male? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with Kendrick destroying the image of a black male in public? And I said, well, are you talking about Drake? I said, because that's not an image of a black male. I know he's a certified lover boy and he's got all the swag that comes with being a rapper. I said, but that's not a black male image because that was an image created by a white man. That was the black male image created by white people. White people run that. White people own hip hop. Black people do not own hip hop. Black people do not control it. There's not a single black person anywhere that I know of. Have you ever? I don't know if any of y'all follow. If you follow hip hop, you'll know about this rapper named Sexy Red who literally will make you want to vomit in your mouth every time you see her. I'm sorry, I don't know how that sounds, but and then maybe I shouldn't say that, because I don't want to be. I want to be encouraging and positive on a Sunday morning, but it's really really sad. Like not one of you in this room, I can bet you every nickel in my bank account that not one of you would ever watch Sexy Red in a video and say, "Gosh, I really want my daughter to be like her." That's the role model, right? And so where did that come from? That does not come from black people. That comes from the people that own hip hop. Hip hop is not black owned. Hip hop is white owned, and we are the workers. It's like hip hop is like a big restaurant, and we are the employees. We are the people that are performing at the restaurant. We're the ones who are serving at the tables. We don't get to decide what food is going to get served in this restaurant, but we all eat at the restaurant because the restaurant is full of black employees. Do you understand? You see all the black employees at the restaurant, so you think, oh, that must be a black restaurant, but you're not really sitting and thinking about who's running the restaurant, who owns the damn thing, who's deciding what food is going to be served on these plates. You're not thinking about that, right? You're just literally coming in. It's like when we go see Black Panther and we really think Black Panther is a black movie. Black Panther is not a black movie. Black Panther is a white movie with black people in it. Disney, I know I'm a shareholder in Disney, unfortunately, because their stock has done poorly for the last several years. And they don't, most of their shareholders do not look like you and I. The people that make the money when a new Black Panther movie comes out are not people like us. That money does not go to Wakanda because Wakanda doesn't exist. This idea that we get attached to things because of the way they look on the outside as opposed to what they're composed of on the inside, it's really reflective of a lot of things. It's reflective of an inherent superficiality. that we tend to embrace. This idea that if something looks good on the outside, it must be good on the inside. The same way a man looks at a beautiful woman and doesn't assume that this woman could be toxic, that this woman could have diseases, that this woman could be a terrible person. You just think she's amazing because she's got a great smile and a nice booty, right? So the same thing happens, I think, when it comes to our economics. If you don't have the financial consciousness to really dissect an entity and really understand what it really is and what's really going on and how the dynamics are working, you'll look it's like a person who might watch a puppet show and think that Pinocchio is a real boy. Do you understand? Or somebody who watches an actor in a movie and you think that they really are the person that they're pretending to be in the movie. Stringer Bell, who was played by Idris Elba, who played in The Wire, which was one of the greatest shows of all time. If you've ever heard Idris Elba in real life, he sounds like a British bloke. I don't want to do a bad British accent because I got British friends and I have a lot of support in London, but he sounds British. And and if all my friends in London, I know y'all love me and I love y'all. So if I did that, if you're offended by that, please just chalk it up to my silliness today. But anyway, he said that he would go places and real drug dealers would come up to him and ask him for like business advice on how to expand their drug empire. And he was like, you do understand that I'm acting, that I'm an actor. And, so, and they didn't know, like people really think that he was really a drug dealer. So ultimately it's interesting in terms of when you talk about business, when you talk about financial consciousness, which is why we gather every single morning. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. in case you're new. It's really a matter of just kind of looking at the world and saying, what's really going on here? What's really in front of me, as opposed to what they put in front of me, right? In fact, one of my good friends, one of my great friends, is Daryl Bell. Daryl Bell was in that show, A Different World, and Daryl what played Dwayne Wayne's best friend. And Daryl is a great guy. He's super smart. We really connect on financial stuff. He's super smart in finance. His daddy was a great guy on Wall Street. I mean, literally a pioneer on Wall Street. And so anyway, he was explaining to me that everybody feels like A Different World is a black show because we all watched it, we supported it. We're the reason that Warner Brothers made billions of dollars or hundreds of millions or however much money they made from that show. But they can't bring that show back until Warner Brothers gives the green light because Warner Brothers owns the show. In fact, Warner Brothers doesn't just own the show, they have dozens, if not hundreds, of patents and trademarks on this show. So even Jasmine Guy cannot go in public and perform the accent of Whitley Gilbert without being sued by Warner Brothers because they own her accent. So she can't even go if they say, "Can you do an imitation of Whitley?" And when you say Dwayne, remember how she talked, Dwayne, I love Dwayne, right? She can't do that. She can't do Whitley Gilbert's accent because they put a trademark or a patent or a copyright, whichever one. I don't know the right one. I have to talk to. I literally have a trademark lawyer. I need to one day bring her into class or something. But she could probably tell me the difference between which one you need. But that's why I hired her name's Takora. That's why I hired her as my trademark lawyer because she knows the difference between these things. And so ultimately, a lot of the things that we think are black really aren't black. And I think it's very important to just make sure we know the difference. Okay. So circling back, when you're talking about that first issue of do we spend our money on education as quickly as we spend it on sports? I would say the answer is no. I would say that perhaps a little more balance would be called for. In fact, again, if you're sending your kids to college or the grandkids to college, get them ready. Get them ready. You know, I remember in college being very confused. Here's the thing. Let me explain something. When I was in college, part of the reason I don't have no swag is because when I was a kid, I didn't have time for bullshit. I just didn't. I was independent from the time I was like 12 or 13. I got my first job when I was 11. And then my mama made me pay rent when I was 14. That's just terrible. That's so abusive. But the good side of it is it made me into a man very quickly. And so I would literally go out and do grown man stuff. I'd be like, I'm leaving. I'd leave at 16. At 16 years old, I would just leave the house and come back whenever. And I don't know why my parents did. They were just so terrible, right? But anyway, I love them though. But it was a different time. So anyway, so I got to college, and I remember when I got to college, here was my story. All through high school, I was a really bad student. All through high school, my grades were bad. I never made an A. I remember my goal was like, I'm gonna make an A this time in something, and I would make A's in like PE because I could run fast and I could jump high and I was strong. I had those three things. I was a good athlete, like so many other black boys. And That was it. I never made an A in anything ever in my life, in not one single class. And I remember being so lost in school. Those white women, they didn't understand me. I didn't understand them. They probably wanted me in special ed and to put me on medication and stuff because I probably I am a little weird. I probably do have a little bit of undiagnosed ADHD, but I consider it to be my superpower. I think that that's what makes Boyce Watkins into who he is, whatever that is. And I remember school was just a terrible, really bad experience. And a lot of you have sons and daughters that are going through the same thing. A lot of you have kids that are feeling that. In fact, we have that's why we bring educators to the All Black National Convention to kind of help you work through some of that. My daughter is one of those people. She actually works with kids, particularly in special ed and stuff like that. I'll bring her by so you guys can meet her. I think it's time, and she's super smart. She went to Columbia University, and I love her, and I think she's somebody that might be able to add value to what you're dealing with your children. So, long story short, I went to college and I didn't have a fallback option. I had no money in my pocket. Black Achievers, God bless them, gave me my only little scholarship. It was like $500. And that was enough to just get me on the University of Kentucky campus. And I'm so grateful to Black Achievers in Louisville, Kentucky, that my wife and I went back to their banquet and we made a $20,000 donation about a year ago because I said I owe you everything. I without you, I would have been I don't know what would have happened, right? So I got to college and I had no money in my pocket, so I had to figure out how to make enough money to have a place to live, and I didn't have time for silly stuff, right? And I remember real thinking like, okay, what's my next move? What am I gonna do? You get in survival mode, so you're trying to figure out what you're gonna. And just like when I told you about the lady, about the old white lady that was trying to sleep with me for money, and I actually kind of thought about it because I was that broke, but then I kind of started vomiting in my mouth and realized how disgusting that would be, and I just couldn't do it. But really, that was where I was. That's like when you talk about hitting a low, and I'm saying anybody who's ever been broke probably has been through a moment where you thought, hey, you know what? I could sell all this lusciousness and get me an extra $50, and that'll make sure I can at least go to McDonald's a couple of times and not starve to death this week. A lot of us have been there. If you haven't been there, then you haven't really lived. So anyway, I was in college and I just didn't have time to mess around, and my friend, so when I was figuring out my next move, I said, okay, I think this education thing could be my next move. I think this is the thing that can help me to provide for my daughter because I had child support and it can help me pay the bills, right? So I poured all my energy into education. I was like, okay, I'm going to figure out how to succeed as a college student. And I remember I didn't really know how to study. That was my problem. So I remember like reading books. Like I started, that was when I started to become a little more conscious about life. That's when I learned about things like positive thinking because that helped me overcome the depression I felt as a kid from feeling kind of abandoned and unloved. Well, I learned positive thinking as a way to kind of fight against that. Also, that was when I learned that most answers to most questions are somewhere in somebody's damn book. So I said, okay, since I don't really have all the role models I need in my life that can help me get where I want to get to, I'm going to go read books and find stuff, find information. So for example, when I wanted to understand women and sex, I read this book called How to Make Love to a Woman. And then I read another book when I was 30 called What Women Want Men to Know. Because I was like, I like women. Women are cool. Let me understand. Let me study this stuff and see what's going on because y'all are hard to understand. And then I also remember reading books about studying and how to do well in college. And the thing was though, as I read those books about how to do well in college, I also leaned on what I knew. And what I knew was I knew two things that really helped me. One, I knew hard work because my father always taught me that every man's got to work hard for what he wants. And I would go to work at these minimum wage jobs and make $3 or $4 an hour and bust my butt for 10 straight hours and be grateful for it. And then also I understood from sports very basic values about success and winning. I understood that to be a great athlete you had to practice consistently, you had to prepare in advance, right? You couldn't wait to the last minute, you couldn't be lazy and think you're going to win the championship. So that's how I thought about my academics, and so I approached academics that way. And what I didn't realize was that I was actually studying harder than all my classmates. I thought I didn't belong in college. I thought that because I didn't fit the look, I didn't know how to, I dressed like a student. I didn't have the little tiny glasses with the little backpack. I felt awkward, right? But I just went in there, just kind of brute force and just said, okay, I'm going to fake it till I make it. And for about 3 years, I really felt like I was faking it. I didn't really think I was that smart. I thought I was pretending, right? And so what happened was I ended up just blowing away the everybody else. Like I had the highest grade point average of all the black students on campus. And I remember being utterly fascinated by just how unproductive so many of my friends were, how lazy they were when it came to school, when it came to studying, how spoiled they were, how weak they were. They were very weak. And that's the thing. You get parents, we always think we're protecting our kids by coddling the hell out of them. And then they're just so weak. They can't weather the storm. One little wind blows by, they fall over like a little leaf. They just they have no resilience, no commitment, no dedication. And they get that little 2.2 grade point average that where they were studying 1 hour a week and then whine the entire time. And I didn't understand that. And so one of the things I really felt was I said, I think that there's something happening here where we're just not really hungry in this area the way I think we could be and should be. And there are other areas where we're very competitive. We're very competitive when it comes to sports. You got to be a great black basketball player. You got to be really, really good. We're really competitive maybe when it comes to dance. We're really competitive when it comes to even dressing sharp. When they show like sharp dressed black men, they go to the nth degree and they spend the money getting the beard perfectly shaved. And because for some reason everybody thinks a beard makes you into a man, which is like weird because a beard doesn't do anything except put hair on your face. And you know, and just there's so many things that we're really, really into, and there are things that we're not into, right? And typically those things related to academics and whatever, those are not the things that are typically at the top of our priority list. Not everybody, but for a lot of us. And so one of the things I did when I got on the faculty of Syracuse, I see someone says, "How do you buy stock?" Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. There's a free training on our $5 a day stock market investing plan. You can go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, or you can go to drboycestocks.com, drboycestocks.com. That's where I give you the stocks that I pick and everything else. So feel free to go there if that's what you're looking for. Anyway, let's go back into this. So we're talking about in terms of investing, where you invest your money, where you invest your time, where you invest your energy. And so the first book I wrote when I was at Syracuse was a book called Everything You Ever Wanted to Know About College. And I put everything in there that I learned as a professor about how to do well in school, right? So one of the things that's interesting to me, though, is that despite the fact that there are people like me who've written books that literally explain every single thing that you need to know to do well in college, there are so many people that will still go to that next level and really will just feel like they're just this uninformed black person. You know, like they'll assume that because you're first generation, that you just don't know what's going on, that you're a deer in headlights, that you're completely lost, that there's no hope for you. And the best thing you can do is hope to just survive and get by. And I just beg to differ with that. That's my point. I beg to differ with that because the resources are out there. The resources are out there. The resources are in your phone. You can open up your phone and learn everything you need to know about how to do almost anything in this world if you are determined to find it. And so ultimately, what I would say to you is that this whole stream of consciousness in terms of investing, the investment of time, the investment of money, I think it goes to the core of some issues that we deal with culturally that we might want to confront instead of continuing to do what we've been doing before, right? So, for example, there's no excuse that these companies that help kids prepare for the SAT and the ACT don't have just as many black kids as they have Indian, Asian, and white kids. When Asian kids show up and they've got the perfect test scores and they got the perfect GPAs, I think that we can get mad about that, or we can simply say, okay, maybe there's another notch we can go to. Maybe there's another level we can go to because we already have excellence in so many other areas. I really think academic excellence should be a part of that. Now, with that said, this is going to spin us back into the whole conversation about debt. And the reason I brought up the whole educational piece is because the debt crisis is actually hitting educated black people as much as it's hitting uneducated black people. And I'm going to explain that to you in 1 second. Let me just remind you guys of something really quickly. Some of you were looking to join the real estate program, something called Dr. Boyce Real Estate, where literally this week we're bringing in a special guest named Shalay Camila, who is a noted real estate expert who can answer a lot of your questions if you're looking to either invest in real estate or if you're looking to buy real estate, etc. She kind of knows everything. She was a speaker at the All Black National Convention. She's very good. And I know that Micah has sent out an offer where you could actually join the program for $1 the first month. Well, here, because you're in this class, I got something better. You can actually join for $0 the first month. So if you want to just try it out, bring your friends and family, just hit that link right there. And because you're here, I've extended that offer to you. So feel free to take a look at that. It's also at drboycerealestate.com. That's drboycerealestate.com. And also the Get Money Fest in Philadelphia is May 18th. And that URL is getmoneyfest.com. But what I'll do is I'll actually share the link with you guys really quick if you want to come to Philadelphia. And we're going to have a lot of panels and speakers and all kinds of stuff. So it's not my event. It's Jay Ortiz. He's the organizer. He's a rapper out of Philadelphia, and I love it when rappers want to be smart. So I told him I would support him 100%, just like all the other rappers, the smart rappers that I know. I'm friends with a lot of smart rappers, and I'm enemies with a lot of dumb rappers. The ones that are destroying the community, those are not my friends. But the ones that want to do better, those are ones I respect. All right. So anyway, let's break down what's going on with consumer debt, and then I'm going to explain to you why consumer debt is a type of financial slavery and why financial consciousness, which is what we cover every single day in this class at 10 a.m., is really important in terms of understanding what debt does for you. All right. So here's the deal with consumer debt. First of all, consumer debt, pretty much any debt that is on the back of a consumer or on the back of a family in America, consumer debt's at an all-time high. Right now, consumer debt is about $17.1 trillion. 70% of that debt is mortgages. I don't think mortgages are automatically always bad debt. I think mortgages are better. Now, someone says, where's the link? Oh, you know what? I didn't. Sorry about that. I apologize. I ran off and there we go. There's the link for the Philly event, and let me share the link for the real estate course. All right, so sorry about that, guys. I apologize. I didn't do everyone when I shared the link. There we go. All right, so there we go. Now let me know if you can see it. There it is. Okay, so 70% of all the consumer debt is mortgage debt. That's about $12.25 trillion. This is as of 2023. 1.1 trillion is credit card debt. That's also a record high. So mortgage debt is at a record high. Credit card debt is at a record high. It has never been higher than it is right now. A lot of this has to do with inflation. Auto loan debt is about 1.6 trillion. That is also at an all-time high. So people owe more on their cars than they've ever owed in any other area before. Student loan debt is 1.6 trillion. That's also a record high. And another area they included here on this list is HELOCs, like home equity loans. So people are borrowing against their home equity, mainly to maintain this high levels of consumer spending that is pretty much driving the economy and keeping the economy alive. So all this debt adds up to about 17 trillion. The average American household has about $104,000 worth of debt. To be precise, it's exactly $104,215 in total debt for most households. That's a lot of debt. And here's the thing about debt that's really interesting is that debt can either liberate you or debt can enslave you. Debt can either be something that really enhances your life and makes it better, or debt can be something that just makes you regret the day that you were born. And let me explain why. So debt, the way debt can be liberating is if you use the debt in a way that actually helps you make more money. Most multi-billionaires and millionaires and people that run big businesses, they started their businesses off with debt. They went and borrowed some money. They went and borrowed, say, $5 million, and they turned the 5 million into 20 million, and they got to keep 15 after they paid back the 5 million plus interest. Whatever, maybe it's 12, 13, 14 million, whatever the number is, right? So debt can be a beautiful thing because debt can give you access to a productive asset that allows you to make more money. For example, a lot of you that are in the Prime program, you've used HELOCs to go and get access to capital or debt, and you have taken that money from the HELOC, maybe $100,000, scaled it up with a little bit more leverage, went in and bought, say, I don't know, a few hundred shares of a company, and you're making maybe $2,000 or $3,000 a week on selling the options for that stock, just like we cover in class. So that is a scenario, in my view, where debt isn't such a terrible thing, assuming that you're taking some of that income and plowing it back into repaying the debt. So if you're buying property and you're paying down the debt on the property, that's a good thing. If you're borrowing money for a business and you're able to make the business successful, I think that's a good thing. If you're even using debt to buy stock and sell the options on the stock to generate an income source for yourself, I think that's okay. But the problem is when you get into these areas of consumer debt, like the credit cards, most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. Most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. Most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. If you think about your finances like a human body, credit card debt is like a bunch of fat, right? Again, business debt might be like a bunch of muscle. If you have muscle, then you can be a better athlete. But with fat, you're usually not going to be a better athlete unless maybe you're a sumo wrestler or something. So having credit card debt is fat. Auto loan debt is fat. And for a lot of people, even student loan debt is fat, not because student loans are always bad, but because student loan debt has gotten so high. It's gotten so high that it's gotten to the point where it is very toxic, right? So ultimately, if you're not careful, that student loan debt or that credit card debt or whatever type of debt can be the thing that not only slows you down financially and keeps you from growing, but it can also be the key to your slavery. Like there are people that are enslaved when they um when they actually go into so much debt that they can't quit their job. If you watch the movie, there was a movie called Wonka. Go see the movie Wonka. Wonka is a great movie. I took my daughter to see it, and in the movie Wonka, there's a point where Willy Wonka, it's the origin story of Willy Wonka. I assume y'all know the give me I hope y'all know the story of Willy Wonka. Do y'all know Willy Wonka, right? I don't have to explain that. Okay, so the origin story of Willy Wonka before he builds his great chocolate factory and everything when he's young and he's a young guy on young hustler on the move, he's trying to figure out how to make his next move. Is and there's a point in the movie where the a person tricks him into debt and they put him so deep in debt that he then says, "Well, I can't afford to pay that." So then what they do is they force him to work in the laundry room of some hotel. And he can't go out and build his chocolate factory. He can't go pursue his dream of building the greatest chocolate factory in the world because he has to do laundry all day to repay this debt. And they said, if you keep it, well, you can pay it off. It's just going to take you about 30 years to do that. Well, that really happens to millions of people. Millions of people end up in the same position as Willy Wonka because you've got this amazing dream, this fantasy, this vision that God gave you, and God said, "Go fulfill the vision." And you can't fulfill the vision because you got to go and do laundry in the basement every day for the next 30 years or do some other type of work that is pretty much meaningless to you, and the work that you would not be doing if you were not getting paid to do it. And that's what debt does. And that's why consumer debt is very powerful for those that are driving the economy. If they can get you into debt, it's like getting you pregnant and locking you down. They get you financially pregnant with all this debt, and then you can't make any moves. You're pretty much stuck, pretty much where you are. You have to come back to work. After the pandemic, there were a lot of billionaires and CEOs that were very concerned about the fact that the American labor force had declined. The labor force participation rate had dropped because people just became financially conscious and they said, I don't really think I want to spend all my hours of this on this earth at a job. I'd rather do other things like sleep in or spend time with my kids or go to the movies or go to the gym or just be happy. And so they had to figure out how to get people to come back to work. So a lot of them were lobbying the government to reignite student loan payments so that people would be forced to come back to work. They're like, we need them to have something that they have to pay, so they have to come into us to get it done for them. We need them to need us. They need our income. So debt is definitely a type of slavery. Half of I mentioned this yesterday that half of all Black college graduates default on their student loans. So having a lot of education doesn't escape you from the debt dilemma if you're not financially conscious. And also, even among the half that don't default on their student loans, a lot of them are paying on their debt until they're 50 or 60 years old. And the thing about debt is that debt moves in the exact opposite of closing the racial wealth gap. So when you talk about closing the racial wealth gap, you don't close the gap with debt, you're increasing the gap with debt. So the fact that we have so many of our best and brightest saddled with the absolute most debt that they can possibly get in hopes that they're going to find some job that will repay them enough to cover that debt is really flawed thinking. It does not work. So with that said, I want to cover a few financial consciousness points. And actually, I'll answer a few questions. So if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. And if you're not inside the Zoom, I won't see your question. But if you want to join us in the Zoom, all you got to do is text the word morning to 87948. This is our daily financial consciousness training from the Black Business School. It's 100% free to anybody that wants to join. You don't have to pay money. You just have to pay attention. So just text the word morning to the phone number 87948, and I will invite you. And if you're not on that text list, make sure you get on the text list. Text morning to 87948. All right. So let me give you a few quick reasons why we overspend, and then I'm going to link this back to why financial consciousness is important. I need you to give me a quick yes as a confirmation. Is it clear to you why being financially conscious is critical in this economy? Give me a yes if you understand this. Like, give me a yes if you're seeing this. I want to make this clear because some people, no, I don't think you probably have never had a class on financial consciousness. You've never had a professor say, I'm going to teach financial consciousness. Usually they'll say, I'll teach taxation or I'll teach investing or I'll teach, about credit cards or real estate. You've never heard a person say, I'm going to teach financial consciousness. And this was something that didn't come to my mind. God didn't give me that vision until I literally was 20 years past my PhD. And I knew a lot, I knew a lot 5 years before my PhD. I was teaching college students in 1993. So it took a lot of processing for me to look at Black culture over many, many years, many decades to understand, like, I get what's going on. It's our culture, it's our habits, it's our consciousness that's kicking us in the butt. If they can get you to dumb yourself down and become unconscious, then they can use you like a slave. It can literally become like a zombie virus that takes over your brain. In fact, I remember reading where they said that consuming lots of media and television reduces the strength of your prefrontal cortex, which is the part of your brain that allows you to engage in strategic thinking and delayed gratification. So literally, but when you're sitting there watching TV all day and consuming media, it's literally frying your brain. It's literally dumbing you down. That's what it's doing. And then when you look at the studies, well, what do you find? You find that Black people watch more television than anybody else. Black people consume more social media entertainment than anybody else. Do you think that there's a connection between the two? Do you think that those two things are connected? And do you think that maybe that's kind of done on purpose? So anyway, so here are some reasons why people overspend their money. One is a lack of a budget. When you don't have a budget, that tends to cause your money to fly out your pocket. That is related to a lack of consciousness because what happens is that when you have a budget, you're conscious of every nickel that you spend. You're documenting that, you're writing it down, right? But when you don't have a budget, you're not conscious. And when you're not conscious, it kind of goes away. Like, have you ever sat down and done something with somebody? Maybe, I don't know, maybe you went to go see that person that you were really attracted to, and y'all had some hot, sweaty, you know what, in the bedroom, and then you look at you wake up and you look at your watching like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's 8 o'clock, right? The time just flew by. Or remember that song, Secret Lovers? And it said something about we wake up and we notice the time. Remember that? Yeah. We both get nervous cause it's way after 9, right? So here's what I think about. This tells you how weird I am. When I think about that song Secret Lovers and how they woke up and they got nervous because it was way after 9 and they just noticed the time, that made me think about another study that I read that basically said that when your brain is injected with dopamine or you're doing something fun like having sex or hanging out or using drugs, you lose track of time and space. Like time just you just become unconscious. You become unconscious of time. And in fact, an extreme example was I saw this. There was a story about this guy who was like this regular middle class dude who he dabbled with crack or for some reason. I don't know why people mess with drugs, but he smoked a little bit of crack every now and then. And one day he decides to go out and smoke some crack. And when he did that, he literally lost track of time. Like the whatever the crack did to his brain caused him to forget about time. And he said that he was literally just smoking away and 3 days went by. He didn't even realize that 3 days went by. So when he finally sobered up and went home, he said his house was empty, his wife was gone, the kids were gone, everything, his whole life was gone. Right. And that to me makes me think about what also happens when it comes to economic consciousness. I believe that when you're not conscious of your money or you're just sort of living life and just spending a little bit here and a little bit there, and you lose that consciousness, your money is just going to kind of fly out the window and you're not going to know where your money went. So one way to counter that might be to have a budget and kind of document things. And not only have a budget for money, but I actually have time budgets for time. I have time budgets. When I get on the phone, I think I live my life in 20-minute blocks, 20-minute increments. So if I do something, I'll look at my clock, my watch, and I'll say, okay, it's 8:50, it's 8:44. I'm gonna stop doing this at 9 o'clock. Or if I say, gosh, I really don't want to work out, I don't feel like it, I'll say, okay, boys, we're gonna start at 9:20 and we're gonna work out until 9:40. Really, really hard. Right. And then if you feel like continuing, you can. If you don't, then that's okay. That's the negotiation that I have with myself because sometimes you don't feel like doing it. Right. But what also happens is that all the barriers I had in my head where I'm like, oh, I don't have time to do this. I don't have time to do that. That goes out the window because then I realized that this thing that I was procrastinating on because I didn't think I had time to do it literally only took me 8 minutes to do. Right. Has anybody ever gone through that where literally you'll spend a year procrastinating on something and then you do it and it literally takes you like 15 minutes? And you're like, wow, I can't believe I wasted a whole year procrastinating on something that was going to take 15 minutes. So I don't just budget money. I budget time. I budget the stuff that's more important than money. Time is far more important than money. I know my time. I'll pay money to save time. Seriously. So ultimately, a lack of a budget plays a big part in people overspending or going deep in debt. The second piece is, this also relates to consciousness, is impulse buying. Impulse buying is where they get you to get emotionally stimulated, emotionally charged, or whatever, and then they get you to buy based on your impulse. And a lot of this is linked to the inability to really have the discipline or the consciousness to say, okay, I'm not going to just make this move based on my emotion. I'm going to sit back and strategically think about this. So one way to counter impulse decisions would be to force yourself to have a day or two to think about it before you do it. Imagine this. Think about this. Imagine if they had a law. And it's not, again, it's not just money. Think about stuff like sleeping with the wrong person and then having a baby with an absolute terrible human being. Imagine if there was a law that said every time you want to have sex with somebody, you got to have a 2 day cooling off period where you got to sit back and think about whether or not this is the person that you want to be with. Can you imagine like how many fewer unwanted pregnancies we would have? Right? How much less drama there would be in the world if people were forced to think about it, even 24 hours. Even 24 hours. Anytime you want to sleep with somebody, you got to fill out a form and put in an application and let I know I wouldn't want the government really regulating this. This is more like a thought experiment. But really, you have to fill out a form and say, I met this girl. She's really nice. I think she's great. I think I'm going to sleep with her. So I'd like to, and we're going to meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock and make it happen. Well, I think a lot of people would probably make a different decision, right? And a lot because a lot of times you make decisions based on impulse, and there are people that encourage that, right? There are people that encourage that kind of thing. And someone says it's called Veronica says it's called marriage. Yeah, it is. It is. And marriage is ideal, but I'm not here to judge, right? Some people don't feel that marriage works for them, and I think that's okay too. I don't think marriage really works for everybody. I think if in fact, as a married person, I will say if you're not ready to sacrifice and humble yourself and submit to another person and submit to something greater than yourself, marriage isn't for you. If you come in saying, well, I'm not going to submit to nothing and I'm not going to settle. No, marriage is all about settling and submitting. I settled for my wife because she's amazing and I submit to my marriage and I submit to my wife all the time. Why the hell you think I got up at 4:30 this morning to drive across town? I wanted to sleep in. I didn't want to get up at 4:30 in the morning. I was submitting to the fact that I want my wife to be safe. I want to be with her when she's doing these things. I don't want to abandon her, right? So I think that it requires that kind of perspective. And so I think if you're not ready for that, maybe marriage isn't for you because all you're gonna do is get married and then get divorced and waste all your money and waste all your friends' time and all that stuff. So if you ain't gonna do it right, don't do it. That's what I would say. Whichever path you pick, do it right. All right, so let's keep going here. So we talked about impulse buying, a lack of a budget. Third is social pressure. Peer pressure is big in terms of buying things. A lot of people feel pressure to keep up with the Joneses, or they want to just, or maybe black people that just want to be like white folks, or also poor people imitating rich people. That's one of the reasons why luxury items get sold is because poor people buy them thinking that if I imitate a rich person, then the world is going to see me in a different light. They're going to see me as a successful person. And what's funny is that if you go and you hang out with billionaires where money just isn't a thing anymore for them, or at least not, maybe in a big picture sense, like I'm gonna go buy this building or buy this property, but they're not thinking like I'm gonna just impress you with my Gucci belt or whatever. Like a lot of billionaires dress like bums. Like they might drive a regular little car, and you go to their office and it's just this tiny little office. And I think that what kind of happens maybe is that when they get that much money, they don't feel the need to impress you with how much money they have. In fact, sometimes I believe if you have a lot of money, sometimes you don't even want people to know how much money you have, because when you have a lot of money, people treat you differently. I've never wanted to brag to people about the money I have. People know I probably have something because I understand money pretty well, but really I don't like for people to know that I have a lot of money, because people start asking you for it and they start trying to steal it from you, and they people will scam you for it, and people will sue you for no reason and all these other things. So really, no, I'm not leading money first, right? I'm going to lead voice first, whatever that looks like. And I married a woman who didn't care much about money. Because she had money, and it wasn't, but I could tell very quickly if a woman was interested in the money that I had. And that wasn't a bad thing. It didn't make her a bad person, because the books I've read tell me that women are naturally attracted to men that have resources. So I understood that. But at the same time, I also understand what comes with that. I understand what it means to take on another dependent. And sometimes you don't want that, right? So ultimately, I think it's a matter of deciding what really works best for you. But really, that social pressure aspect, circling back to that, that really speaks to also another consciousness concept, which might relate to just general self-esteem. People that have high self-esteem are not as subjected to social pressure as people that have low self-esteem. And for Black people, low self-esteem is a big problem that we have, because from the time that we're born, we're really kind of raised to believe that you're nobody until white people recognize you. You know what I mean? Like literally, if you are not seen by white people, if white people have not labeled you in some way, you're kind of nobody. You're just a Negro. That in the minds of a lot of our people, like well, how do they label you? Well, they might label you with degrees. So you go spend $200,000 to get a degree from a white school, and then you come back and say, "Look at me, I made it. Look at how far I've come." And I might look at you and be like, "But you didn't come nowhere. You still live in the same neighborhood. I don't like, how far did you go? Like, you didn't go very far." But oh, I get it. You have a new label. Like, "Oh, look at me. I am a college graduate from the University of Texas." Great. I think that's wonderful. But I see that more so as a reflection of who you are, not something that defines who you are. Do you understand? There's a difference. You're already a great person even before they realize you were a great person and acknowledged you. Or I'm an Oscar winner, I'm a Grammy winner. I have this important job working for this important company with this important fancy title, and all that's fine. There's nothing wrong with your fancy title or your college degrees. The problem there is, though, that when you give other people the license and the right to validate you, you're giving them a tremendous amount of economic power, because they become the governing body over a resource that you absolutely positively need. Let me go deep with economics for a minute. When you get to the point where you have a resource that you need, which might be something as simple as your self-esteem, and you are allowing someone else, especially your former oppressor, to control that resource, you are in danger. You are in danger. Why? Well, because the minute they want to control you, they can impose economic sanctions on you. They can punish you. They can take those things away from you. They can say, "Okay, because we don't like your behavior, we're going to take away your Heisman Trophy. We're going to take away your Grammy. We're going to take away your fancy title. We're going to take away that fancy job. We're going to take away that access to that degree that you think you're going to get." And then what occurs is that you start feeling bad. You start feeling like you really lost something. You feel like you're less than what you were before, because you don't have all these labels and stickers attached to you. And then remember, to get those labels, you paid a price for that. You paid the price in terms of time, money, maybe attention and energy. And that energy that you're putting into having that white man down the street label you could have been spent, could have been poured into the people that you actually care about, the people that care about you. You understand? I think really, and this is a really critical, subtle point that I really hope you'll at least hear me on, is that trillions of dollars in Black productivity and wealth is lost every year, because Black people are spending so much time working for and seeking approval from white people. That's what we do. And then when we get that approval, we it is cultural. We encourage that. If you go on LinkedIn and someone says, "Hey, I'm now the vice president of Wackety Wax at Google or something," you'll see 10,000 people congratulating that person. Like, "Look at you. Look at how far you've come. Look at how great you are now." And I resent that, not because I resent the person who got the promotion, I resent it because I'm like, who the hell said that that white man gets to decide if I get to be somebody or not? Who the hell said that he gets to decide if I'm important or if I'm not important? No, I was important before you even met me. It's just you're just late for the party. You're just now realizing how great I am. So I'm going to tell you like this. This is where I am, and this causes me some friction for sure with the world. But this is where I stand. I'm sorry. I don't need. There's not a single person I can think of anywhere that I need to tell me that Dr. Boyce Watkins is good at what he does. I know I'm good at what I do because I put 30,000 hours of work into it. Because I know I'm super highly trained at it. I know how dedicated I am. I know I get up every single morning consistently every single day for well over a decade doing exactly what I'm doing with you right now, talking to you every single day. I know I'm good. So if one day, let's say one day the world changes and suddenly they CNN and ABC or the White House suddenly say, oh, wow, we really want to really honor and acknowledge Dr. Boyce Watkins because what he's doing is so great. Um, my mindset will be like, thank you, I appreciate that. And I'm actually proud of you for finally realizing how amazing I actually am. I'm actually, I think that's cool because we've been killing it over here for a long time and y'all were just too stupid to notice. So I'm really proud of you for congratulations. Like don't congratulate me because I'm still the same. I'm still the same person. I'm congratulating you because intelligent black people were 20 years ahead of you and I'm happy that you're finally catching up. That's how I see things. And I think that that's really important because what that does is that helps you understand the importance of you. That helps you understand the importance of what you're doing every day, the people that you're with every day. Why do you abandon the people that are around you to go and sit around a bunch of strangers looking for all this validation that don't mean a damn thing anyway? That's how that's what I don't get. Why would I leave? Y'all love me, man. Like those of you that really have my back, I see you and I feel it. I love it. This is great. I get to be a weirdo and I get rewarded for that. Why would I leave this to go sit around a bunch of strangers just because they're white or just because they're on TV or because they have money or something and then feel awkward and terrible and then come back and say, well, I used to just be the little guy who used to just sit on the internet with the black business school, but now look at me. I'm the president of Yale University. Look at how far I've come. That was not a come up. That was not a come up. That was a demotion. That was a step down. That's a lesser version of who I am because then I have to be this whole other person. Walking on pins and needles, scared to offend white people. I don't want to make the people in Israel mad because anti-Semitism. I'm not trying to be that person, right? So this social pressure piece links back to self-esteem. I really think that as black people, those of us that really want to get it done, I really think that a great sense of self-pride in who you are goes a very long way. Did you know that they did a study where they were studying the most successful cultures in the world? I don't know what their measuring stick was. I got to go look the study up, but it was a lady at Yale. And I don't think it was scientific, but I liked it because the winning culture was actually Nigerian culture. And I'm part Nigerian, so I think that's kind of cool. And she said one of the things that the Nigerian people have is that they're proud of themselves. You can't tell a Nigerian, well, why don't you become a Mexican? They're not gonna want. They're like, why would I want to be a Mexican? I'm from the Igbo tribe. I don't want to be Mexican. Like that. So they have a lot of pride in who they are. And if you want to know what the other two criteria were, it was pride in who you are, like almost like a sense of self-importance. Like I'm holding down the fort of something really important. My job in this family is to protect the reputation of an entity that is more important than anything on earth I could ever be attached to. So I'm not going to abandon my post. And if you believe that your family name is the most important thing that you have going on in this world, you're not going to abandon your post so you can go defend the family name of the white guy down the street who offered you a job. Do you understand? I believe that generally speaking, that one thing the slave culture does to us is that it makes us feel embarrassed about who we are and say, well, I ain't nothing but a Negro and I just need somebody to see me. And then we go and we abandon our posts. And it shows everywhere. You go to some of our communities, they're in absolute shambles, and we're like out here, in other places. And that's not the way things are supposed to be. So the other two criteria, actually, if you want to know what they were for defining the top cultures, was a sense of self-importance or pride. Also a commitment to education. We talked about that earlier. Getting your kids like don't, you send your kids to school, make sure they're learning, get top of the class, that type of stuff. That's an attitude, man. That's a pride thing, right? And then the third piece was what was the third thing? It was a commitment to delayed gratification. A commitment to delayed gratification. All that is another version of what we talk about in financial consciousness training. That's thinking like an investor. All investing is delayed gratification. You do know that, right? That's all it is. It's saying I'm going to sacrifice now so I can have more later on. That's it. People and cultures and communities that have an extreme commitment to delayed gratification are 9 times out of 10 more successful than other cultures. People that don't have delayed gratification, that only believe in instant gratification, well, they blow their whole load in the first, 10 minutes, and then they have a horrible life after that. They go to college and they party for 4 years and don't study, and then they have a miserable life for the next 40 years because they didn't prepare for the future. Or they just eat whatever they want, and then they end up dying early because the food they were eating was killing them the entire time. Or they just sleep with whatever pretty girl they happen to see, and then next thing you know, they're bogged down with child support and STDs for the rest of their life, right? So people that believe in instant gratification, they don't just struggle because of those choices, but also, unfortunately, when you kill your consciousness, you're living on the vibrational frequency of an animal. Animals live in the world of instant gratification. Animals are not strategic. Animals don't make long-term plans. Animals are not able to sacrifice for the future. That's not what they do. So what I believe, generally speaking, is that there is a consistent effort to reduce the consciousness of all Americans, especially Black people. I think this is one of the reasons why, even in hip hop music, which has tremendous capacity to elevate the consciousness of anybody, it promotes things that are very low vibrational behavior, very instant gratification based sorts of activities, because the goal is to keep your consciousness low. A consumer and a worker that doesn't have economic consciousness, for example, is very easy to control. You throw out some instant gratification. In fact, this is the last point that they made in the study about why people overspend and why they end up in debt. Easy credit access. When you have easy access to credit, uh you end up in debt. Like college students, they put in the credit card in front of the college student who is hungry for money, and they say, look, just sign this piece of paper and you can go to the mall and have the flyest clothes and spend money. And y'all, a lot of y'all remember that. Anybody go through that? Anybody else fall for that trap when you were 19 years old or 18? I know I did. And they do it with the student loans. They just like, just sign here and everything's fine. And that instant access takes advantage of anybody that doesn't have a high level of consciousness or commitment to delayed gratification. That's why Jerry Heller with NWA was able to put the contract in front of all the members of the group, Eazy-E, MC Ren, Dr. Dre, and Ice Cube, and said, here is $80,000. Here's a check for $80,000. Here's a nice car out front that you can have. All you got to do is sign this document and you can have it all right now. Every single person signed the document except for Ice Cube. He was the only one who did not sign because he was the only one who was strategic enough and had enough of a commitment to delay gratification that he wasn't going to sell his entire future so that he could drive away in a nice car. And so really, and really, and I think that translates to so many other things. That's why 30 years later, the man's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And the reason we became friends is because we both align in that line of thinking. We were both actually heavily influenced by our fathers. And this is one of the reasons why I think Black fathers are extremely important. They took another few trillion dollars in your wealth when they took your fathers out of the house. Fathers matter. Just like mothers matter, fathers matter. You cannot talk me out of that. Okay. So anyway, what I want to do is put your question in the Q&A section. Let's do a quick Q&A. I'll answer a few of your questions. And one other thing I want to share with you, I mentioned this before, is with the summertime coming, we have our financial flashcards for kids and stuff like that that you can take a look at in our Black Wealth Mastery store. So I'm going to put this here. It's at drboycebooks.com, and there's the link directly. Also, if you use the code word book club, all one word, use the code word book club, you can get another 30% off everything in the store. We have apparel now in the store. So if you like Black Wealth, we have Black Wealth apparel. We have a whole love and money section that my wife and I run, where she's got workbooks on financial anxiety and all different kinds of things that relate to relationships and money. And there's a lot of good stuff there. Also, Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics, is there. So feel free to take a look at drboycebooks.com if you'd like to see what we have there. All right, so let me answer a few of your questions here. Okay. Now, if you could make your question like one sentence, that will help me make sure I can get through as many as possible. If it's too long, I'm gonna skim. I'll read the first sentence or so. Let's see here. Barbara says, I think the younger group has a different perspective of rappers. Yeah, I think that they do. There's a generational differential, and I think that the generation gap should not be seen as a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. Young people need to listen to elders. Elders need to listen to young people. I pay attention to what young people are doing all the time. I watch the culture. I think it's hilarious when people think that because I'm 52 that I don't see the same thing that I would see on the internet if I was 22. I probably see more. I talk to our 20-year-old all the time, and I see things he doesn't see. I'll say, "Well, did you see where Kai Sanat was beefing with so and so?" And he'll be like, "Oh, I didn't know about that." Right? So ultimately, I think that paying attention to the world is really good. I think paying attention to the community and the culture is very valuable, and I think that young people. If you want to be stupid, I mean, don't listen to older people. But if you want to be smart, listen to older people and just know that that doesn't mean you can't still be who you want to be. And I think older people should listen to younger people too, because they can teach you how to be a little more creative and innovative in your thinking, and you have to respect that as well. But just because it's new, that does not make it better. Just because it's new, that doesn't make it better. In fact, I really believe that when you talk about solving the Black economic problem in America, the best way for us to move forward is we have to look back, and we got to look way back. We got to go back to when our uh, when our um, when our ancestors were in before integration, where they didn't have the same access that we had, but yet they owned 100 times more land than we had. They had a lot more businesses than we have. They had stronger communities than we have. The kids were better educated than they are now. That's where our solutions lie. I don't think that our solutions lie necessarily in all the progressive answers. Okay, so someone says, were you teaching at a PhD level in 1993? No, I wasn't. I was a graduate student, and I taught my first finance class at Indiana University in 1993. And then I taught mathematics at the University of Kentucky in 1995 and 96. And then I taught finance also at the Ohio State University when I was working on my doctorate. And then I taught finance at Syracuse University on the faculty for 13 years. I also taught in China for a summer, and taught in some other places as well. So that's my teaching background in case you want to know it. Let's see here. How's your daughter? Does she still do makeup? No, she does not, and she's doing very well. Thank you for asking. All right, let's see here. Kathy, what books did you read for help? Well, I told you to learn about whatever it was I wanted to understand. I would just kind of read a book about it or try to get information. So again, when I wanted to understand women, I read that book called What Women Want Men to Know by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis, which I recommend for any man that really wants to understand women. I think you got to listen and learn and understand. And I think women should read books about men, because from reading these books, I concluded that men and women are just very different. And that's why we don't understand each other, because I can't look at my wife and what she does and see it through the lens of a man, because our brains are different. They're literally different. I think men have more white matter and women have more gray matter, or it's reversed. And women, we're just different. So I think anything you want to learn about, it's in a book. I think I would get in the habit of consuming information. Let's see here. Someone says, I see the link to the real estate class, but it only sent me to my Black Business Program account. Show me the classes I paid for. Should I email your support team? Um, yeah, well, at Dr. Boyce Real Estate, Lisa, it should take you to the real estate class. If it doesn't, if it just takes you to the classes that you're enrolled in, then you may want to see if you're already enrolled, and it should be on the list of classes you're enrolled in. I've never seen that problem, but if you have any issues in the Black Business School, just email our support team. They're right there. Monty's waiting to talk to you. The email is support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can take good care of you. Let's see. How do I get out of deep credit card debt quickly and still save? Well, think of it like this. Think of it like um if you think about your credit card debt like a bucket, and in order to get out of debt, you got to fill the bucket up with water, water meaning money, then the more water you have, the faster you can fill the bucket up, right? There's no way to really eliminate a lot of debt quickly typically without having resources to do that. So the fastest way to get out of debt is to maybe take a class, learn how to build a side hustle. And that side hustle, that little extra income might make a difference. I know in the Prime program, drboyceprime.com, we have students that were able to take some assets that weren't really performing, like some money from their home equity or 401k, and buy stock and sell options and do what we do in class and generate maybe an extra $500 to $1,000 a week. I talked to a single mom where we work together, and she's generating like an extra $4,000 a month. But this is after she had spent years saving money and didn't know what to do with that money she has saved. And so I showed her, again, not investing advice, but I showed her what I do. And there is money there that you can extract that way. If you're interested, just go to drboyceprime.com. It really does work. It's really, really effective. There are probably Prime members in here. So if you are a Prime member, say something in the chat so people will know what the experience is like. But anyway, another thought that comes to mind is if your credit score is really bad, sometimes you can just dispute things. Remember, you have rights as a debtor, and so if you dispute things that are on your credit report, they have a certain amount of time they have to get back to you and validate that debt. And if they don't get back to you in time, then they have to remove the debt. So that might be another way to at least make sure that the debts are valid when you make your move. Let's see here. Is there a contact number for your trademark lawyer? Ask Rainthon. Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. I don't have her information here. And honestly, I cannot recommend her yet just because I have not worked with her long enough yet. So I did it again because I support Black business owners and stuff. I was really a little irritated and traumatized by by people assuming that I was running the Tulsa Real Estate Fund because Jay came on the channel and talked about what he was doing. I'm really hesitant to really recommend anybody like that just because I don't know exactly what people are doing in their businesses. I focus on my business and that's it. And so really I wish I could share that, but I don't want to share things until I'm sure of what I'm seeing. So that's really a shift in policy we had to pursue because people get things misconstrued, and I don't want that to happen. All right, so let's see. Barbara says, "Can you elaborate more on how to get out of credit card debt?" Okay, so we talked about that a second ago. Let's see, Derek, how much capital do I need to join the options trading program? There's no specific minimum. I mean, just learning stock options is beneficial wherever you are capital wise. However, if you're talking about generating significant income, I found that at least maybe 10,000 to jump in and participate, and then maybe using a little margin can get you like a little bit of income coming in that can maybe get you the feel of maybe what it would feel like to own a multifamily property. Like I think that this approach is better than owning multifamily property. Take it from somebody. So I scratch that. I don't own multifamily property, so I want to be clear on that. I own two properties, and we're selling our properties, and we're just basically going to replace that with selling stock options instead because the ROI is higher. There's no work required. It's much more liquid. And those are really three things that are driving us to kind of make that shift. Regina, I messed up going into credit card debt to save my family. What's the best strategy? Okay, so we already talked about that, about getting out of credit card debt. Also, I think let me see. I believe the URL is drboycecredit.com. I did a whole training on credit and credit cards and how credit scores work and stuff like that. So if you want to take a look at that, feel free to go to, I think it's drboycecredit.com. Yeah, take a look at drboycecredit.com. If that does not work, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can help you out in terms of finding out what resources we have in that area. But yeah, I think that with getting out of debt, I know Dave Ramsey talks about the snowball method, where he talks about paying the smallest debts first and then getting that momentum and using that to pay the higher debts. And so there are lots of different ways to kind of get out of debt. But generally speaking, I really think finding ways to make more money just is a great solution that works across the board. And I think that having an abundance mindset helps. So I really believe that really embracing entrepreneurship and investor culture, but doing it conservatively can go a long way. So what I mean by that is this, there are people out here that have these $30,000 masterminds and stuff where they promise you the world. And I'm not a fan of any of that. I don't believe in going and spending a bunch of money to be a part of stuff, but I'll spend a little bit of money to kind of dip my toe in the water, especially on something that I believe is actually going to work. And also, there are groups you can join where you can at least get ideas on ways to make extra money. The hard part is that there's so much stuff out here that just does not work. And I think that that leaves a lot of us jaded. For example, I don't believe in MLMs. I know some of you may be members of MLMs, and I don't want to offend you, but what I believe with MLMs what happens is that a lot of people that they put on stage, what happens is that they put two or three people on stage, and everybody at the conference aspires to be like the two or three people on stage, but 99% of the audience hasn't made any money yet. And so to me, if I am looking to join anything, an MLM or whatever, one of the first things I'm going to ask is the person that's bringing me in. I'm going to say, well, how much money are you making? And can you show me how much you're making? And if you can show me that you're making a lot of money and exactly how it's being done, I might consider that. I might consider making some limited investment to explore that. But the risk is that you're putting up a lot of times you're putting up a lot of money and a lot of time. And I just don't have time to waste on stuff like that, right? So one of the things that I like about the Prime program that makes it just me really excited about it is that I met the students at the Stock Option Summit in Los Angeles, and all of you were there. It was totally packed up. Sorry it sold out, but we're going to do another one in Chicago. And I just told them, I said, if you have a little bit of capital to invest, I can show you how to make money on Monday. Like that's like literally, and students have sent me. One student sent me screenshots of money he made on Monday, and it wasn't gambling. It wasn't like I made a bet and then the price went up. It was like, no, this is where money's actually there. You can extract income. People only think about investing in terms of putting money out in hopes that something goes up in price. That's speculation. But there's also the other side of investing where you sell risk instead of actually buying and embracing risk. And that is an income stream that a lot of people use. So there's money out there. I encourage you to explore it. If you don't have the capital base to do what you want, remember I told you the most important thing a person can have when it comes to money is not a college degree, it's a capital base. If you have a capital base, I would trade a capital base for a college degree any day of the week. Like, so if I had a choice between being a 25-year-old with 150,000 in the bank or being a 25-year-old with a college degree and no money in the bank, I take the 125,000, especially if that kid knows how to, or 150, whatever the number was. Especially if he knows what to do with that money. If you give a kid 150,000 in the bank and they know what to do with that money, just basic things like I can go sell stock options or whatever, that kid can make as much money as a medical doctor, literally without any college degrees or anything like that. So give your kids a capital base. Forget college degrees. I'm not saying that they're not important. I'm not saying don't do it. And when I say forget it, I don't mean to say forget it like don't do it. I'm saying forget it as in that's not the best solution. The best solution is a capital base. All right. So anyway, let me keep going. Let me answer some more of your questions here. Let's see. Travis says, can you sell cover calls to the strike price less than the current price? Yes, you absolutely can. I'm going to answer some of your questions. So if you log in to drboyceprime.com, I'm going to do a Q&A this afternoon. So you may want to log in and leave a question, and I'm going to answer a bunch of them this afternoon before my wife gets back. Calvin, what are effective steps to reclaim the resources in the African continent? I don't know. That's a big question because the Chinese have their teeth sank very deeply into Africa, and they formed a lot of partnerships there. There are people like Dr. Ken Harris, who's a very good friend of mine, who are forming delegations of business owners that are going to Africa and setting up trade lines in Africa. But I don't know if that can really compete with what the Chinese are doing. So that part is going to be tough. I think over time, though, young Africans are going to fight for their fair share. Their children are going to fight for their fair share. They're not going to let Chinese people just come in and take everything. I think there's going to be a reckoning on that. Let's see here. Veronica says, after weeks of rejects, we finally have a Robinhood account. Good for you. I'm very, very happy to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear about the rejection. Sheesh. Joni, will there be an estate planning class at the ABNC? No, there will be no classes at the ABNC. We will do an estate planning class in the Black Business School. We will have an estate planner at the ABNC, but the ABNC is a weekend long event. And it's panels and speakers and stuff like that. So there won't be time to actually have a complete class. But we will have something on legacy and wealth building as one of the panels. And by the way, if you want to come to the convention, it's October 25th through the 27th, allblacknationalconvention.com. Calvin says, appreciate you, Dr. Boyce. Well, thank you. I appreciate you too as well. Let's see, Dr. Vibe, what do you think is the near future of the electric car industry? The near future is not good. I think the long-term future, we got to eventually have electric cars, I think. But right now, everybody wants hybrids. And also, the electric vehicle industry, Elon Musk's dominance in that industry is starting to decline. And the Chinese are really making moves, and they're actually making moves that are so aggressive that they're being accused of dumping their products out there in order to take over market share, right? So I personally think that that's going to be interesting to watch. When it comes to solar panels and EVs, I think the Chinese just have a long-term strategy. They're very long-term delayed gratification thinkers. The challenge of competing with China economically is they think very long-term and they think as a group. And it's very hard to compete with a team like that. So over time, they're going to probably end up dominating the EV industry, I believe. Let's see here. Let's see. Someone asks, is the Prime membership a monthly or annual? It's either one. If you go to drboyceprime.com, there's different options there. And also if you text the word money to 87948, there's a training called How to Make Money Without Working that you can receive. So just text the word money to 87948. Yvonne says, is the real estate meeting $1 or free, like you said today? It's free. You can do the first month for free. So the link was in there. I put the link in there earlier. If you want to join for the first month, it's free. After that, it's $89 a month, and it's a bunch of resources and private discussions with real estate experts that can enhance your real estate training. There's already a lot of free bonus material in there. Like there's like $1,000 worth of stuff already in there. But then also I have private sort of VIP sessions with real estate experts, and you'll be able to join those as well. And you can share the membership with your whole family. So feel free to go to drboycerealestate.com. Dr. Vibe, on a scale of 0 to 10, how optimistic are you about Black economics future for the next 50 years? Um, it depends on which Black people you're talking about. I don't think all Black people are in the same boat. I think that there's a segment of the Black community that's going to just sort of be stuck, and they're going to be part of the permanent underclass that Dr. Claude Anderson talks about. And I don't, in that, there's not much I can do about that just because if you're listening to mainstream people and rappers and stuff like that, in the public school system and all that. I don't know how to fix that. But I do believe that there is a large segment, a growing segment of intelligent Black people that are really making just dramatic economic moves that put us on a scale of 0 to 10, they're on a 14. You remember that when we're training you to teach your kids about investing at the age of 7, other people aren't really doing that. Even Jewish people aren't really doing it like that. Not at that level, not formalizing it. Like, what I'm doing is simply taking Black excellence that we already have in the area of, say, sports and entertainment, and just saying, let's apply that to our economics also. This is nothing new. We're already performing at that level. We're already dominant, in certain areas. Let's just expand that into everything. All we're doing is we're doing a Michael Jordan. We're doing exactly what Michael Jordan did. Michael Jordan is a guy who said, I'm not just great at basketball, I want to be great at everything. And so Michael Jordan makes more money, probably 10 times more money now than he ever made as a basketball player. And as a basketball player, he was the highest paid player in the NBA. And I believe that if we were to talk to him now, I don't know Michael. I know Larry Miller, who is the former CEO of the Air Jordan brand, who was responsible for taking Michael Jordan's brand to the multi-billion-dollar level. Larry's a great guy. I've actually had him on this platform before. I'll try to bring him back in. But I would love to talk to Michael too. But I'd be willing to bet you that if we had Michael in here, he would probably say that his competitive energy that he used to be great at basketball was something that he wanted to apply to business also. He doesn't like being a loser, and so that's why I don't understand with young Black boys that are super competitive on the field, but then they become wimpy and intimidated, when it comes to things off the field. No, we should be dominating everything that we do. So this is because economics is a sport. Economics is a competition. And it's not just a sport, it's the most important sport that you'll ever participate in. It's the most important competition that we'll ever be in this world. So we got to be ready. Next, okay, Ronnie says best stocks to buy this year. I mentioned some stocks this week. If you go to drboycestocks.com, that's what Dr. Boyce is buying. I list stocks every single week that I find. I'm trying to think of the stock I mentioned yesterday. If somebody remembers the stock I mentioned yesterday, put it in the chat because I buy them. I think it was Sprout Social. Sprout, I think the ticker symbol is SPT. I think Sprout was the one I mentioned yesterday. Rue Parker says, I recently started investing in the markets. Thanks so much for all your teachings. I have challenges keeping track of my stocks and movements. How do you keep track of your investments? Well, most of the apps will lay out your portfolio for you in terms of telling you what you're invested in, what the gain was that day. They have a pretty good tracking system kind of already inside the app. I don't have a spreadsheet. I don't use a spreadsheet. I just use the apps because the apps will tell you whatever you need to know usually. E-Trade is really good. Fidelity is great. Schwab is great. Even Robinhood keeps track of stuff for you. Let's see. So that's a good point. So let me thank you, Rue, for that suggestion. Let me think about some other ways to keep track of things. I know that there are students. Some of you do have spreadsheets. I have a spreadsheet for the income I make from my stock options. But outside of that, for long-term investments, I just literally buy stuff and pile it in there and just kind of do. I try, to become wealthy, you imitate wealthy people. And what wealthy people do is they're hoarders. They hoard various assets, financial assets, and other assets, and then over time, those assets go up in value, and that's how they become rich. Okay, a couple more questions, then we're gonna bounce out of here. Just saw Jeff Bezos offering landlord status for 100,000 fractions of real estate. What are your thoughts? Oh, $100 fractions of real estate. Really? Jeff Bezos. Oh, I didn't know that, Patricia. I'm gonna look that up. I did. That's very interesting. Have you been cloned on TikTok? Yes, I have. Probably about 80 times. So, my TikTok has about 35,000 followers. So if you see me request or if you see me on TikTok, first of all, I don't slide in nobody's DM except my wife's. And also I don't really send out a lot of friend requests. So if you get one from me, that is not me. But if you want to follow me on TikTok, I think it's like Dr. Boyce Watkins. And if you go to Instagram, it's Dr. Boyce Finance. So feel free to take a look. Are you planning to teach in Texas? No time soon, Randy. I don't have any. We had the convention in Houston one year, but that was a while ago. Um, let's see. Are you going to the rally for reparations on June 15th? That's April. No, but I spoke at the last rally and I supported 100%. Yvette, as a senior of 75, I made huge mistakes and lost much money. How can I start from the bottom and leave a substantial legacy for my two girls? Well, I would look at things like your insurance. Also, remember that if you have your two girls and they're very young, the gift that they have is time. So you can plant small amounts of money and just in your estate plan, just have it set where they can't touch that money for say 20 years. If you give your money 20 years to grow, it grows like a weed, right? And especially if your estate plan or your insurance policy automatically makes your trust the beneficiary of all those resources, and you give it like a good 20 years, that money will grow into something pretty substantial. The reason people don't have a lot of money is because they don't let their money grow. Like think about it if you had bought Bitcoin in 2015 and just sat, it didn't touch it, it didn't mess with it. Let's say you just consistently bought $50 in Bitcoin every week for the last 8 years or 9 years, you'd have a ton of money, a ton of money. But what happens is that people they things happen and they need the money and so they sell, or they're worried that the price dropped a little bit, so they sell out because they're scared of the price dropping further. And all this picking at it, it's like when you have a scab. You know, your mama used to say, "Don't pick at it," because the more you pick at it, the longer it's going to take to heal. So when you get your portfolio, don't pick at it. Just do the $5 a day plan. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's totally free. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. And literally don't pick at it. Just set it and forget it. Don't touch it. That ain't your money. Though that belongs to the kids and the grandkids. All right. So anyway, let me keep going here. Um, let's see here. So yeah, I'm cloned on all the platforms, basically. So if you see me and I'm sending you like solicitations to buy Bitcoin or something, please don't do that. That's not me. Are teenagers able to sell options? Yeah, but I think they need parental supervision, but I think it's a valuable skill. Oh my God. If you have a child that is mature enough and patient enough to sit down and believe you when you tell them how important this skill is, it will change their whole freaking life. It will change their whole life. I'm not I'm talking like this because I'm just thinking about even kids in my own family where kids are just if their brains are somewhere else, you can't explain like how important this is. So you try to tell them like, hey, you really don't. I know you're planning on trying to figure out which minimum wage job you're going to get and when you're going to graduate and what's going to happen after that. And I don't want to take that away from you. I don't want to take away your opportunity to experience the misery of going to work every day. Maybe that builds character or something. It didn't, I don't know what it did for me, but I guess that's what it did. But if your kid has a capital base that's like, let's say you invest for them when they're young and they have a capital base, let's say $100,000, they never have to work for anyone ever. I think the problem there though is what do you do if you don't work? If you take that away from people, see, work gives people a sense of purpose. That's the problem, right? Society tells you that your purpose is to get up and go to work for that corporation every day, and we create meaning in an otherwise meaningless activity for the most part, and we do that because we're bored. Like, what else would you do other than if you're sitting at home? What are you gonna do? Smoke weed and play video games and you know what I mean? Like, right? So you have to find a sense of purpose that goes beyond just like I'm getting up and going to do this meaningless job just so I can pay bills every day. And that because that's what most people do. Most people's time is spent paying bills and taking care of kids. That's it. And then resting in between. And so what do you do when that work piece is taken out, where there's a big void there? And that's where self-awareness comes into play and consciousness comes into play because you got to fill that void with a purpose that's going to get you out of bed every morning. My, do you know, I'm going to share this personal thought and then we're going to be done. I'm sorry if I didn't get to answer every question, but we usually go 30, 45 minutes. We've gone an hour and a half. But I'm going to tell you a personal story. I struggled with depression very badly in high school. It was really a really hard time for me. Self-esteem was not that high. Just a little bit of abuse. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't want to indict my parents because I love them and they were doing the best they could. And um, and so I worked through that, right? I worked through that on my own. The that was one of the benefits of being kind of like a pseudo abandoned kid is that you learn how to be independent. So I just learned if I don't do it, nobody will. So I started to learn about things like positive thinking and stuff like that to kind of help me to overcome that, right? And when I really focused on that, it really made a difference. So for the next 30 years, I was very happy, very positive, because I would consciously, this is consciousness. This is why I'm so committed to this concept of consciousness. I would consciously look for the brighter side. I would consciously look for hope and possibility in my life. I would consciously look for ways to motivate myself to keep trying harder while at the same time realizing like, hey, God is not through with me yet. I can do this, right? That was literally like I became my own little internal cheerleader. I would give myself little motivational speeches inside my head, because I had nobody else around me to do that. So that was really beneficial in terms of being a driving force. As I was dealing with the horrible challenges of trying to finish my PhD, which was absolutely the most traumatic type of experience. It was just terrible. It was so hard or racism, and then you throw in racism and being broke and then just relationship issues, just whatever, right? But I fought through that, right? And it was fine. And I feel like okay, I succeeded. I was happy with my life. And then when I got about 47 years old, I had another problem. And here was the problem I had this time. I wasn't I wasn't one of those, I wasn't like the men. Hold on, give me a second. It's my wife. Hold on. Hey babe, I'm in class. Come up to room 900. I'm in class right now.
You're what?
I'm in class right now. My students can hear you. So come up to room 900 in the Marriott.
900?
Yes.
Boys.
I know that's great, baby, but they can hear you. They're listening to you.
255.
That's great, babe. Are
255.
you able to hear me? They're listening to you right now. Come up to room 900. I love you. That is awesome. Bye. So she's excited because she PR'd. So there we go. All right. Can y'all still hear me? Can y'all? Okay. Let me know. Give me a guess if you can still hear me. Okay. So anyway, so here's what the experience was. So when I was 47, what happened was I remember I wasn't like it was good in the sense like I wasn't one of those black men who's sort of like I made all these mistakes and now I'm trying to make up for the mistakes I made. I didn't have a lot of margin of error. Like, I had the kind of parents where if I went to jail, they would just leave me in jail. And so I didn't do stupid stuff. I didn't waste my opportunities and everything I wanted to accomplish educationally, I accomplished it. Everything I wanted to accomplish financially, I accomplished it. I even married, I literally married the woman of my dreams. I married the woman that I considered, if you'd asked me years ago, who's the prettiest lady you've ever met, I would have said Alicia. So I was very happy with my life. But the problem was that I realized I said, I don't have a reason to get out of bed anymore. Like I don't like what do you do? Like if you if you've accomplished what you want to accomplish and you have the money that you need to buy what you want, and you don't have to get up and like go to work every day, you have to find. So I was depressed for about 2 weeks. I would just lay in the bed and I would just watch Netflix. And I remember just telling Alicia, I was like, well, it doesn't really matter if I get out of bed or not because nothing's really going to change, you know. And I had to find a new sense of purpose because my life had gotten almost like I'm not gonna say too good, but it was like, okay, those basic things that had driven me for so long were no longer there. What do you do when you have that void? So I encourage you to be conscious of that, right? And I encourage you to really train your kids on that because what can happen is that if you give a kid a lot of resources, like if you're just determined to give them what you never had, and you give them all these resources and they're 25 years old with, $250,000 in assets, they can get into a lot of bad stuff. You know, they like that's why you see the rich kids out here getting on drugs, taking their own lives, doing crazy stuff because they don't have a purpose, right? So find a purpose. Maybe their purpose is the elevation of the community. I think that's a beautiful purpose for a Black person to have, is to pour back into their own community, their own people. Maybe their purpose is I'm going to raise excellent children. I'm going to homeschool my kids because I can afford to do that, right? And I'm going to make sure that these kids are really ready for the world. You know, just little things like that. Or maybe their purpose is building that business that's going to employ other people. Find your purpose, find your purpose, find your purpose, find your money, and then find your purpose. Money is a pathway to purpose. That job is probably not in alignment with the purpose that God meant for you to have. And I just want that for you. Okay. And I hope that that helps. I hope this conversation was beneficial. And sorry about my wife's interruption. That's really a wake up call for me to go ahead and finish this conversation. So you all have a great day, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you want to get a reminder, text morning to 87948. I don't send reminders out every day, but I can send them out periodically. Also, if you want to join us for the Get Money Fest in Philadelphia, here is the link, or you can also try getmoneyfest.com, but here's the link right here. If you would like to come to Philly, and that is my wife knocking at the door. 1 second, babe. So that means I got to get out of here. And also, last but not least, if you'd like to get a copy of Powernomics or our flashcards for kids, then you can go to Dr.
It's a beautiful day. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the link out really quick as a text reminder to everybody who is joining us every morning for financial consciousness training. I figure on the weekend, we might need a little bit of an extra boost to kind of get ourselves up and out of bed. And I hope everybody's doing well. I know that I didn't set my alarm clock. I was a little bit worried. I thought maybe I would end up missing class, and so I didn't miss it. I made it. I am here. I'm glad to see all of you, and I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm feeling really good right now. I believe it or not, I actually woke up thinking about the weirdest stuff. I'm scrolling through and I saw this hip hop beef between the rappers Drake and Kendrick Lamar, which is really interesting. In case you don't know, I really am a big fan of hip hop. I didn't even like music until hip hop came along. Literally, like I remember when it first came on the scene, and I did not enjoy. I didn't even like listening to the radio until I started hearing the first rappers. Go all the way back to Curtis Blow and Grandmaster Flash. And I don't know if any of y'all are old enough to remember all that. But anyway, as we start money in the morning, I actually think that it'd be interesting to kind of start with something that you would think has nothing to do with economics and finance, and then I'm going to actually spin into something that was really on my brain today in terms of something I'm really passionate about that involves our children. So, give me 1 second. I'm going to send this text out to you. If you're on the text list, you're going to get a text in a second. If you're not on the text list for money in the morning to get the text messages to remind you for class, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And give me 1 second here. All right. All right. Starting now. Okay, so I'm gonna put this link in here, and hopefully the rest of the class will pop in and we can really have a fun day today. All right, so let's see here. I see Josephine Rainwater, Anthony Peel, good to see you. Let's see, Patricia, is that, yeah, Patricia. Let's see, Regina, Jonathan, Tequila Bush. Good morning, Erica Bennett, James Keller. Good to see you, Ricky and Tasha Haskins. Christopher, good morning, Patricia, Jay Kelly, Tammy Sims, Good morning to all of you. It is so great to see you. And in case you don't know what we do here, in case you're new, Money in the Morning is where we get together every morning and we do financial consciousness training. This is where we think about economics and we look for we look for the money in everything, right? You look for the money, and if you look for the money in everything, you will typically find money driving almost every single thing happening in our society, all the way from politics to everything else. Like so, for example, when I saw Joe Biden and all the politicians sign this bill giving $100 billion to Israel and Ukraine, I remember thinking to myself, you know, I remember thinking, who asked for that? You know what I mean? I don't know. I was like, who went to DC and protested and said, we demand that you give $100 billion to Israel and Ukraine, right? I remember thinking that, and and so what was really going on is, if you look at the economics of politics, what you'll find is that there are that I want to say 93 out of 100 senators have all gotten money from Israel, and or from APAC. APAC represents the interests of Israel and the Zionists, right? This is not anti-Semitic at all, but actually, believe it or not, they're actually trying to pass a bill that will literally make even the criticism of Israel anti-Semitic, right? Anything you say that to criticize anything that they do, they want to say, "Oh, that's anti-Semitic," right? And so this is politics, right? So literally, they're sending all this money. I remember thinking, who asked for that? And they showed a black lady from Ohio, a senator or something, or maybe she's a congresswoman. I guess a congresswoman. And they said that she was very, very much pro-Israel. She received $1 million from AIPAC, and her opponent was anti-Israel. So they gave her a bunch of money so that she could win and get into office. And so they said literally 93 out of 100 senators in our Senate got money from AIPAC, which means that that's why they're pretty much never going to vote against anything involving sending money over to Israel. So what my point is on this is to say that from an economic consciousness standpoint, you got to understand the money is kind of behind everything in America, in American politics. One of the biggest mistakes in America made when it came to capitalism isn't always bad. Capitalism doesn't have to be terrible. But the biggest mistake they made with it's like integration. Like when I talk about integration, if you listen carefully, you'll know that it's nuanced. I don't say integration is bad. I say the way we did integration was bad. I say that the way it was executed was bad. So the same is true with the capitalism. Capitalism is like I don't know. It's almost like if you have if you have like some chemical in your house that's going to take the paint off your wall, like paint remover or whatever you call it. You don't mix the whatever they call that stuff. You don't mix the paint remover with your chicken salad, because if you put it in your food, it's going to kill you. Do you understand what I mean? Right. So, but the paint remover itself is okay. It's good. You can get the paint off the wall. But if you put it in your chicken salad because you think it's salad dressing, you're going to die. Right. So that's kind of what capitalism. So the capitalism is okay to a point, right? Free enterprise, businesses making money, get money, get money. Money's good. But the problem is that if you mix your capitalism with your politics, your country's going to die. And that's what America did. America, there was a big case called Citizens United, that a lot of people really freaked out about, and they were like, "No, don't do this." Where they were going to start treating corporations like people, and also they have these campaign finance issues that are going on, where you'll have people like Nancy Pelosi, where they'll be like, "Well, my salary is only 200,000 a year, but I'm worth 200 million," right? Like how is somebody whose salary is only a couple $100,000 a year worth 50 $100 million? Well, it's because the money just seeps its way in, and when the money snakes its way in, it ends up shifting incentives, right? So that's your politics, right? So this is what financial consciousness training does. In case you're new, I want to make sure you guys understand why we get together, because I want you to be able to see the money. I want you to be able to see the money. And actually, ironically, so let's circle back to what I was saying earlier. I told you all I woke up today, and I for some reason, I just talk about stuff that's on my mind, and I saw this little beef. If you don't follow hip hop, I'll explain it to you. But basically, two rappers, Drake and Kendrick Lamar, are going back and forth. Now I have to keep up with the culture, right? I've been on the Breakfast Club a bunch of times, stuff like that. So I'm always made a conscious effort to see what all black people of all age levels are looking at and thinking about. So I know about a lot of stuff, all the way from love and hip hop, all the way to whatever, right? But also, I told you I've been a big fan of hip hop. I still remember me and Tupac, our birthdays are like a month apart. And actually, it's ironic because I became friends with Ice Cube, and our birthdays are really close. I think he's a little bit older than me, but our birthdays around the same time. I think we're both Geminis, because he texted me on my birthday and he said, "Happy birthday, Gemini," or something like that. And then also from Rockefeller, and our birthdays are really close. And Dame became almost like kind of like a big brother, but it was kind of he kind of got on my nerves a little bit because he's kind of a bully type, and I don't respond well to bullies. You try to bully me, we gonna fight. So anyway, so that kind of creates, you get two traumatized black men in the same room, it just gets messy. Same thing happened with Kanye. It was just kind of like, bro, I can't do this. Like you don't be talk, you can't talk to me like that. I'm not no kid. But anyway, here's the deal. So let me tell you. So I follow this, right? I pay attention. I understand it. And some people think that because you're past a certain age that you don't understand, you don't get it. And I'm like, no, actually, I know the whole history of hip hop, and I've studied it very carefully because hip hop has been driving black culture for about 25 or 30 years. Hip hop is one of the things that the capitalists that wanted to control black people. It was one of the things that they hijacked in order to manipulate the minds of black people. They knew they said, okay, this music has a spell on black people, so we're going to poison the well. We're going to put the paint remover in the chicken salad, and we're going to kill the whole black community. We're going to kill them spiritually. We're going to kill them financially. We're going to kill them intellectually. We're going to kill them. We're going to even murder their ability to even reproduce in an appropriate fashion by simply poisoning the thing that they consume the most. That's what you do, right? You find out what they're. It's like how they killed the Indians with the smallpox. They said, okay, everybody needs a blanket. Here, we got blankets for everybody, and they put the smallpox in the blankets. Next thing you know, everybody's dead. So to some extent, a big segment of the black community is spiritually, psychologically dead, mainly because they gave you blankets with smallpox in it, and some people just they cuddled up in their little blanket, right? So anyway, so this interesting beef is fascinating to me because my personal view is like I don't understand. I think about hip hop beefing differently from everyone else. I think because I can go back to when Tupac and Biggie both got killed, and when both of those guys died, over $1 billion was lost in each death. Each death led to the loss of over $1 billion in the black community because Tupac was $1 billion brand. He was becoming one. Biggie was becoming $1 billion brand. Death Row Records was probably going to be worth, if Death Row Records had been managed properly, if it had been managed by people that had a certain level of economic consciousness, who had an awareness of the power of what they actually had, other than just all the what's the word I'm looking for, the clout. The clout. There were people who caught up in the clout of being part of death row, but they didn't understand the economic potential of death row. If they'd had someone there that had economic consciousness, or maybe a mentor who, some OG who just said, okay, y'all got to settle this down. You don't understand what you have here. Death row records could have been properly managed and become probably maybe a 50 to $100 billion company. I really believe that, right? Just continue down the same trajectory they were on. 30 years of nonstop hits. Next thing you know, you got something massive, and then you take brand expansion, you take that death row brand, and you start putting out all kinds of other. Even though the term death row is kind of sad, kind of right there, that's spiritually questionable, right? That you're sort of spreading death, right? But anyway, put that to the side. It could have been pretty amazing. So anyway, so with the beast, I think it's really fascinating that first of all, I think it's just really interesting that in hip hop or black people, we're kind of the only group I can think of where somebody has died because they made a song. Right? And it hasn't happened just once; it's happened many, many times. The rapper Jay Ortiz, who's hosting the Get Money Fest in Philadelphia on May 18th, which I'm going to be there, by the way. I'll share the link with you guys. One of his really good friends was a rapper in California. I don't remember his name. I wish his name was in my head. It's out of my head. But he got killed in a Denny's. Y'all can help me remember who this is. But literally, he was in a Denny's, and I think his girlfriend texted out his location, and he got killed. And some guy literally showed up at the Denny's and shot him in the Denny's in front of everybody. If you know who I'm talking about, say his name, so I can give proper respect. But Jay was really close to him, and Jay PNB Rock, thank you. And Jay and PNB Rock were like this. They were performing together, and I remember having conversations with Jay and kind of saying, "Are you sure you want to even go into this space?" Because hip hop is an interesting place where there are these economic opportunities, but to some extent, it is a very dangerous profession, especially if the frequency of the music that you're putting out is at a certain level. It's going to draw certain energy, right? It's going to draw, if you're rapping about killers, gangsters, and thugs, then guess who's going to show up at your concert? It's going to be killers, gangsters, and thugs, right? And then a bunch of white people who love to see black people act like killers, gangsters, and thugs, right? That's what you kind of draw. So I said, are you sure this is really what you want to do? Because sometimes the white man feeds us these fantasies about fame and fortune. He makes us have the wrong dream sometimes. Sometimes the thing that you're dreaming about, the thing that you want the most, is the thing that you will want the least. And, and I said, your friend, he was achieving his greatest dreams and goals, but now he's not here anymore. Tupac achieved the highest of heights, and now he's gone. And I don't know if he would have traded his life for whatever short term 2 years of extraordinary fame that he had. So with this whole interesting thing with Drake and Kendrick Lamar, it's fascinating to me because it is economic. It's always economic. Both of these guys have these multi-million, maybe billion-dollar brands. Drake's been famous for a really long time. Kendrick's been famous for a while too. And for whatever reason, they're fighting. They're going back and forth. On one hand, hip hop beef does draw attention and it can rejuvenate your career. On the other hand, though, you're dividing, you're splitting the audience. So sometimes all that fighting back and forth can become overly destructive. Like if I destroy you and you destroy me, then we're just two destroyed people that are both looking really really bad. But then also there are people that benefit from hip hop beefs. If you remember in the Tupac beef, how many of y'all remember when Tupac was going back and forth, where he said, my fofo, make sure all your kids don't grow, and all this other stuff that he was saying. Does anybody remember that? Is anybody old enough? And give me a guess if you're old enough where you were an adult or maybe a teenager at that time. And I was exactly the same age as Tupac, so I watched it very, very closely. He was one of my favorite artists, and I remember at that time, uh, the artists that I know who were kind of around in that era literally said we knew someone was going to get killed. Like it was getting beyond the just words; it was getting very, very serious. And the West Coast is heavily gang affiliated. It was back then. I think it still is. And I just think about that in terms of if I'm beefing with someone like a Kendrick Lamar, I'm thinking, oh wait, you're from the West Coast. West Coast people tend to, not all of them. I'm not stereotyping. I should not do that. I'm not going to do that. But there's more of a group mentality, right? If we're on the same group, on the same team, we're going to kind of operate in the same way. We're going to take on each other's situations to some extent, right? If I'm really representing this other person and they're in a beef with you, then that's my beef too. And I remember learning more about that when, believe it or not, MC Hammer was getting dissed by some white rapper on the East Coast. It was a long, long time ago. I forgot the guy's name. I think third base or something. There were these white guys that could rap really good, and he made a little diss. I think he had a song about Hammer or the Hammer Time or the Gas Face or something. It was something like that, right? And the guy came out to the West Coast, and they were going to literally like take him out. He was literally going to get dealt with, and so I think about these things, right, just as a black man, and just really process number one within hip hop, the death culture. I don't think Drake and Kendrick could ever get to that point, even though anything's possible. Anything is possible. On the West Coast, the West Coast is interesting because anybody can be touched in the West Coast. It just don't ever. There's no amount of celebrity that can really protect you. It's a beautiful, wonderful, interesting, and amazing place. And I've just seen things. I'll just say that I've seen things. But also, when you talk about this from a financial standpoint, I find it interesting when you have media mostly owned by white people that sort of perpetuate these beefs among black men, which can sometimes end up very dangerous, right? And it can end up destroying not just tremendous brand value, but actually ending somebody's life. And the thing about the Tupac Shakur beef that really bothers me is that the white media was really egging it on. They really loved it. They wanted to see more, and then these guys got somebody. I don't know if everybody did, but he got caught up in all the drama of it all and the hype of it all. And then also you throw in trauma because Tupac had been shot several times. He felt like somebody set him up, so he's probably feeling very paranoid. So that trauma leads to this trauma response, which ultimately leads to his death and then the death of Biggie. And then what tends to happen sometimes is that the more conscious person is the one who can see where it's all going, right? Remember, I told you about consciousness. Consciousness is when you elevate. When you elevate above something, you can see what's below you, behind you, and in front of you, and to the side of you. A person who's in it can't see it. If you're in the forest, you can only see the trees in front of you. But if you're above the forest, you see the size of the forest, you see the direction, you can see miles ahead. And so there was another third character in all this beefing back and forth called J. Cole. I think J. Cole is a very conscious person. He's known as a conscious artist. And the first thing he did when the Kendrick Lamar thing happened was he apologized. He said, I apologize. Kendrick's a great artist. I think he's a great guy. I love him. He's extraordinary, blah, blah, blah. And so those who were not conscious in the culture got mad. They said, "Well, that's not right. You're supposed to beef. You're supposed to fight back." And but those who are more conscious, like my friend D1, who's friends with J. Cole, I've never met J. Cole, but I know D very well. I know D knows J. Cole. They were sort of applauding it. They were like, "This is great. This is good," because you see where this can get ugly, and you're literally just saying, "Look, I don't want to fight with you, right? I want to rise above the fight." And this is an important point on consciousness, and this actually goes back to economics. I promise you, it does. Anybody remember the movie Crimson Tide with Denzel Washington? How many of y'all remember the movie? Give me a yes if you remember the movie Crimson Tide, where Denzel Washington played a soldier who was on a nuclear submarine, and he had this boss. Gene Hackman played his commanding officer, and Denzel's on this sub, and he's sitting there, and they're talking about war, and Denzel says, "Well, sir." In a war, the enemy isn't actually the person you're fighting. And the guy looks at him and he's like, okay, all right, college boy. Okay, so he says, so let me get everybody's attention. Mr. Wilson is going, whatever his name was, he's going to explain to us who the true enemy is in a war. And he said, well, sir, actually the enemy in war is war itself. And the thing is that was a deep comment. Some people won't get it. Some people will. Conscious people will get that. Conscious people understand, and J. Cole understood this. And actually, believe it or not, I think back in the Tupac situation, Snoop understood it, and Biggie understood it. They understood that the bigger question is not can I defeat you. The bigger question is should we be fighting in the first place? You're my brother, man. Like you're black like me. Like why are we enemies when we should be allies? I don't understand. What happened here? How do we end up seeking to destroy each other? And this is a consciousness question you should ask yourself every time you get in a fight with your friend, your wife, your sibling, or anybody that should be your natural ally. You should really stop for a minute and say, wait a minute, this ain't, like that Willow Smith song, wait a minute, right? You really should say, wait a minute, like, wait, what's going on here? I think I left my consciousness on your doorstep, right? I think my consciousness is gone. And what I say what's happening is I'm operating on an animal frequency. And the reason I mentioned Snoop Dogg is because Tupac was really furious with Snoop Dogg when he died, from what I understand. Again, I'm not an expert on all the Tupac lore. I don't worship celebrities in that way, but I did follow it. So if I say something wrong, just chalk it up to the fact that you may understand it better than I did. But I remember Snoop specifically saying that Tupac was really angry at him. Why was he angry at him? Well, because Snoop Dogg had gone to the East Coast and they asked him about the beef, and Snoop said, I'm cool with everybody. I want to be friends with everybody. I don't want to. And Tupac, who was in a warrior's mindset, said, if you are trying to be friends with my enemy, then you can't be a friend of mine. That's kind of how things were when he died. And I want you to pay attention to the outcome, though. Who survived and who didn't? Who's still here and who's not here, right? This is something that a lot of people don't process this, but I think that consciousness played a big part in this. There were people who saw where things were going. There were people who said this is bad. This is not the way things are supposed to be. This is not what hip hop was created for. We're all black men. Why is my greatest enemy on earth another black man? That I think that's a question that none of us we don't really ask that a lot. If you look at another black person and you say that is my mortal enemy, I hate that person more than I hate any white person ever who's ever lived. I hate them more than any person who's ever tried to harm me. I hate them more than North Korea. I hate them more than anybody on this earth. I think that's really deep. I think that's really, really deep. How did you get to the point where a person who should be your natural ally is not just your enemy? I get it if someone just isn't your type and someone that you want to avoid or you don't want to necessarily connect to, do business with, or build with. But when that person becomes something where you're spending all of your energy to seek and destroy that person, I think that you may want to sit back and take a step back and ask yourself, should this really be my top priority? Is this really where my mind should be? So anyway, so this goes deeper into the nature of these beefs. Now I know I started talking about the whole Kendrick Lamar and Drake thing, which is it's interesting to watch, right? And it's a lot of it's financial, right? Kendrick is going to benefit financially because his profile's kind of rising back up, and because he's kind of, I feel like he's kind of beating Drake up a little bit, to be honest with you. But Drake was never really my style. He's more like an actor. He's like a Degrassi kid, whereas Kendrick is more to me in the spirit of the Tupacs, and he's West Coast, right? He kind of represents the West Coast, and I think he's great at that. But still, though, I think at the end of the day, anytime you're ever beefing with somebody, I think you got to ask yourself, is this person better as my enemy, or is there a possibility they could be my friend? And what's really fascinating about war, which is very financially destructive, war is very, very bad for business. War is very bad for business. Typically, not all the time, but typically it's very, very bad. The mafia understands that. The first thing the mafia does whenever a war breaks out, what do they do when a war breaks out? They have a sit down. They say, no, let's sit down and talk. We need to talk. We need to communicate, because they know that communication is the lubricant that can kind of help you to smooth things over when there's friction. Because a lot of wars typically break out over misunderstandings, somebody's feelings are hurt, right? Or whatever, right? And so if you circle back to J. Cole's response, which made people call him a wimp and a punk, because a lot of people don't operate on the level of consciousness that he has. His response was, you know what? It sounds to me like you're lashing out at me. This is what people that have been through therapy can see. This is how they process things. He's probably thinking, gosh, okay, he's mad because his feelings are hurt. That's why he's lashing out. So in order to make things right, I'm going to apologize so that we can repair. And I would encourage you to consider that, especially if somebody that you care about goes at you and really attacks you. Try not to just feel the need to fight back. Instead, take a step back. Instead of fighting back, take a step back. And maybe you can say, gosh, I bet you the reason you're attacking me is because I hurt you. And then humble yourself. This is why hip hop is not good for collaboration. This is why you rarely see rappers and stuff getting together to like build a hospital or build a corporate. Think about it. Rappers could have built some corporation that's employing like 100,000 black people by now. We've had 50 years of hip hop, and they've built absolutely nothing for the black community. They just got these dumbass hip hop museums at white Ivy League universities, right? At Harvard, we now have a hip hop class and a hip hop museum that has all the artifacts from it. That's all. White people benefit from this stuff, right? But there's nothing that gets built for the black community from this. Well, why not? Well, why not? Well, because it's about consciousness and culture. It's all about building this narcissistic desire to destroy everyone so that you can become king of the hill and tell everyone how you're better than everybody else. The energy is not collaborative at all. There's nothing humble about hip hop. In fact, there are people who literally think that if you're humble, you're a sucker. I saw somebody say that. I saw somebody literally put up a post, and they thought they were being wise, and they said whoever told you to be humble, you shouldn't be humble. Humble's for suckers. Like, you should be proud and you should boast and you should brag and all this stuff. And I'm like, what's wrong with being humble? Since when did humble become a bad thing? Don't you understand that some of the most confident people on the earth are the ones who are humble, because they know they don't have to brag in your face every moment to show you who they are. I don't need to. I know what I can do. I know what I'm very proud of what it means to be Dr. Boyce Watkins. Dr. Boyce Watkins is a bad dude. He's a fighter. He's a winner. He don't give up. He's super smart. He's well trained. He's on top of his stuff. But I'm not gonna be in your face reminding you of how I'm better than you. Right? Being humble is okay. I believe the most confident people in the world are the ones who are humble, because they want to make space for you to grow too. My tree can grow without blocking the sunlight from your tree. Do you understand? I can still grow. I can still be great, and then make room for you to be great also. Especially if I'm the one who's ahead of you, if I'm the OG and I'm the one who's accomplished, and you say, gosh, I look up to you, you're so great. If I come up and I'm like, well, you ain't nothing because I'm the greatest and I'm the best and you ain't, and I'm better than you, well, then I'm not making room for your tree to grow. I kind of feel like that's not right. Or if I see somebody else who's grown their tree and they've accomplished something, can't there be room for everybody? And again, this is a consciousness vibrational frequency sort of concept, because people that operate on that low vibrational frequency, they feel like everything's a competition. Well, why? Well, because they're operating in a scarcity mindset. A scarcity mindset means that the only way I can win is if you lose. That's it. And the only way you can win is if I lose. So you winning is a threat to me. You winning takes something away from me. You having something good in your life means that I have less good in my life because I'm supposed to have what you got. And I just really encourage you, if you feel that way, again, everybody goes through it though. Everybody goes through it. Jealousy is so natural. Jealousy is I spent my early 30s trying to conquer jealousy because I did not like it. I said there's nothing beneficial about this. Like I don't think there's anything good about going through life and just being mad at what somebody else has. And I was thinking about it mostly from like a romantic standpoint. I didn't understand. I said, why am I so, if I love this woman, why am I so jealous? Jealousy does not make me a more attractive man. Jealousy only makes me insecure. It makes me look weak. It makes me look unattractive. Who would want to be around somebody who's jealous all the time? So I spent time learning how to manage jealousy, learning how to process it properly. I'm not saying it's all gone. We're all human, right? It's all there. It's a journey, right? God is not through with me yet. But really when I'm in my right mind, when I'm really walking the walk that I really want to walk, I try to walk a walk that's not a jealous walk. But I get it. Everybody feels it. But I can tell you that jealousy is built on a scarcity mindset. That person's success ain't got nothing to do with yours. They can win and you can win too. So cheering them on is not going to in any way have any impact on the success that you have. What has an impact on the success that you have is whether or not you're putting in the work or doing whatever you got to do to get access to whatever you would like to have. Okay. So ultimately I think that just taking the circling us back to financial consciousness, I would encourage you to really process all these emotions and all these feelings that you have. We've talked extensively about things like financial anxiety and stuff like that, but I really think that processing how collaborative you are and how you respond to other human beings is a really important part of your economic journey as well. People that are just good people, they go out of their way to be helpful to others or see the success of others as their own success. They tend to be more collaborative. They tend to have more people willing to partner with them. They have people that want to be around them, that want to work with them. And so I think trying to be that person, I think really goes a long way to your economic success, right? It all circles back. The world is reciprocal. The world is a boomerang. The karma is extremely real. So what you're putting into the universe really does come back to you. So process what you're putting out there. And to give you sort of an extreme example or counter example of that, I remember when Tupac got killed, and I remember one of my friends said something that was awfully blunt, but it was true. She said, "Well, if all you do is rap about flowers, eventually somebody's going to bring you some roses." That's what she said. I remember she said that because we remember for us it was very real. It had just happened like that week, and she said, "Yeah, if all you're doing is rapping about flowers, then somebody's going to eventually bring you some roses." So she was saying that, look, if you're putting out this certain kind of music, my fofo will make sure all your kids don't grow. Well, you ain't the only one who's got a fofo, right? You're not the only one. They're not the only one who's got kids. Maybe your kids won't grow either. Um, and in fact, I remember, and I'm gonna finish this. This will officially end my talk about hip hop. But I think hip hop is so important for Black culture. That's why I bring it up, especially when you talk about economics. But I remember Snoop explain he claimed that he had this conversation with Tupac, where he said Tupac's feeling was, we're the guys, we're the center of everything, we're the center of the universe, and we're the gangsters that everybody fears. That's what Tupac's feeling was, right? And Snoop said he said, I don't know if I can imitate Snoop, but he said, he said, I told him, I said, cuz they make gangsters everywhere. They make us everywhere. He did that West Coast accent, and basically he was saying that you're not the only one. Like you really think that you are different, but no, everybody. The same energy that you have to destroy and to harm and to attack and to fight. There are people everywhere that have that, and if you center yourself in that energy in that space, then you're going to be fighting all the time, right? So I think that in general, if you find yourself constantly fighting with yourself and fighting with others, then you probably want to do that internal work to ask yourself, how do I elevate above the fight? The best way to win a fight is not to win a fight. The best way to win a fight is to rise above the fight. And I think J. Cole, for example, reflected a type of maturity that I can appreciate because he said, I'm elevating above the fight. I'm getting out of the fight. I don't even want to be in it because I think that we can all be great. We can all be successful without us just going back and forth. But then what you'll see is you'll see different energy in other spaces where it's just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Like on Club Shay Shay, it's just I'm going to come on here so I can attack everybody within a 100-mile radius. And smarter people, like I think Dave Chappelle said, why would we all fight each other? We're all in this together. We're all black comedians trying to survive. We're all trying to get our audience, and you're dividing our audiences. Now people don't feel like I can be a fan of Cat Williams and be a fan of Steve Harvey. I got to choose because people are taking cues from this kind of behavior. And I agreed with Dave. I did. But maybe some people don't agree. I mean, fighting is very entertaining. It's very entertaining. That's the thing about it. And white people love to see black people fight. They really do. I think that they like to put us on TV and just let us go at it. If I remember Jerry Springer, where Jerry Springer, that's all Jerry Springer did, was he would just get like traumatize people on his show and get them to like just get triggered and beat each other up. And that's how he probably made $500 million doing that, right? So there are people that live in the cage, and then there are people who build the cage, who manage the cage, who are standing on the outside of the cage and making sure that they're stirring up shit inside the cage. And I think that with our community, that's what it is. You have people in the cage that are fighting, but nobody asks themselves, nobody becomes conscious enough to go to that fourth dimension to say, who's managing the cage? Who built the cage? Who made we're all trying to kill each other in the projects. Well, who built these projects? Who designed things in such a way that we're all locked in this cage and we're fighting each other? That's consciousness, in case you don't know. That's what consciousness looks like. Consciousness is where you could take yourself outside of your body, outside of your situation, and look at the whole big picture. Again, just like when I was telling you about that airplane, when I took flight lessons and I was able to fly above the traffic, I saw things I could not normally see. I did not know. I remember flying to the University of Kentucky. My flight instructor and I, we went to University of Kentucky where I went to college. I've driven down that road to campus 1,000 times. It's 70 miles from my parents' house. I would drive back and forth to campus, and I thought I knew that route because I've driven it so many times. I could tell you everything by heart. When I flew that route in an airplane, it was like seeing a whole new universe. I saw big canyons I didn't know existed. I saw hundreds of acres or thousands of acres of farmland. I saw forests I didn't know were even there. I saw so much stuff. I didn't even see the route that I normally saw, which was the freeway, which was like this little line, this little thing that snaked its way up to Lexington, Kentucky. I didn't even see the freeway. I didn't know where the freeway was. But I saw this whole other reality because my consciousness had elevated to the third dimension. Instead of just doing length and width, I now had access to height. You understand? So every time you raise your consciousness and you go to another dimension, you see things that you did not see before, and that's really valuable. When people talk about playing checkers versus playing chess, that's what they're talking about. Chess players operate in the fourth, fifth, and sixth dimension. Chess players are thinking six, seven, eight, nine moves down the line. Checker players are just thinking about the next move. So always practice playing chess. Don't play checkers because white man's playing chess on you, and they got us playing checkers. They got us playing tiddlywinks, tic tac toe, children's games. I ain't trying to be no child because this is serious. The consequences are huge. All right. So anyway, one thing I want to mention, by the way, if you make sure you're on the text list, if you want to get invitations to Money in the Morning, text the word morning to 87948, MORNING, text morning to 87948. And I want to share something with you guys in case you guys want to take a look at it. I put together a training called the Rules of Economic Self-Defense. And basically, I believe that economics is a form of, it not only is a path, if it's used poorly, it's a pathway to slavery and servitude. But if it's used properly, it can allow you to defend yourself and perhaps even conquer territory. And so I literally broke down economics as in terms of rules of self-defense, in terms of how you can protect yourself, protect your family financially, short term and long term. So there's a 70% discount here if you guys want to take a look at that. I'm going to put the link into the chat, and I'll also text it out to you a little bit later on today. So feel free to take a look at that training. A lot of people like it, and it was something I did a couple years ago, and all of it's yours. It's yours for life. You can share it with your whole family. I think the price is about $59 or something, so it doesn't cost that much. And I guarantee you, though, it'll make a big difference. And of course, in the Black Business School, if you're not happy with something, let us know. Email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and we'll give you a full refund. But feel free to take a look at that. And basically, I lay out some rules of economic self-defense, how black wealth actually works, options in terms of how that works, saving your money, things like that. Just all the different ways that we are vulnerable economically. What happens is that in a capitalist society, money is used as a form of power. Money is used as a weapon and a tool to control and manage other people. The United States does this all over the world. They certainly do it right here in their own country. And so, if you look at the lives of most Black people, they don't feel like they're in control of their lives. We tend to. Unfortunately, we've embraced a culture that is a victim culture, and it's a very reactive culture. It's not very proactive, meaning the energy to prepare is not as strong as the energy to repair or respond. And then also, it tends to be a culture where we tend to see ourselves as sort of being slapped around, like we're just these little puppets being slapped around by white folks that pretty much tell us what to do. Like we're used to having that white boss, we're used to having white people kind of running society and kind of controlling our lives. And I don't think it has to be that way. I believe, in fact, I believe strongly that every Black child that comes from an intelligent Black family should be put in a position where they don't have to work for anybody if they don't want to. It's very, very easy to do. It's very, very straightforward. In fact, I'm going to pull up a slide and show you just sort of what the numbers look like on the $5 a day plan that we've talked about. It's very easy. So anyway, the economics of self defense is kind of built around that, because if you think about it like this, right? What does it look like to be financially vulnerable? And why is this so common? Well, financial vulnerability might look like this. Let's say you are a single parent who has one income, no savings, no investments, no multiple streams of income, no options, no skill set that will allow you to go and create a business or create wealth because you never learned about it, right? And so I want you to think about how this isn't just something that happens to poor people. It's not just poor people that get stuck in that rut. I literally know people that have PhDs that are stuck in that rut. I think about this process. I want you to think about how crazy this is. I really was meditating on this, and I said, how in the hell has anybody ever seen these stories about how you have PhDs that are like on welfare and stuff? Has anybody ever seen those? I'm like, how in the hell you got a PhD and you on welfare? I'm not making fun of you if you're in that category. I'm just trying to figure that out. Like, what happened? Who did that to you? How in the hell are you one of the smartest people on the planet? If you got a real PhD, I'm not talking about people that got their PhDs on the weekends or in some little summer program, because you got a lot of fake PhDs out here. I noticed everybody be calling themselves doctor and stuff like that. No, I got my PhD from the Ohio State University, and it was pure hell. Several years of pure hell, studying 8, 9 hours a day, 5 years straight. No, did nothing else. Couldn't even date. I couldn't even go on dates. I met a nice, pretty Black lady on the bus, and she was interested in me. I was interested in her, and it didn't. It just fell apart because I had to study so much. If you're listening, I apologize, ma'am, but I had to get my degree. But anyway, so I just don't understand how you are so well trained and you are so hardworking and you are so smart and you are literally at genius level. You literally have credentials that only less than 1% of the population have, and you can't figure out how to pay the bills. I'm not making fun of you. I promise you, I'm not. I'm trying to just make you ask yourself a basic question. How did that happen? Who did that to you? That's a massive deficiency. That's just, I don't know. It's almost, I don't it's I don't it's almost like when Superman couldn't walk anymore. Like one bad thing happened, and then next thing you know, Superman was in a wheelchair, and that was just weird because we're like, wait, but you're Superman. How did this happen? How did Superman end up in a wheelchair? And because I know PhDs, I mean, people make fun of them because they are kind of one dimensional, unfortunately, and they can't always do as much as as we would like for them to be able to do. But they're very smart. It takes a lot of focus and a lot of work to do that. And I'm just trying to understand why you can't pay the rent. And I would argue that part of the reason that this happens is because you didn't get some of those basic skills on economic self-defense. Like your daddy or your mother did not make sure that you understood, like, okay, in addition to getting that college degree, make sure you know how to start a business and make sure you're good at it. Make sure you know how to make sure you got some investments. We're going to invest for you. Make sure you understand how to buy real estate. Make sure you understand multiple streams of income. Make sure you understand the importance of saving your money. Make sure you know that you don't want to keep up with the Joneses and spend all your money, because if something bad happens, you want to be ready for that. And there's so many people that are just vulnerable. And so rather than me sounding like a weirdo because sounding so surprised by this, because to me it's very surprising, because to me it's so straightforward, but then I have to remind myself that as a person who's been studying this for 30 years, I'm going to see things a little bit differently, and I acknowledge that. But I really want you to really process that for a minute, and I need you to understand that it doesn't make a lot of sense. The only way this can happen, in my opinion, on such a mass scale is if it's done by design. That's my point. The only way you could have 150 million people who are that financially vulnerable is if there were systems in place to just make sure that they stayed that way. Because if they simply just added a basic financial literacy curriculum to every public school, that would really change a lot. If they taught you how to make sure little things like if you pay your credit card balance off every month, you're going to save X amount of dollars in interest. Or let's spend a year really learning how to start a business and think like an entrepreneur. That becomes disruptive because, for example, you saw during the pandemic when you just had a year where everybody sat at home thinking about their life and reflecting on all the time they were wasting spending all their hours at the office. What happened? Well, your labor supply dropped because everybody was like, "Wait a minute!" It was like snapping them out of the trance. They were snapped out of their brainwashing. Suddenly, the consciousness of the country went up a little bit. That's what happened. People became they jumped out of their robot state because before the pandemic, it was get up, go to work, come home, go to bed. Get up, go to work, come home, go to bed. Get up, go to work, come home, go to bed. And me, I'm sitting here like the weirdo. I'm sitting there. Even my wife was one of those get up, go to work, come home, go to bed. Get up, go to work, come home, go to bed. And I'm looking like the weirdo hippie because I'm working down in the basement. Like we just got married, or we just started dating, then we got married, and the kids are like, "Who's this guy that you like that like sits down and works in the basement all day?" So I had to eventually get to know the kids. But it was like, but I remember saying, I said, "Why would anybody want to spend all their time at work anyway? I don't understand why people don't listen to me when I tell you how much of your life you're missing when you're in that stupid little crazy rut." I'm not making fun of anybody, but I was saying these things in 2010. I was like, why would I want to get up and go to work every day when there's so many thousands of hours of life that I'm missing because I'm dedicating all my time to going to this office or going to this factory or working this job? That does not make sense. And so what happened during the pandemic was that it was almost like one of those times where your life gets disrupted, and then you sit back and in the middle of the shock of the disruption, you take a moment and reflect. Like, has anybody ever seen somebody who like runs the streets and they're like a complete knucklehead, and then they go to jail for like a year, and so for 1 year they're not able to do anything except sit in the cell and think about their life. And if they use that time properly, they come out and they sound like the Dalai Lama. They sound like super wise, like they've joined the Nations of Islam and or whatever. They're suddenly like reading all these books and they suddenly see the world completely differently. I think that's what happens. Like that's why I think it's good for kids, for example, to get time out. Why did they give you time out? Well, they give you time out so you can sit back and think about what you did and think about what you're doing. Think about your life, and then when you get out of timeout, the child is a little bit more reflective, typically, except for some kids. But you get the point. So sometimes you need a timeout from your life. I think everybody should get blessed with a timeout. Timeouts almost always lead to higher consciousness. Even a timeout. Have you ever had like a timeout from a relationship with a really terrible person? Maybe they dumped you and you had to sit there and be sad that they were gone, and during that time you realize that you could do better anyway. And then by the time they circle back around and realize that they liked you, you're like, sorry, I've moved on because I realized that you're a piece of shit. Hey, give yourself the timeout in any part of your life. I guarantee you that if you give yourself a timeout, your consciousness will rise because you're going to have time to reflect. So this abusive relationship between you and corporate America is one where sometimes you need a little bit of a timeout. And I feel like the timeout that occurred during the pandemic, in the middle of all the shock and the sadness and the pain that people went through, where they were losing their jobs and everything else, and my heart goes out to them. You saw an awakening where suddenly people are like, I don't think I want to go back to work. I don't want to continue this relationship in the form that it was before 2020. And I think that was the universe telling you that you have a higher purpose, but you got to climb up to grab it. You have a higher purpose. Your purpose. You have a higher purpose, but you're gonna have to climb up to grab it. It's at the top of the tree. You're gonna have to meditate. You're gonna have to sit down, sit your ass down, get away from everybody, get away from your goofy friends, get away from your spouse, get away from those crazy kids, get away from that job, get away from whatever rut you're in, and just sit and process. Who am I? Where am I here? What is this for? What makes me happy? How does this work? And I guarantee if you spend time doing that every day, you're going to climb up to a mountain, and what's going to happen, unfortunately, is that you're going to be a little weird like me. Like I'm weird. I can't, I don't relate to a lot of people. A lot of people don't get me. A lot of people get mad at me because I'll say stuff. I'll be like, that's stupid. But honestly, it's because I've meditated on how stupid it is, and I've been thinking about it for 20 years. I'm like, that's dumb. Why do we all do that? And me, I'm dumb. I'll say it on Twitter, and I'll get attacked from all these people that, and I'll be like, I get it. I understand. You're in a different place. You're maybe you are where I was 25 years ago. I get it, right? But I'm telling you, I believe that when you kind of climb to that higher frequency that you're supposed to be on, there's a lot of peace there. It's like when I got in the airplane and I flew and I took off on the runway. I did it all by myself. I took the plane off on the runway. We went up in the air. We went up to 5,000 feet. There was no traffic. It was beautiful. I got to see the sunrise from a perspective I'd never seen before. And I wasn't worried about the traffic anymore because I was operating in a different place. I was operating in a place where I felt like I belonged, right? So I would encourage you, I think spiritually and psychologically, that place does exist for you. And I think that it will translate into a lot of things in your life, particularly your economic outcomes. I believe that when you are financially conscious and financially aware, and you understand what's going on, you understand your purpose, you understand what's for you and what's not for you, you're able to not to achieve your economic success, but do it in a way that feels very comfortable for you. Do it in a way that says, I understand how money is not the finish line. Money is a tool that will enhance my life in all the areas that money cannot buy. And I think that's what we want for our kids, right? I want our kids, I need our kids to have a couple things. I need them to, at least number one, have some assets. I need them to have assets that their parents set up for them, where they were investing for them when they were young. Because this whole idea of leaving our kids assed out, so hoping that the white man will take care of them, is absolutely the wrong strategy. It does not work. It will get you in big trouble, and your child is going to be mad at you for that. And I want to show you all. This here is this image that you're looking at on your screen. Some of y'all can't see it, but I'll describe it. It's literally the amount of money that your child has doing the $5 a day plan. Now, the $5 a day plan is free. It is at blackwealthmasterplan.com, blackwealthmasterplan.com. And this really just shows what happens when a parent is conscious enough to invest for their children. Or a grandparent maybe sets up a trust that does these investments for their kids. This is $5 a day. $5 a day. You can't even buy a Popeye's chicken value meal for $5 a day. So don't, when people tell me black people can't afford to invest, I just ask them another ridiculous question. I say, well, can black people afford chicken? And I know what the answer is. That's me asking a rhetorical question because the answer is yes. So if you can afford chicken, you can afford to do this. So literally after about 10 years, you see here the number is about $29,000, give or take a few thousand. This is $5 a day or $150 a month put into the S&P 500, and you can literally randomly pick your stocks. You don't even have to stock pick or anything. You can literally randomly pick your stocks, or you can put it all in a mutual fund like VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar, a Vanguard fund, or SPY, Sierra Papa Yankee, which tracks the S&P 500. So after 10 years, your child's 10, they got about $29,000 liquid. This right there, the first 10 years, puts them in a space that about 90% of all black people are not. Give me a yes or no. Would you say that most black people, most working class people have $29,000 liquid they can draw on in case of emergency? Would you say that most people, period, white, black, or otherwise, have $29,000 liquid? Like liquid. I'm not talking about in home equity or whatever. I'm talking about liquid. Like I got $29,000 in the bank right now. I could draw on and pull that out tomorrow. Do yes or no? Yes or no? I got to double check the data, but I think the answer is no. So literally, in after 1 decade of not even it's not even sacrifice. It's $5 a day. It's like the amount of money we spend on fast food easily. We probably spend more than that if you think about it. Your child's already in a place where they're much safer than they would have been otherwise. After 20 years, the number grows to about 102,000. So they're 20 years old. They got approximately 102,000, give or take a few thousand, and maybe 90, and maybe 110. Nobody can predict the future, but they're good. They're in such great shape at this stage. And then at the age of 30, you're approaching $250,000. By the age of 40, you're talking about $750,000. Now, remember though, the $5 a day plan was designed to be a bare minimum. That was for people that are on welfare. That was for people that are making minimum wage. Most of y'all are not making minimum wage. Most of you are not on welfare. Most of you are not in the bottom of the financial basement. I see how much money some of you are making in the Prime program. Some of you sold $5,000 worth of stock options on Monday. So $5 a day for you really shouldn't be $5 a day for you. It should really be more like $20 a day. So what that $20 a day would be, $20 a day times 30 would be $600 a month. Some of you have car notes that are going to be about 600 a month. Well, that makes these numbers all multiply by 4. Right. So instead of 29,000 after 10 years, you're going up to over 100,000, about 125, 130,000. Instead of 100,000 after 20 years, you go to 400,000. Instead of a quarter million after 30 years, you're talking about close to a million. So your child's a millionaire at the age of 30. Thank you, mama. Thank you, daddy. Thank you for loving me enough to put to love. Thank you for loving me as much as you love your car. Thank you for investing in me as much as you invested in the Mercedes we were driving or whatever. Thank you for loving me as much as you love the landlord. Right after 40 years, this $750,000 becomes about 3 million bucks. Generational wealth presented right before your eyes. That is easy, so easy that a 5-year-old could do it. If you give me a 5-year-old who simply does what I tell them to do, they could do this plan. They could do this. The only challenge is that 5-year-olds would have a hard time coming up with $5 a day. But any kid with a job could do this. Anybody can do this. All you got to do is buy the assets and don't sell them. That's it. Buy the assets and don't sell them. And so if you want to see the plan in action, or you want to get that, share this with your family, go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's totally free. It's for the community. This is one thing that we want to really share. Some of you have seen it before, and I hope it's okay that I reiterate it. Like, so sometimes I'll repeat it and lay it out there again, because repetition is how you learn new things. Repetition is how we internalize new ideas. Repetition is how we shift the culture. Repetition is how we shift our subconscious mind. So that's why I repeat myself with this, because I really want you to consider this, because this is easy. The solution to our financial problems is not complicated. I support things like reparations to the end of the earth. I really believe, white folks stole all our money. They need to give it back. I'm not voting for any politician that does not support reparations. That's my personal choice. So I'm 100% in favor of reparations, but I personally believe that this would be more impactful than reparations. I really do, because it's not just something that you are able to do on your own, but it also is a reflection of high level, high vibrational culture and high frequency discipline. It's a high level way of thinking about your economics. And if you think in your economics in a high level, then you're going to have high level outcomes. It's not just about the $1 million that your child's going to have by the time they're 40. It's really about the mindset of somebody whose family was able to think far enough into the future to give them $1 million by the age of 40. Right? That a family that has that mindset, you could take the money out, you could take their money away. Do you understand? Like, you could literally seize that whole million, but that family's still going to be good. Why? Well, because they've got something that money can't buy. They've got a high vibrational, high level of economic consciousness and awareness. They understand how money works. They understand how to go get more. When you understand how money works and you lose money, you're not so worried, because you know how to go back and get it. Do you understand? So that consciousness piece has to be, I think that should be consistent with the economic piece. But if you give the economics and you give the consciousness and the understanding of basic financial concepts, that child is going to be better off than most white people. It's not that hard to do. Okay. So anyway, those are my thoughts for today. I hope this conversation was beneficial to you. Also, just a reminder, I am going to be at the Get Money Fest on May 18th. I want to keep mentioning that in case you're in near Philadelphia or you want to join us. Jay Ortiz is the host, and there's a link. I'm putting a link in the chat. It's getmoneyfest.com. That's the website. And then also, if you want to receive notifications when we meet in the morning, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, we have some other stuff at drboycebooks.com. It's summertime, and I mentioned to you guys that this is a great time to get your kids started with our financial flashcards. We have a bundle pack that has fun financial flashcards that cover financial concepts, the basics of money. We have flashcards on credit, how to understand credit, entrepreneurship, real estate, etc. So if you want to take a look at that, our team worked really hard to put this together as a great learning tool for you and your kids. And the regular price is $159 for the bundle. They dropped it to $119. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, you can take a look at our financial flashcards. They're really, really a great tool. And I think that with summertime coming, you gotta find something for those kids to do. Let's not waste the time. Let's get them something that's gonna make them better by the time the summer's over. So here's the link directly if you want to go take a look at the flashcards. I'll put that link in the chat. And so I'm gonna get on out of here, guys. I hope you guys have a great day, and we will be back tomorrow morning as usual at 10 a.m. Eastern. And if you want me to send you the wake up call, just text the word morning to 87948. Morning to 87948. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good day. Love you. Bye bye.
Get things done. So, for example, let me give an example. Right now, there's this war happening over across the sea. Y'all know about it. It's not even really a war. It's really one side bombing the hell out of the other side, and it bothers me a lot. I'm not gonna lie. But anyway, with this war, just the other day, I saw where all these politicians that normally don't get along on anything, they don't agree on anything, but for whatever reason, they were unanimous in this decision to send $100 billion to to the Israelis to for this so-called war. And I remember thinking to myself, well, they sent 100 billion. It was split between the Israeli stuff in Ukraine and the defense of Taiwan, right? And I remember thinking to myself, wow, how in the heck did they get $100 billion and black people can't even get a nickel for reparations? Like, how did these people that don't even have that many votes, right? Think about it. They don't, that group, the Jewish community, their percentage of the population is very small. So I remember thinking, how did a group that does not have nearly as many votes as us, we got 6 times more votes than they do. How did they get 100 billion and we can't? How many? Give me a yes or no. How many of y'all think that if I showed up and said we need 100 billion for the black community, how many of y'all think that they would give us that money? What do you think? Do you think that they would write that check? You think they would be like, oh, well, black people have been the most loyal group of people in America. Black people have never let us down. Black people have saved us on numerous occasions. Black people always come through for us. Black people have been defending us since slavery. Black people have been fighting for us even when we didn't fight for them. Black people have given us all their money. They've given us trillions of dollars in their wealth. So we're going to write that check. In fact, we're going to add a little bonus on there because we love y'all so much. Black Lives Matter. How many of y'all think that is what would happen? We know it wouldn't happen. So so the way my little brain works is I sit here and I say, how did they get all the money? We don't get none of it. How they get $100 billion check? They ain't voting for nothing. They can't. They don't even have the numbers. Well, you know what it is? It's economic power. It's economic power. That's that money talking. And then also, there's the militaristic aspect, right? That the U.S. funds things that support their interests. So I believe they have military and economic interests in Taiwan, and they have economic and military interests in Ukraine. They have military and economic interests in Israel, which gives them that little tiny stronghold in the Middle East, right? So it's like kind of a combination of the two, right? The economics and the military stuff kind of goes together. Where the United States is this country that has lots of economic power, and they use that to fund military power, which then allows them to go around like a big bully like Debo. They're kind of the Debo of the world. Debo walks up and you say, I got $5. And Debo says, no, I got $5. And they beat up the country and they take their stuff, right? That's kind of what the United States does. They run around the world and kind of beat people up and take their money, take their lunch money, right? So that's why Debo's got a pocket full of money and nobody else does. Debo and Big Worm. Anybody remember Big Worm in Friday? Debo and Big Worm had all the money because they had this military power that allowed them to oppress and to bully other people in the neighborhood. If you don't know these references, you got to go see the movie Friday because it's really hilarious. It's still hilarious 30 years later. So the United States, in their effort to kind of debo the world, has pretty much used two major things. They've used the military, which is funded by the power of capitalism. It's money. It's all about the money. So what I'm not saying that we should become Debo. I don't believe in being bullies. I don't want to be Big Worm. I don't want to have a big perm going through the hood, trying to pick up my dope money. But what I do believe is that black people have an opportunity, black families individually and then collectively have an opportunity, in my view, by us being canaries in the mine and really accelerating our economic intelligence above and beyond everyone else. We have the ability to establish an economic stronghold, right? And an economic stronghold does not have to be something where we're going around and we're bullying other people. I don't believe in that. I don't think that that's spiritually correct or accurate. I don't want to live that way. But we do have the ability to say we're holding it down, you know, in our little space. right? This is where we're at. We understand what's going on. We have information. We have knowledge and understanding of economics that's very powerful. We have commitment and unity within our families and to each other that is really impenetrable. We have enough self-esteem collectively and individually to the point where we don't feel inferior to anybody. So we're not gonna go give you our lunch money just so that you'll be our friend, right? That's what a kid with low self-esteem does. He doesn't have any friends, so the bully comes along and says, "Give me your lunch money. You can sit with me." And you give him your lunch money because you want to sit with him and you don't want to get beat up. That's kind of what black people do. We give away our lunch money so that we can sit with the bully because we feel better about ourselves. And then we don't want, and then we know that if we withhold our lunch money, the bully's going to beat us up. So what I would say overall is that that money, economics, economic consciousness, and the high level of economic consciousness that you're pursuing is going to work to the benefit of your family because you can develop a stronghold. You can get to the point where I mentioned to you guys this to you guys last night that literally what I'm very proud of as a black man is that nothing in my house is for sale. No, nothing's for sale. Our time is not for sale. Our bodies are not for sale. My wife is not for sale. I am not for sale. Our kids are not for sale. And what does that mean? Well, that means that we have that ability we've developed enough of a stronghold that we can satisfy our own needs without leaving the house to go and get those needs fulfilled. I don't have to leave. I can sit. My office is right in the basement, right next to my wife. We have almost like a little academic department. It's just like it was in Syracuse, where you be in your office, your colleague will be in the other office next door, and that's kind of what we have. We kind of run it like an academic department. Even the books. If you order my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, we will ship it right out of our house. drboycebooks.com if you want to get a copy. drboycebooks.com. So anyway, and we don't just hire our kids. Our kids are good. They have they have plenty of money when they as long as they do the work, we can make sure that they get paid. And then not only do we hire our kids, we hire our kids' friends. If the kids are well behaved and smart, they can come and work for us. I've hired several of our children's friends and mentored them, and it's a wonderful experience. And it's like a little community, right? It ain't a multi-billion-dollar empire, but it's a little pocket of economic and spiritual love that we're able to share with young people to give them a safe space where they can get what they need and also be fed financially as well as spiritually and intellectually, right? They're not going to sit down with me and have a stupid conversation. I'm not going to tell them to go smoke as much weed as possible and then go drink liquor and then go and have sex with everybody that moves and then go and kill another black person. I'm not going to give them bad advice. I'm going to give them advice on things that are going to make them happy. Like I sat there this morning, our daughter's friend pulled up to pick her up for school, and the little girl was driving a BMW, right? They were in this little BMW. I thought it was a mama. And I said, "What the hell are you doing driving a BMW?" I said, when I was your age, I drove a complete hoopty. I said, "But I'm old and you probably don't even know what a hoopty is." But I said, just imagine the ugliest car that you can think of and then divide it by two. If you imagine the ugliest car in the neighborhood divided by two, that's what I was rolling into school. I don't know anybody else drive a hoopty to school, right? So but I was happy. I was proud to have that hoopty. That was better than what I had before. And I just started talking to him about the next move and college and everything else. And it's like a pride. It's like a masculine pride of like I'm kind of like one of the neighborhood dads. I'm looking out for you. And so I started giving them unsolicited advice, right? They're kind of looking at their phones. I think they wanted to text their friends. Kids have their face in their phone, but I didn't care. I kept talking to them. And I really just sort of I was sort of speaking to them about basic stuff. Like I said, when you go to college, you got to work hard to be successful, and I want you to be happy. I said you're going to remember these days for the rest of your life. You're never going to forget these days, and so always seek happiness. Don't let anything make you unhappy. I think that's the biggest piece of advice I would give you. The grades and the money and the career and all that's important too, but just find your happiness. Don't waste time being a young, unhappy person, right? Find your bliss, right? So this is the kind of stuff that you get to do, and it feels good because I'm able to do this at 10:30 a.m. on a work day, right? I'm not at the factory, right? Where I got to go and do what my boss is telling me to do. It's like, no, I'm this independent black man who's coming outside to the driveway to greet you and to hopefully give you something positive that you can carry with you through your life. Why is that? Well, because you're a black child, which makes you my responsibility. I may not be your dad. In general, I may never be your dad again, but for the next like 3 minutes, I'm going to be your father because as a black man, it is my responsibility to be one of the fathers in the community to make sure this little black girl is okay. Right. So in spaces like this is what I want you to understand and how the economics links to this. It's much harder to do that when you're struggling, whether it's financially, psychologically, or otherwise, right? I had to secure myself before I can secure other people. And I'm not just talking about securing myself financially. Sure, that's important, but I also had to secure myself emotionally. I had to do the work in terms of my own therapy and healing to make sure that I don't come out as some sort of toxic figure, because a lot of us had those toxic men in our lives that would come and give us stupid advice or would be so caught up in their own toxic nonsense that they put themselves into or some stupid situation they were in that they didn't have the ability to really give any good advice to kids. You can't spread love to the children because you don't even love yourself. Your life is such a mess that you can't create stability for other people. And I really believe these are skills that have to be developed and nurtured. This comes from consciousness. This comes from a certain level of consciousness. Because if the kids are, because kids are young and dumb, they just are. Their brains aren't even fully developed. Let's just be honest, right? Kids are kind of young, they're dumb relative to what they're going to be in the future, right? You're 17, your brain's all over the place, hormones, all right. So you're here, you're literally on the animal frequency, right? That's what you are when you're 17. You're a little horny sob, and you're just kind of all over the place, and what's happening at school is the most important thing in the world. So it's really important that the parent comes in a helicopter because some parents don't arrive in a helicopter. Some parents they come out of the ground. They come out like an earthworm. They operating on the same frequency as the teenager. If you know what I'm talking about. Like they just look at Instagram and see how many older people you see who are just still all over the place, never healed, never grew, never evolved, never got anything secure. So how can you create stability and security for other people when you can't create that for yourself? So this is, in my view, why when we talk about financial consciousness training, like consciousness is just sort of this elevation where I can come in and say, you know what? I've kind of worked through a big chunk of my issues because that's what a grown man is supposed to do. I've worked through my financial issues. I don't feel financially insecure. I'm not emotionally insecure. My self-esteem is intact. I'm very confident. So I'm going to come in and make this all about you. Tell me if you're following what I'm saying. I know sometimes I kind of go in different directions. I don't know which direction God's going to send me, but I go in directions that I hope are beneficial. So when I come in and I'm talking to them, it's like, no, I'm not going to come in here and talk to you about all the problems I'm having as a black man. I'm not talking to you about how hard it is for me and woe is me and I can't figure out my life and everything's all over the place. Or I'm half drunk, half high, whatever, because I'm coping with all the pain and the stress that comes with being a black man. I'm not dealing with none of it. No, I've worked through all this. So I'm coming in and I'm gonna make it all about you. And because I can make it about you and I'm vibrating on this frequency, I can create like this emotional tent around you that is going to help you feel safe. I'm here to protect you. I'm here to support you. I'm here to tell me about your feelings. Tell me how you're where you're at, so we can figure out how you can get to the next level. And I believe that part of the reason that so many of our children get screwed, and remember, our kids get screwed up and it costs us trillions of dollars in wealth because you have these misguided children that had great potential, but we ruined it. I think a lot of kids end up screwed up because their parents have not worked through their own issues. Like their parents can't even get along with each other, and they fighting in the street, throwing. I heard about this little girl, poor thing. Her parents were mad at her, and her mama got mad at the daddy and put all the daddy stuff out in the street. And I remember just thinking, this is so insane to me that this little girl has to deal with all the complexities that come with being a teenager, and the fact that her daddy's stuff is out in the street, and it's embarrassing for her, right? They like these little things cause kids to want to kill themselves, So I just personally think ultimately it's important for us. We have an obligation to grow. We have, and this really feeds into my consistent frustration with some of what I see in hip hop in terms of the promotion of the immature black male as a so-called leader of the black community. This is the price that our children pay is huge. I think the price that women pay and families pay is huge because to really operate properly operate and to really harness the power and opportunity that comes with being the head of a household is something that you should be trained for. Think about it. You went to that damn factory and you spent 6 months learning how to operate that crane that you operate, or to run that machine. Or if you're doing accounting, you spent years in school learning how to manage the books for a corporation. But you didn't spend any time learning how to properly pursue the sacred task of running a family. Why didn't you? Why didn't you spend time getting trained on that? That's probably the most important job you'll ever have. It's the most sacred job you'll ever have. You're literally shaping future generations. Do you understand how much power a man has when he's the head of a household? You have the power to create heaven or hell for the people around you. And one of the things that I really don't get is that why we don't really talk about this more. And the only conclusion I can come to is that we're just not committed enough to our collective consciousness. We're just not. We're not. These are things that come from consciousness. It comes from sitting around saying, "Gosh, man, imagine if I was like some alcoholic drug addict who abused children or something like everybody's vulnerable around me. I could do terrible things to the people around me if I wanted to, but consciousness makes you say, "Whoa, this is an important responsibility." Or even when I'm driving in a car, like if I'm in a car and I got my wife over here, the three kids in the back, grandma in the back, Uncle Francis over here, and cousin Max in the back. We got a big gigantic truck, and all these people in the car, and I'm thinking, what if I was a terrible driver? Or what if I drank when I drove or something? Or what if I just wasn't a safe driver? Everybody could die. I have everybody's lives in my hands, and they're sitting in the back on their phones, sleeping, whatever. But no, I don't think people really process that. So what I'm saying to you is that I want you to really see the power that you have in your own life, and I want to spin this into economics a little bit and actually pull up a slide on something that will let you know the massive power and opportunity you have to really, really turn the ship of your family in a direction that you want it to go. Not in the direction the white man wants it to go, not in the direction that little Pookie down the street wants it to go. Not you have an opportunity right now because are alive right now to really move the ship in a direction that is going to affect an endless number of people that you can't even imagine. And it's called the Black Wealth Rectangle. And I'm going to introduce you to this concept in a second. It's in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I'm going to pull up this slide. Now, before I forget, I want to mention a couple of things happening right now, if you will allow me to. I'm going to support Jay Ortiz. Jay Ortiz is a hip hop artist out in a fashion guy out of Philadelphia. He runs something called Art from the Heart, which is really popular as well. And he's having something called the Get Money Fest with another young lady named she goes by the name of the Pish Posh Girl, and apparently she's big in fashion in Philadelphia. And I look forward to seeing what they're doing. So they wanted to add a financial literacy component to their event, which is on the 18th. There's the link if you live in Philly or you want to fly in. You can actually come for free. So feel free to join us at this event. Here's the link. I'm gonna put the link in here. And if you don't see the link, just text the word money to 87948 and I can text out the link as well that way. And then also another thing that I wanted to share with you guys really quickly is I don't know if you guys know, we have a new apparel line in the Dr. Boyce bookstore. So if you want to take a look at some of our Black Wealth apparel, where we've got lots of cool, t-shirts and stuff that relate to Black wealth and sort of showing your love for not just your community, but for your future and your family. Feel free to go take a look at that. And there's other stuff there. There's flashcards, there's workbooks. Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics, is there. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com to take a look at that. All right. And make sure you're on the text list, the Money in the Morning text list to get access to the financial consciousness training. Text the word morning to 87948, MORNING, morning to 87948. All right. So let me share this slide with you. This has to do with something this is a concept you're not going to see in any textbook anywhere, and this has to do with something called the Black Wealth Triangle. And so it goes to the ninth commandment in the book, the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. The ninth commandment is always leave a worthy inheritance. Always leave a worthy inheritance. So that means that literally any Black person in here that loves your family, you got to make sure you have your life insurance. You got to make sure you're leaving something for the next generation, because wealth is supposed to be an accumulation process. It's supposed to be a team sport. It's something that's supposed to happen across multiple generations. If you start off with nothing, that means something went wrong. If you start off with nothing, that means something went wrong. If your children start off with nothing, that means something went wrong. If you process this, you think about this. You've had, all this time, multiple generations to build some kind of assets, acquire something. And if someone comes into the world and there's nothing waiting for them, something went wrong. Something didn't happen the way it was supposed to. So this concept links to the ninth commandment in my book, the Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power, that says basically you should always leave a worthy inheritance. Leaving an inheritance is evidence that you existed. It's evidence that you were here. It's like I come home late and my wife was here all day and she's got to work the night shift, but she says, "Hey honey, dinner's in the oven for you." Right? There's something, I left something behind for you to make sure that you're going to be okay because I love you. So really this is what all of us need to embrace just as a core value of what it means to be black. Being black means leaving an inheritance. It being sloppy means leaving nothing. It means I don't care about you. It means my consciousness was so low that all I could think about was myself. I care about nothing other than me, and that's why I'm leaving you out here in the struggle, in the middle of a society that treats poor people like crap, in a society that treats black people like crap, in a society where resources are scarce. I want you out here struggling so that you are out here hoeing for a dollar. I want you in a situation where you got to sell yourself into slavery just so you can eat. That's how I feel about you as your parent or your grandparent. I think that's not who we are. I don't think that that's what we aim for. That's not something we should ever allow or to accept. So this leads to a concept. This is on the screen. I want you to look at what you see there. It's the black wealth rectangle. The black wealth rectangle is very easy to understand, and it explains how wealth actually works. So if you think about wealth, first of all, the thing you should know about wealth is that wealth is a relay race. And if you think about it this way, this is a mathematical representation of wealth. And those who can't see it, just listen to me and you'll understand it. So think of wealth as I saw this video once where they had these giraffes, and giraffes have a mating season apparently, where once a year, a lot of the male giraffes are going to get some, and they're all excited about mating season because that's when everybody gets together and they get to do the birds and the bees. Well, not every male giraffe is going to get the same amount of female attention, just like in the real world, right? Just like how the tall, handsome, smart guy is going to get more attention than the short, dumpy, broke man at Burger King, right? Well, the same thing is true with giraffes. Well, so how do the female giraffes discern and determine which male giraffe they're interested in? Well, one variable that they look at is how much territory does this giraffe control? How wide is your space? If you got a little tiny, if you can only hold down a little tiny spot right here, then that's not going to get as much. That's not going to be as appealing as the giraffe who really has a whole lot of space. And animals are not politically correct at all. They don't get it. They're not into the marriage and monogamy and everything. They like multiple females will come see the same dude if he has enough territory. And so there was this guy. He was kind of the OG giraffe. He'd been the man for a long time. He was a big, strong giraffe, and he had all this territory. So every year, these two female giraffes would come to him for mating season. And so he's like sitting there and he's happy. He's all perky because he's about to, it's about to go down. So he's looking over the trees to see, okay, when the lady's gonna get here. I done made the bed and I got the flowers out and the music is on and so he's looking for them, right? And so he looks through the trees and he sees far in the distance, he sees the two women that are coming to see him. And so he's all happy. He's like, yeah, that's what's up. Right. And then, though, he looks further and he sees that there's another guy. There's like this other dude. And he's like, well, who is he? He's not supposed to be here. I don't swing both ways. Like, what's going on here? Right. So this other guy is the younger giraffe that's coming to challenge him to say, "Hey, your era is over, partner. It's you're not Debo anymore. You're not Big Worm no more. I'm the man now, and I've come to claim that which is mine. I'm going to take your women and your territory, right? It's like just out of a 1970s black exploitation movie like Shaft. Your blank chose me, right? So this is what's about to happen. So here's the thing. this is interesting, right? So the animals, the women didn't care. The women are like, well, we're just gonna see who wins the fight. Like that's literally how they were sort of operating. It wasn't like they were loyal to the guy. They weren't loyal to nobody. They were just like, well, whichever one of y'all is y'all fight it out. Whichever one wins, that's who we're gonna hang out with for mating season. So the two males get together and they clash and they start fighting. If you ever want to see something really interesting, go watch a giraffe fight. It is the craziest thing. They fight with their necks. They just hit each other with their necks. And I'm watching. And now, mind you, I'm probably over 40 by the time I'm watching this. I'm cheering for the old dude, right? I want to see the OG win, not this young guy, right? So I'm watching this fight, and the young dude is just kicking his butt. He's more energetic, he's stronger, and I'm like, man, this is sad. This is like watching Michael Jordan in the last couple years when he played for the Washington Wizards and his knee wouldn't work right, and and you're hoping the old Michael Jordan will come out, but it didn't happen like that. The young dude's just beating him up and kicking his butt. But then at the end, let me tell you how the story ends. And I promise I'm gonna get back to the point, but this is just a great story. So the young dude just finally he just lays a blow on the old guy and just takes him out. Just boom. And he goes in. And the women are just watching. Again, they're just literally watching, like waiting, like, okay, who's gonna win? Whoever wins, we're gonna go with that guy. Survival of the fittest. So the crazy part of it, though, that I thought was really amazing was the old guy tricked the young guy. He made him think that he had killed him. So the old guy lays out on the ground and he drops. And the young dude's like, "Yeah, I took him out. Come on, ladies, come with me, right?" So he's all cocky and everything else. And then out of the blue, out of nowhere, the old dude gets up and just whoa, swings his neck and takes the young dude out and like takes it. And I said, that's what I'm talking about. He was smart. He fought smart, right? You got to work smart, not hard, right? So he used his OG wisdom, intelligence, and experience to beat the young guy, right? And I said, that's it. I like that. That's how I play basketball. Like when I got older, you couldn't jump as high or run as fast, but you just know stuff, right? So you're like, okay, yeah, you run and jump, but I know things you'll never know, right? So anyway, that's why you got to listen to older people. Like I don't know why people don't do that. Like, we know some stuff. So the way this, if you want to know how the story ended, the old guy kept his territory, and the ladies continued their tradition of coming to see him during mating season. The young guy just kind of limped off. I don't think he killed him, but he was hurt pretty bad. So anyway, so here's what I'm getting at though. Basically, even with giraffes, wealth is measured. Wealth, which is a defining characteristic of what can make a male attractive, among other things, of course, right? And we always talk about this. We always say, well, she's a gold digger because she likes men that have money. Well, actually, if you look throughout the animal kingdom, most females have an attraction to males that have something that reflects economic or some form of economic achievement, right? It's how much territory he has, how much food he can bring. This is not unique to humans, and this does not make a woman a gold digger. This actually makes her human and normal. And so again, I'm not. You can do what you want with that information, but this is my conclusion. So the giraffes sort of measure their wealth by territory. A lot of other animals do that too. So the wealth rectangle is similar to that because if you think about how humans decide like who's the rich guy or who's the rich person versus the poor person, well, one measure of that is territory. One measure of that is how much do you own and control. How much are you responsible for? Like, what are you able to hold down and defend to keep others from taking it? Because remember, this old giraffe, he had to defend his territory. And I bet you that wasn't the first time he was challenged. Well, why is that? Well, because generally in life, when you have something other people want, people are gonna come and try to take it. Like I think I heard a comedian say something like, if you have 5 haters, you want to try to get 10 by the summer, right? So haters and challengers and all that, that's just part of the territory. And that's Mother Nature's way of forcing you to prove and defend what it is that you've acquired, to prove that you're worthy of that which you have, right? So the wealth rectangle is something that personifies this, right? So let me put it back on the screen. So the wealth rectangle, the way I defined it in the book, in my book, it's the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. Is basically a measure of how much economic power you have, which is where the length of the rectangle is defined by the number of years that you've spent accumulating the power, and also the number, and then the width is defined by the number of teammates you have that are helping you to accumulate your power. So what this really says is that all else equal, a person who's been accumulating wealth in all of its forms for a longer period of time is on average going to have more wealth than someone who's only been doing it for a short period of time. Also, it says that the person who has a lot of people helping them, who's operating with wealth as a team sport, is going to have more wealth than someone who is operating solo. So, what I want you to really think about is the Black experience. So, the Black experience is one where we are losing in both time and teammates. So here on the left, you can see the results of a wealth triangle when you have lots of people working together across several generations. So if me, the grandmother, and the great grandfather and the great great grandfather were all on the same page, and we made sure that the wealth that we accumulated was protected and passed to the next generation, and then on top of that, we got the whole family involved. All 12 of us are working together in an ecosystem to build wealth that benefits the family. We're going to have a pretty damn big wealth triangle. We're going to be just like that giraffe that has lots of territory, and we're going to be identified as a wealthy person. The wealth triangle that you often see in the Black community, or really even in the white community sometimes as well, with this rugged individualism that we have in America, looks more like the one on the right, which is basically a flat little straight line. It's pretty much one-dimensional in scope. And what does that personify? Well, instead of having multiple people working together, which gives you width on your rectangle, there is no width in a straight line. It's one person doing it all by themselves. So when you fall into the culture of, I don't need no man, that's what you end up doing. If you fall into the culture of, I don't need Black women, screw Black women, then you're doing it. You're looking like that line. When you say, oh, these children, I ain't got time for these kids, and you're not investing in your children to get them to help you out, then you're pretty much operating as a straight line. This little straight line here, your wealth rectangle will not typically grow because you're doing it all by yourself. And then on top of that, not only are you losing in terms of width in the number of teammates you have, because you don't have any healthy relationships, because somebody told you that talking about relationships was for simps or sissies or whatever people think. Like, nobody really talks about relationship management. They think it's all fluffy stuff. No, having good relationships means you have teammates. It means you have people that you can work with, that you can turn to, that can help you get things done. Dr. George C. Fraser says it all the time. He says all Black people need is each other. But then on top of not having adequate relationships that build the wealth, you don't even have a lot of time that you can put into it. Why is that limited? Well, because you started building wealth when you were 35, and then you start getting tired when you're 55 or 60. So you're trying to do in 20 years by yourself what other families have done over 100 years with 40 or 50 teammates. How in the hell can one person working solo for 20 years accomplish the same as a group of 40 or 50 people who've been working collectively on code since 1902? You can't compete. You can't compete. You cannot compete. So why? Well, because you don't understand the basic idea of the wealth rectangle. Wealth is a team sport that involves an accumulation of assets over a long period of time. Mathematically speaking, I can show you equations for wealth. This is what we do as professors. All we do are equations. I'm a mathematician. I can show you equations for wealth that will show you in a very clear and specific way that the more time you have to allow wealth to grow, the more wealth you're going to have. And it's not just sort of a casual growth, it's exponential. It possesses what we call in mathematics convexity. It has momentum. When they say the rich get richer, or when you have money, it's easy to make money, that is 100% true.
To visually see it, imagine what happens when I push a heavy car down a hill. If I get that car over the hill to a certain point, that car is going to fly down the hill because now it's got gravity at its back. You can't even stop the car now. So when you get to the point where you've been accumulating wealth with your teammates over a long period of time, you get to the point where the exponential growth starts to kick in, and you get to the point where you can't help but to make money. Elon Musk has probably made $10 million this morning because he can't stop making money. It's impossible. So what I want you to understand is how wealth operates. And I want you to really internalize and take a look, or consider anyway, this wealth triangle concept, and understand that a lot of the reason that we miss the wealth and we're not conscious of it and we can't see it is because we don't understand the dynamics that define it. We don't understand all of the non-financial dimensions of financial success. It's almost like there's like this whole shadow experience connected to wealth, all these variables that connect to money that we don't even think about because we think we're focused just on the money. But if you focus just on the money, you'll never understand the money. If you just focus on the money, you will never understand the money. And what I notice culturally speaking is I see a lot of people where they talk about money, they want money, they'll do anything for money, they'll screw over people for money, they'll work their butts off for money, and it's money, 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 get money, get money, get money. But they don't really understand the mechanics of what makes money actually appear in your life. They don't understand the spiritual and psychological aspect of money. They don't understand what money consciousness even looks like. They don't understand how relationships intersect with money, how mental and physical health intersects with money, because mental and physical health, if they're not properly dealt with, can actually become a drain on your economics. Do you understand how much money gets taken from the Black community just from the fact that our mental health is off, is not where it should be? Do you know that? Do you know that? Do you know how much money, how many trillions of dollars they've taken from you just from the fact that they know that your self-esteem is not intact and that you will give them money just so you can feel better because you got Gucci and Coach and Prada on your body? Do you understand how much money gets taken because you're so stressed out about life and you haven't coped with it that you go to the club and you make it rain so you can feel good about yourself, and then you get a bottle of Henny where they charge you $500 a bottle where you're trying to show off for people who don't even matter because you've never been fully spiritually developed enough to know that this is stupid. And do you understand how much money gets taken just by the fact that they promote a culture that elevates stupid, unconscious, low vibrational behavior that ultimately becomes a massive wealth drain? And I could just keep going on and on and on. I could keep going, but I'm not going to continue to go because I hope that you'll get this point. So the bottom line, the simple idea here behind the wealth triangle is I want you to consciously think about the teammates that you have. And if you don't have the teammates you're looking for, get some. Get some. The best way to get good teammates is to be a good teammate. The best way to receive is to know how to give, to understand reciprocity. I had somebody ask me one time, they said, why do you, there was a person that I supported and it wasn't the best thing for me. I didn't get anything from it. And they said, what is the source of your loyalty? Like, why would you support that person when you're not getting anything for it? And I just said, well, because I believe in the rule of reciprocity. I believe that 8 times out of 10, if I give, I'm going to eventually receive. It's real basic. It's not complex. You know, if I give, I'm going to receive. Sometimes I won't receive. Sometimes it's not going to work out. But when I extend support or kindness towards someone without asking for anything in return, what I'm really doing is I'm acting like an investor. That's what investors do. They throw out boomerangs. They throw things into the universe that are positive, and then eventually the boomerangs start coming back. They don't all come back. You know, it doesn't all happen. But if you are playing chess and not checkers, then you're going to think in a different way. You're going to say, well, I'm not doing anything for anybody until I'm sure that I'm going to get something back. Or I'm not going to participate unless it's clear that I'm getting something. Like if you want me to do some work, how much am I going to get paid? Where's my paycheck at? A lot of people can't even see an opportunity unless it appears in the form of a paycheck. But if you play checkers, or excuse me, if you play chess instead of checkers, you might do something like this. When I got an opportunity to write articles for AOL Black Voices, I did not ask them to pay me a nickel. I said, I will work for you. I will work full time for you and you don't have to pay me nothing. And they didn't understand it. They thought, why would a professor come and work for us absolutely free? Sure, we'll take your free labor, but we're screwing you. And people said, like, they're using you. And I said, no, we're using each other. I just have to prove to them that I'm worth the investment, and then it's going to all come full circle. And it did. What eventually happened was, number one, that was where I started building my brand. That was when people started finding out who Boyce Watkins was. I got a chance to show people that I know a few things that can help them. And then number two, when it got to the point where we started talking about money, we started negotiating money, it was an easy negotiation. It's like, no, I've already proven my worth to you. You guys know what I can do. You know what I can bring to the table. So just now it's time to pay the piper. Now it's time to go ahead and invest on your end. And I went ahead and took that risk. Now, again, remember though, there's many times where I've done that where it didn't work out. There's many times I've done it where I got nothing in return. I got screwed or somebody took something from me or whatever. And it happens. But that's financial consciousness. That's the mindset of an investor. To be a good investor, you're going to have to understand that sometimes you're going to throw out your best and you will get nothing back. Sometimes you're going to love, just like love, sometimes you're going to love your ass off and get your heart ripped out of your body. And to me, the spiritual question, the consciousness question, that where you can see the bigger picture comes into play in terms of whether or not you can bounce back from the setbacks and keep going and understand the bigger picture and say, okay, this didn't work out, but maybe my next great experience is just right around the corner, but I'll never find out if I don't continue to invest and continue to try. So economics is love. Love is economics. They're all connected. They're deeply connected to each other. So form those love relationships with other people where you can form that economic family and start building that wealth rectangle. If you don't have it's okay if your relatives are garbage, fine. Come to the convention. You can find your new cousins there. There are great people there. The All Black National Convention is an amazing experience for anybody that attends, and I designed it specifically so you can connect with each other and get with your people. Sometimes your people ain't the people you're related to. That's just life. That's part of being Black. It sucks. It really does. But then again, my bias is that honestly, I was raised by a man who I was not biologically connected to. Half my cousins have no blood connection to me, but those are my cousins. And that's just, and so I started until my conclusion was, I don't really need to be related to you for us to be relatives. I can decide. I have the power of God to decide, who my relatives are going to be. So I tell my girls, like, no, you my daughter, period. If I say you my daughter, that's gonna happen. Man is short for manifest. I'm gonna manifest this and I'm going to defend this. And can't nobody talk me out of this. So ultimately, I encourage you to manifest in your life. Whatever it is that you want your world to be, you have that power to create that world. You just got to go learn and get the tools that will give you that ability to do that. And the reality, the sad reality is that some people aren't going to understand. A lot of people aren't going to understand. The better you get at it, the more people won't get you. Maybe that's another reason I don't have a lot of friends and I don't talk to a lot of people. It's because a lot of people don't understand me. But I understand me and I love me, so that's okay with me. It probably sounds like I live on my own little planet. Well, you know what? Maybe I do. I have no idea. I know I like it here. I know it's better than where these other Negroes are living. I know that this neighborhood is better than your neighborhood over there. So I'm gonna stay over here. This is where I want to be. So find the place you want to be there, manifest what you want in your life, and know that it's possible. And I guarantee you that if you're manifesting the right relationships with the right people, you get on code, you start building that wealth rectangle, you're going to find that wealth building is very, very easy. You're going to find that the Black wealth problem is not a problem at all. It is not complex at all. It is not hard to solve at all. It is actually quite solvable. And great people, great, like the man behind me, Marcus Garvey, people like him solved it. And that is the reason why your child, I bet you that your child went to school for 12 years, and I bet you that your child did not learn about Marcus Garvey once from any of those white teachers at that school. I bet you that your child was never taught about men like Garvey, but were instead taught about people that had the wrong solution. I bet you that your child never learned about some of the most effective Black men and Black women in history. I bet your child never got taught by any white person anywhere about Dr. Claude Anderson and Powernomics. I bet you that that was your experience. I wonder why. I wonder why. I believe they have a direct incentive to keep us blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid. I really believe that. And so I would encourage you to go find the solutions that are going to work for you and build on that and have faith in those solutions. That's all I got to say. I'm done for today. Um, if you want to get notified when we do financial consciousness training, if you're not on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you'd like a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. We also have financial flashcards for kids, things like that. And I mentioned the financial flashcards now because the summer's coming. And I don't know about you, but I'm actually setting up special projects with the kids that want to work with me. Not all my kids want to work with me all the time, but this summer one of them wants to come and help me with the business. So that's actually, she doesn't know she's going to be in business school when she's working with me. And then the other one is coming home from college, so we're actually going to do some special projects together, which will give us a chance to connect and learn about things like AI and stuff like that. And so the financial flashcards might be something you may want to do with your kids this summer. So feel free to take a look at our financial flashcard bundle. We cover everything from real estate to credit to investing to starting your own business. And then also on top of that, our other children's program is at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's the digital side where your child can actually get a degree, get like basically a baby bachelor's degree that they can put on their wall. So feel free to take a look at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com or drboycebooks.com. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. I hope you have a great day. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Some good stuff to cover tonight. We are doing our regular Powernomics training, which we do every Wednesday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And we're about to get down to the get down. I cannot wait. I'm looking forward to this topic because I think it's very timely right now. And before I begin, though, I want to say hi to Anthony and Edward, Kamisha. I see you, Kamisha. And who else? Audrey and Chris Gordon or Chris Goodjoin, Karen Dorsey, Patricia Jackson, Kim Hitchcock, Shashan, Toya. Good to see you. Thank you, Amani. Amani from our support team is right here in the chat. If you have any issues with anything going on in the Black Business School, all you got to do is email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. We have a great support team that's right there to talk to you about anything that you might need. Any way we can help you. Carla, Mark, who else? Let's see. Rodney Ward. I see Eric Bennett. Good to see you, Eric. Ryan, Tammy. I saw somebody from NYC. Because the stock options summit sold out so fast, we decided we're going to do another summit likely this summer at some point. I just got to find time in my schedule. And we were thinking we want to go to Brooklyn. Brooklyn will be the place we will do the next stock options summit. So we found that we did the survey, and let me just say this. I was really pleased with the results. 100% of you, literally every single person who filled out the survey said that they would recommend it to their friend. And you guys seem to really enjoy the networking, and also you learned a lot there in the SOS based the stock options summit. I really worked hard to keep that commitment that I made to you that I would show you ways to make money by Monday, and a lot of you did make money by Monday. Some of you literally sent me screenshots of the money. Some of you made as much as $4,000 or $5,000 that following Monday, and it wasn't luck, it wasn't hocus pocus. It was just sort of simple, straightforward strategies anybody can do. So just so you know, we are going to do another stock option summit. Just gotta find time to plan it. My team works extremely hard, so there's so much stuff going on. Now, if you have any other questions, I see someone wants to get in touch with Andre C. Hatchett, who's on our faculty. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. And also, if you want to know what my travel schedule is, I'm going to join Jay Ortiz and someone named the Pish Posh Girl. I don't know who she is, but apparently she's big in fashion in Philly. And they invited me to participate in something they're doing called the Get Money Fest, which I like that because I like the idea of blending hip hop culture with economics and stuff like that. So they're doing hip hop and fashion and art and all this other stuff. And they said we want to do financial literacy too. So I said, great. Everybody should know financial literacy, especially people that are trying to be either independent entrepreneurs or artists or writers, directors, actors, producers, filmmakers, stuff like that, because the industry is financial. It's a business. And if you go into business not knowing business, then somebody's going to get all in your business and steal your business. So so you got to learn business. All of our kids need to learn business. I don't care who you are, where you're from. If you like money, I guess if you don't care about money and don't like it, then it doesn't apply. But if you need money to pay bills and you need money to be free and you need money to do things in your life, then I encourage you to understand money. You should understand the things that you need. Give me a guess if that makes sense. Let me know if you're following that simple logic. Very simple logic. This is the kind of stuff I might do in financial consciousness training and say something simple like, if everybody is obsessed with money and we're always talking about money and people you're sleeping with ugly men for money and dudes that run around doing all kinds of crazy stuff for money, why wouldn't you want to understand how money works and all the different ways you can obtain it in a way that's healthy and safe and good for you, as opposed to getting it just any old kind of way, right? Trying to catch up. I was just talking to our daughter's friend. I told you I love being like a parent. Like I wish if I could go back in time, there's one thing I would change. I probably would have had about 6 kids and raised them on like a farm or something. I would have homeschooled them, ran a family business, all that stuff. So shout out to those of you that are doing it. That's the dream life I would have created if I could go back in time, but I can't go back in time. So one thing that I do is I like being with my wife. I like being the neighborhood parents, and so my daughter's friend was here and she works for us. We have a family business and the kids work for us, and sometimes their friends need jobs. And so she came in and we were just talking about life and the prom. And I told her, I said, let me tell you a little secret. And she said, what? I said, when I went to the prom, my girlfriend was pregnant. I don't know if y'all know that, but I went to the prom and she literally had a baby in her stomach with her prom dress on. I'll never forget it. I had a white suit with a red cummerbund. She had a red dress. I paid for the dress. I remember I paid for the dress and my tux with the money I made from my job. I was real independent at an early age. It was hard. It was hard. My mama used to charge me rent when I was like 15, which is just downright abusive. I'm still mad at her for that. But the good side of that is that every challenge gives you an opportunity to grow. So I would grew up a lot faster than my friends. So anyway, so we had so this baby was coming and I just told her, I said, I don't think you want to do that. I said, so I don't know what happens in these proms now. And nowadays everything's changing. Like now it's like much more common for the girls to be dating girls and boys at the same time, and 3 people to be dating each other. They just changing. And I said, I don't judge any of that. I don't know how it works, but I do know that a couple things haven't changed. And I do know that one thing that has not changed is that when the sperm fertilizes the egg, that causes a baby. And I said, so just be really thoughtful about, the kinds of guys you let into your life. Also, remember, raising a child is easier and much more fun when you do it in a structured situation, right? So anyway, these are the kinds of things that we talk about because I said the biggest thing in life that I really want for you, and this is what I want for everybody in here, is I just want you to be happy, right? That's it. I just want you to be happy. And I said, and happiness is connected to freedom. And freedom and options and happiness are all connected partly to money. I said, if you know how to make your own money, then you know how to manufacture your own freedom. And when you can manufacture your own freedom, you have options. So I said, I really want you to be able to go through life and be able to tell anybody that makes you upset to kiss your entire ass. That's what I want. To me, freedom is being able to tell anybody to kiss my ass if they don't belong in my life. You don't deserve to be here. You are being harmful or disruptive. Or I'm not gonna continue to maintain that relationship just because I need the money or I'm desperate. No, my self-esteem is intact, my bank account's intact. You're not intact, your spirit is not intact. So you got to go. So get to stepping, get to scooting, scoot, 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 right? And I really think that creates a lot of peace. And I would encourage you to meditate on these things and also really deviate from what society kind of does. Society teaches you to kind of follow people around, maybe because somebody has money, or some girl because she's pretty, or some guy because he's successful, and you want to be married to, or you want to date a successful man. I don't think things should work that way. I think that you should be a leader in your own life. Maybe you don't have to lead other people, but you should be a leader in your own life, and that starts with things like self-love, self-confidence, etc. Like I can honestly say, I'm not a man who pretends to be confident. I'm a man who's confident because I really am confident. And the confidence actually comes from love, because that means that if I make a mistake, which I do all the time, I do stupid stuff all the time. I'm a real goofball sometimes, but I still love Boyce even when he's goofy, even when he's wrong, even when he messes up. Whatever. That's it. That's not going to change. And that's what the source of the confidence comes from. It's like this is my horse. I bet on this horse, and I'm going to ride this horse all the way to the finish line. So anyway, that's just the quick random thought today. I hope it's okay that I share that with you, and I encourage you, go for what you want in life. I saw this quote today, and I'm going to go ahead and mention this quote before I start our reading for today, our Powernomics training. It was from Alexander the Great, and he said something like, he said, let me, you know what, I put the quote on my Instagram, and it was a great quote, and I'm gonna, if I say it, I'm gonna mess it up, so I'm not gonna just try to spit it out off the dome, because I'm literally gonna mess it up. So let me go ahead and just find the quote so I can read it directly, so I can say it without messing it up. He says, I am not afraid of an army of lions led by a sheep. I am afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion. I thought that was really powerful. So he doesn't fear. You could have 1,000 lions, but if none of those lions have confidence and all those lions are following behind the sheep, then you're really ineffective. You're not going to get anything done. You're not going to accomplish anything. But you could have 1,000 sheep and just one lion. But if all the sheep have the confidence to imitate the actions of the lion, then you got a problem. Then you got a problem, because then confidence is in the room, and they're going to come at you with everything they've got. And I really think about that when I think about the Black community. I think that we are a pack of lions that are led by sheep. I really do. I think that when you think about this, process this. Look at how many of our children look up to degenerate, drug addicted rappers who hate their mothers, hate Black women, want to kill other Black people, can't even spell their mama's name, just ass backwards, financially irresponsible, just goofballs, right? Look at how many weak politicians we follow behind, and put these people on pedestals, and fake civil rights leaders, who pretty much sold everyone out. And that, to me, is a big problem. I think the lions are the people in the community that are really figuring it out, that are making it happen. To me, if you are the parent who's raising your children in the right way, getting them ready for the future, then you are a lion, and as a lion, you shouldn't be following behind those sheep. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. You should be able to identify the sheep. You should be able to identify the nonsense and just say, I'm not following behind that. Right. And so really, I think that confidence to lead yourself is extremely important. In fact, at this year's All Black National Convention, our theme is that Black leadership starts at home. It's not on TV. It's not in the NAACP. It's not on Capitol Hill. It's not on your favorite TV show. It's not in the NBA or the NFL. It's not in the world of hip hop. Black leadership starts in your house. So I encourage you, be the leader in your house. Be the superhero that you've been looking for. It's all. I guarantee you that it's all inside of you. If you've been hanging out with us and reading this stuff that we've been reading Dr. Claude Anderson books and these really powerful ideas, don't tell me that you're not capable of leading other people. You're very capable of leading. So lead proudly. Be who you're supposed to be, or at least lead yourself. How about that? Agreed? Make sense? Okay. All right. So a quick reminder, if you want to get notifications when we do our weekly book club meetings, get on the text list. You can text the word greatness to 87948. Text the word greatness to 87948. Some of you are listening on YouTube. I'm going to shut that off in a little bit. So make sure you get on the text list, and you can jump to the Zoom. Text the word greatness to 87948, or you can go to blackkeystogreatness.com. That's blackkeystogreatness.com, and you can join us. All right. So let's see here. Oh, and by the way, the Get Money Fest with Jay Ortiz. If you want to join us in that event in Philadelphia on May 18th, it's going to be 6 hours long. You can actually just go to my Twitter. I guess I put it up on my Twitter. The information's up there. So my Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins and the number 1, and you can join us in Philadelphia. It'll be May 18th, and I'll be there for a couple hours. All right, so here's what Dr. Anderson says on page 118 of the Black History Reader, which you can find at the website powernomics.com. He says, the Black civil rights movement's push for social integration garnered more attention, acceptance, and respect within mainstream society because whites felt more threatened by the Black Power movement. In response to white anxiety of Black consciousness, see, they didn't fear the civil rights movement. They didn't fear that. They feared Black consciousness. So when we do financial consciousness training every day, it's not just Black consciousness, it's economic consciousness. So by having Black people who can train you to become economic ninjas like wealthy white people, that does make you a threat. I think that's solving a very important problem. So on page 118, It says here that in response to white anxiety of black consciousness, the government intervened and destroyed the blackness movement by distorting its activities and criminalizing its leadership. So they love to distort things, create chaos, and they also like to criminalize the leadership. I met the great Anthony Browder one time. I was on a flight from Guyana at 6 o'clock in the morning. And on this flight, 6 o'clock in the morning in Guyana, who do you expect to bump? You don't expect to bump into any of your friends when you're on a plane at 6 in the morning in a third world country. So I'm getting on this plane and I bump into Anthony Browder, and within one, he's sitting with one row behind me and one row in front of me. Brother Nuri Muhammad was sitting on the same airplane. I said, "This is weird." I said, "It's strange that all three of us will be on the same plane at the same time." I said, "Is somebody trying to blow this plane up? Like, what's going on?" And so, anyway, I was talking to Anthony for a long time, and I just love that conversation. I'll never forget the conversation. He's a great guy, super smart. Look him up, Anthony Browder. If you don't know who Anthony Browder is, you need to know who he is. And he's very youthful and energetic and super smart. And we were talking, and one thing that he warned me about is he said in the 70s, he said we were not aware of the number of agents in our space. He said we weren't aware of the number of people that were just there to create chaos. All they were there to do was to act a fool, discredit, attack, say crazy, do crazy stuff just to make the whole movement look crazy. So people would say, "Oh, those conscious black people, they just out of their mind. They're crazy. They ain't got no sense. Let's just go follow white folks because they're more structured. They have our best interests at heart. Let's go follow the Democratic Party because these black people are clearly out of their mind." And so that really got my attention. He mentioned specific names of people, and I don't want to mention their names. I don't want to get into all this, but he said, "Yeah, I think this person here might be an agent, and you really got to watch that because what their job is just to make things confusing so people don't know who to believe, they don't know what's going on, right?" So anyway, so since that time, anytime I see someone just acting weird and doing crazy stuff, I it makes me wonder about what Anthony Browder said. So because there's a lot of documented evidence of them on many occasions undermining any movement that appears to be making real progress. So he says here that white anxiety, in response to white anxiety of black consciousness, the government intervened and destroyed the blackness movement by distorting its activities and criminalizing its leadership. A few years into the civil rights movement, black leadership abandoned black race consciousness and pledged their commitment to public policies of political correctness involving immigrants, women, and various other fabricated minorities. So they were able to take your consciousness away and make you unconscious and get you to unconsciously believe somehow that by helping immigrants come into the country, you're helping the black community, or somehow that women's and gay people's issues are the same as your issues. That's what he's basically saying here. So he says here, what else does he say? Let's see, he says, did black leaders truly believe that whites would voluntarily give up their own race consciousness, sense of oneness and white togetherness? Racism is a team sport, which means a group must play as a team or risk losing by default. Civil rights leaders, ministers, and elected public officials soon abandoned all forms of exclusive blackness. So putting the word black on anything eventually became an absolute no-no. And it's getting to the point, we're on page 118. So if anybody asks what page we're on, please put 118 in the chat for them to help them out if you can. All right. So if you notice, I remember I saw something today where they said at Duke University they had a scholarship specifically for black students, and literally they just eliminated the scholarship. They said you can't put the word black on anything. So this is the era that we're going back into. And he says they joined mainstream white society's focus on fabricated classes, minorities, diversity, and open door immigration policies. So instead of having things that are uniquely and solely for black people, they went into these fabricated classes, minorities, using that word minority, which I always hated that word, diversity, which is another equally diluted word and very ambiguous, and open door immigration policies, which immigration, Dr. Anderson shows, immigration has diluted the black vote and diluted black economics, and it's going to continue to dilute. I mean, now we're at an all-time high with that, and it's something that I encourage you to really pay close attention to. In fact, Google just fired hundreds of key employees and literally replaced them all in India and Mexico. Go look it up. It's very interesting. All right, so let me keep going. They thereby allowed white society to capture and corrupt the civil rights movement, pervert its language and goals, use Dr. King's concept of a colorblind society to extract race out of racism and demonize all forms of black consciousness. This is how people like me become considered dangerous, even though I don't hurt anybody, right? Let's see. Just like during slavery, whites were more at ease with blacks who were colorblind and accepted the racial status quo. Slavery and Jim Crow semi-slavery in the United States did more than rob blacks of their individual dignity. It robbed them of their social cohesiveness and pride and discouraged cooperative behavior. So the idea of black people simply working together is seen as a dangerous idea. Let's see here. Race consciousness is essential for self sufficiency, but there are no mainstream incentives or rewards. So, what he's saying is this this is really important. He says that being racially conscious is really important for your survival. You have to. You have to think about yourself. You have to think about your own. You have to think about your children. Not because you hate other people, but because you're doing what you need to do to survive. But what he's also saying is that there are no mainstream incentives or rewards. So one of the things that was required for me to be race conscious and to say I do black wealth in the black business school at the all black national convention is I had to let go of any desire for mainstream acceptance. I just had to let that go. If I was sitting around dreaming about winning a Grammy or an Oscar or being recognized as one of Time's 100 most influential people or winning a Nobel Prize, I would be very disappointed. I would say, gosh, this black stuff ain't really working out. I gotta go do something a little more mainstream because I'm fiending for this white validation. It be calling me, man. It be calling me. I need white folks to love me. They don't love me no more. Yeah, black people like me, but they ain't important. They don't matter as much. I need to just do what they do in media where they use black people until they get to a certain level of prominence, and then they say, now I can go be white. That's what the Oprah Winfrey Network did. If you recall, remember? Does anybody remember that? How many of y'all remember this? When the Oprah Winfrey Network was struggling really bad, and they couldn't get people to watch. They thought all those white women were going to come over from NBC or ABC and start watching the Oprah Winfrey Network, and they didn't. So Oprah didn't have viewers. So what did Oprah do? Anybody remember? She got a phone. Boop, doop, boop, 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 brr, brr. Hey Tyler, how you been, girl? How's Medea? So she got on the phone with her good friend Tyler Perry, and they created content for black people. And that's how the Oprah Winfrey Network, if I recall, I could be wrong. I'm sure there's some details I'm missing, and there's no disrespect to Oprah, but that network was built on the backs of black people. They did that with a lot of these TV networks. They're like, well, because black people watch a lot of TV. Let's get black people to watch this. And then when they got a critical mass, they said, okay, now we can go be white again. Now we can go be white. And so effectively, this sort of need for mainstream validation, it takes away the incentive for black people to really want to truly commit to the problems that really need to be solved for the people they need to solve those problems for. And let me explain what's going on here. I thought about this. I began to become aware of this kind of elitism when I was actually on the faculty at Syracuse University and when I was working on my PhD. Let me tell you what I noticed in academia. Have you ever wondered why you have university professors? In case you don't know this, maybe you don't know, let me tell you a little bit about university professors. Most business school professors have never run a business. Um, Most business school professors, and in other fields too, they don't care what the real world thinks. They don't. You know what they care about? They care about what other scholars think. They care about what people in academia think. So if you come to them and you say, I wrote a book and it was read by 3 million people, they're not going to care. They're like, well, so what? Was it read by scholars? No, it was read by regular people. Yeah, well, then that doesn't matter. What they care about is impressing other academics, right? So there's a type of elitism where regular people are just not seen as all that important. There's a hierarchy, like you got animals at the bottom, then you got lower level humans, and then medium, and then the elites, right? They care what the elites think. So you get more credit, credibility, rewards by impressing the elite than you get by impressing, say, the masses. Okay, and this is just a fact. This is just what it is. I'm not complaining about it. It's just what it is. And I remember thinking that was kind of strange. And what it did was it kind of led them to live in their own little world where they end up doing all these weird things that nobody understands and nobody cares about, or they'll dedicate their lives to writing these really hard research papers that only about 8 other people are ever going to read, but they'll get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it, and that's their life. So here's what I think happens. I think in the regular world, a variation of that occurs in the regular world, where I believe that we feel, many of us are raised to feel that, yeah, if black people like what you're doing, that matters to a certain point. But black people, they're not the same as, say, elite Harvard educated white boys in Silicon Valley. They're not as important as the people who give out Oscars and Grammys. They're not as important as, say, executives on Wall Street or whatever, or mainstream media, right? So what then occurs is that we spend more time impressing people who really don't really deserve our attention in the first place. Like, I really think that we've never asked ourselves very basic questions, like why is it that if you have a rapper who is beloved by the black community, got all his credibility from the black community, got love from the black community when nobody else liked him, why is he spending all his time around nerdy white boys in Silicon Valley? Well, a lot of that's because these are rich, nerdy white boys in Silicon Valley, and that's why. Or why was it when Bill Cosby? I remember with Bill Cosby, I didn't like anything about Bill Cosby's situation, and people got confused and felt that I was supporting Bill Cosby or that I didn't believe he did anything wrong. No, I always felt like Bill Cosby did something wrong, and I even said that when I talked to him on the phone briefly. I said, "Yeah, it sounds to me like there was some serious issues here." But the reason I supported Bill Cosby was not because I believed he was innocent, but because I didn't believe they proved it as much as they needed to prove. I didn't understand how somebody could accuse somebody of something from 1972 and then we act like it just happened and there's no evidence of that. I said that's a white woman privilege. I don't know. I can't. There's nothing I can accuse somebody of doing 30 years ago that's going to actually allow me to get a $10 million check today. That was my position on Cosby. It was not. It wasn't a stupid position. I'm not gonna call it stupid. I'm sorry. It wasn't a position where I really believe this man didn't do something he shouldn't have done. I was thinking, man, you should have been hanging out with Camille because Camille would have protected you from all this, but you wanted to be OJ and you out here dibbling and dabbling. Now look at you, right? So anyway, but here's the point. And the reason Cosby called me is because he thanked me for supporting him, and I was like, well, don't thank me that much because I really, I'm not really down for all of that type of stuff. I don't understand a lot of this. And here's one thing about Cosby that always made me curious. I always thought to myself, black people really love you and you were raised of this community, that's who you are. So why were you spending all this time around these other people, who don't love you in the same way that we do? Like, what's special about them? Like I know black women that would give anything to hang out with Bill Cosby and talk to him and spend time with him. Why can't they get your time? How did this like drug addicted hooker in LA get to spend more time with you than the women and the men in your community back in West Philly who love you? Like I'd never understood that. And I think that there's something about so-called black success that somehow makes us feel like, okay, now I get to leave the black community and go spend time around a bunch of people who don't like me very much. Or who would not love me if I wasn't Negro of the Month. If I hadn't sold 10 million records last year, right? Or if I hadn't got that $200 million NFL contract. And really with Dr. Anderson, when he's talking about race consciousness not what giving no mainstream incentives or rewards, I think a lot of us feel this. A lot of us have gone through this. Like, if you are an executive at Exxon and you're the one black guy at the table, and let's say there's maybe one other black person in the room with you, the worst thing you could say in that space to anybody is, hey, I really want to do great things for the black community. I really want to make sure the black community is good. I serve the black community first. That's not gonna make a lot of sense to a lot of people, and you'll probably be labeled as a dangerous black person and probably be booted out of that position within no time. That's why most black people that are these black faces in high places don't even mention the black community. I mean, Barack could barely say the word black when he was president. He went years without even saying the word black. And I kind of understand it. That was what he signed up for. But I remember thinking to myself, I'm not really impressed that you got a bunch of white people to vote for you because I know the price that you have to pay in order to get those votes. Like, did anybody sit back and think about the price you had to pay? You paid a price much higher than the one I would pay. I'm not gonna go kiss these people's asses and say what they want to hear and do what they want me to do just so I can get their votes. What makes you think that their validation is that important anyway? Like, what? Why is it? Why does that suddenly make you better than everyone else? It doesn't. It doesn't. I think when I look at a Barack Obama, I saw a man who was great before he became president. And Barack Obama had never ever run for president and said, I can't do that political thing because I got to sell out too much. I got to kiss too many asses. I got to be something I don't want to be. I'm going to go over here with Michelle, and we're not going to make 100 million a year, but we could probably make 10 million a year. And we're going to sit right here, plant our butts in the south side of Chicago, and do the work with the people that we want to work with and hold it down right here. 100% of our energy will be poured directly into the bloodstream of the people that we care about the most. That to me is a more effective version of Barack Obama than this deluded guy who has to be everything to everyone. And again, I'm very proud of him. I mean, I'm happy for him, but there's nothing about him that says he's one of the greatest black men in America, because what you got to understand is that being nominated and selected by white folks does not inherently make you great. Sometimes it makes you an epic failure. Do you understand that their favorite Negroes are the ones who serve their wishes the best? I'm not saying Barack's in that category. I'm not talking negative about him right now. Don't let's assume I'm not. I want to make sure you understand I'm not doing that. But I'm saying, like, what is it about their approval that somehow helps them trump any approval that we could ever give them? There's nothing we could have given Barack Obama that could have matched whatever internal and external rewards, social rewards that he may have felt by becoming president of the United States. There's nothing we could have offered him. Nothing. That's a shitty position to be in. I don't like it. I just don't like it. So my question would be, if another Barack Obama comes along who easily knows, like, yeah, if I ran for president, I could probably get elected. I know what to say. I know who to be friends with. I know whose butt to kiss, but I don't want to do that. And that person says, I want to stay right here. I'm going to get my rewards right here. Can we celebrate that person as much as we celebrate the guy who ran off and abandoned us so he could go and be everything to everybody? Do you understand what I mean? Do you understand? It's almost like when you have kids. Like, kids are smarter than adults sometimes because they don't fall for the societal BS the way we do. And if you talk to a kid, like, if you have has anybody ever seen like cases where a child will have like this celebrity parent who goes out into the world and does all these amazing things, but the child can't stand their parent because they were always gone. They were always in Europe and Africa and Asia, and they were all and they left them with the babysitter. And why is that? Well, that's because the kid don't give a when he's 4, he don't give a damn that you were off touring with touring with Jay-Z or or visiting with the Pope. All he cares about is that he wanted somebody to play with and you were nowhere to be found. All he knows is that every time he had a football game, you were never there. That's all the kid cares about. And so the child will give more credit to a parent, a bad parent, an unsuccessful parent who is with them, who gives them time, than they will to the super successful parent who gives them no time. They don't care that you went off into the world and became somebody else's big shot. You put out all this energy into the universe and didn't pour an ounce of that into the people that actually mattered. Who gives a damn about you and whatever little validations you needed in order to fulfill your emotional voids, or in order for you to fulfill whatever you needed to give yourself your self-esteem, like whatever it was inside of you that made you feel like you needed to leave home and go conquer the world. That was for you. That wasn't for your kids. Your kids are like, we saw it all from a distance. We saw it all on TV like everybody else. You didn't pour into the bloodstream. You diluted yourself. So we have lots of people that I would call diluted black people. You have a lot of diluted black people who are black faces in high places. And if you look at the core of what they do on a daily basis and where they apply their energy, about 1% of that energy goes into anything that benefits the black community. 1%. And they give you that little 1%, and we're supposed to say, thank you, Jesus. Thank you so much for that 1%. When really I'm like, well, what happened to the other 99%? How the other 99% go to all these white folks who don't even like you? And we the ones that's supposed to love you the most. I don't understand that. It's like money. So think about it. What's more? What's if I was gonna give you money right now and I pull out a $10 bill, and I say, I'm gonna give you 100% of this $10 bill, okay? And then I pull out $100 bill, and I say, it's a $100 bill. It's much bigger, but I'm gonna give you 0.1% of this $100 bill. Do you follow me? Let me know if you're following this example. Which one is worth more? 100% of a $10 bill or 0.1% of a $100 bill? It's the $10 bill. 1% of a $100 bill is just $1, so 0.1% is 10 cents. So you got these $100 10-cent Negroes. They worth 100, but they'll give you 10. They'll give you a dime, and we will celebrate those people more than we celebrate the man who might only have $10, but he's gonna give you the whole 10. When I'm looking at who I want next to me, I want the person who's giving the whole 10. When I'm looking at who I want for a wife, I want a wife who's giving the whole 10. I got one. And when I'm looking for people I go to battle with, I want somebody who's gonna give me the whole $10 bill. I'm not looking for people. I don't care if you got 1,000 in the bank. If you ain't using the 1,000 for the things that we're trying to do, then your energy is misguided. Your missile has been inaccurately targeted, which makes all your effort basically ineffective. So don't give me 0.1% of your $100 bill. I'm not impressed by any of that. Give me 100% of the $10 bill. So even if you don't have the same power as a celebrity or as a congressman or as a CEO or whatever, the fact that you're pouring in everything you got into the people that you love, that makes you 10 times more effective than any of those people will ever be. So I hope that analogy makes sense. I hope you got what I was saying. Okay, so this is what Dr. Anderson's referring to. So basically, he explains that race consciousness, it's essential for self-sufficiency. It's essential to be conscious of your race so you can take care of yourself, but there are no mainstream incentives or rewards. Right now, America's infrastructure is not designed to reward you for being a conscious and committed black person. It's just not. Not in this era. Maybe in 100 years things will change, but right now, the mainstream rewards will not exist. You're going to have to create your own rewards. All right. So let me go on to question 38 about forming a black political party. Now, what I'm going to do is everybody who's listening on YouTube, I want you to know I'm going to have to shut this off. So if you'd like to join us inside the Zoom, go to blackkeystogreatness.com. That's blackkeystogreatness.com. There is a free live class that you can have access to, as well as some other materials. And also, you can text the word greatness to 87948 to get on the text list. Text greatness to 87948. And if you want copies of Dr. Anderson's books, you can go to powernomics.com. That's